Today's lecture is entitled Melanin Reloaded. And if you've been following Brother Bobby's work over the years, he's done many pieces on melanin. And what he's going to do this afternoon is bring it all up to speed, new information that he's found in the day and time we live in that is relevant to what's going on. I'm pretty sure we're going to some current events, and that's what he does, some hard copy here and there. So hold on to your seatbelts, brothers and sisters. Let's give a warm black hand for Brother Bobby Hemmitt.
All right, yeah. And we might as well say, I guess, we'll welcome the heat because, as you know, they completely wiped out spring. The government completely wiped out spring. It went from cold to hot. They didn't have a spring at all, nowhere in the country almost. That was the HARP program. Give an example down in Atlanta where you basically have spring starting in February. It was the coldest it's ever been, and I've been there for 15 years, and it's the coldest it's ever been. And basically, every time it would warm up, they basically would send us a thunderstorm through and cool it down all the way, and it's still doing it in Atlanta also. Other places around the country, they had violent tornadoes and heat waves for a few days, and you got your trees burning up out west. Now some of that is based on nature. When it really got to going, and you start having, because in Atlanta we have a big thing with flooding for some reason, because it's snow. I don't know why is that. I mean, it's landlocked, and for some reason, by it being landlocked, the floods are basically devastating. But which is good, because mostly it's white people that get flooded out. And these things never hit the projects. You know what I'm saying? Never hit the project. So that's good. But basically, they didn't have a spring at all. That's nowhere in the country, and that's very interesting, because what that is doing, which we'll get back into, is the HARP program, where they're actually literally sending the waves, or what they call the pulsation of the earth, back into the ground. The earth has a kundalini, just like we have a kundalini energy. The earth has a kundalini energy. You will find that type of work in the book, Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids by Peter Tompkins. Peter Tompkins did the he did the Mysteries of the Egyptian Pyramids, and he did one called The Mystery of the Mexican Pyramids. And in there he talks about in Mesoamerica, they basically do these rituals to ignite the earth's kundalini. And that's what some of your Lent festivals and different things that's going on in the Caribbean and in South America is about. That's it, your whole kundalini awakening. He talks about that in the book, The Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. He also had a book came out called Secrets of the Obelisk, which is a book that's rare. It's a book that is, you can barely find it. The other two was printed all of the 90s, the Mexican Pyramid one and the Egyptian Pyramid was printed all during the 90s, but that Secret of the Obelisk, they never printed that beyond hardback. And basically it's just about every mystery on the phallic symbol that you can find, from the mundane to the monumental, on the whole phallic symbol called the lingam in India, in Hindu. The lingam and the yoni being the vagina. But in so many words, the stopping of spring and basically controlling the weather this summer has something to do with the rising of the kundalini energy, the rising of the sexual energy, and the rising of the earth's kundalini energy, leading up to August, the key date, August, which we'll get into later on to give you the metaphysical aspect behind the August alignment coming up on the 22nd and the 23rd of August, where Earth will be the closest it's been to Mars in 75,000 years or 72,000 years. Mars being the planet of Heru, the god of Mars, the god of war, and the Iraqi thing coincides with all of that also. So what we're going to do today, we're going to push it to the limit. We're going to get into a whole variety of things because we got a lot to go into. Going to pull libations. We're going to give out the new gods, which means simply this. From 1992, when I started with the Dogon lecture, and about probably 75 pounds earlier, I started with the Dogon lecture. From 1992 to 2001 was based on just endless amount of research. I didn't have time to write books because there was so much information, ancient information in this esoteric cycle that had to be uncovered and had to be re-blackened and basically rebuild and restore the mystery system. So basically, up until 2001, it was endless amount of research to re-enter this stuff back into our library, our central libraries. And so that's what that was done with. That's a part of that cycle, was to do that type of research and to rebuild a pyramid of knowledge on that particular aspect based on the esoteric aspect. We had the illustrious scholars come in from the late 80s or the mid 80s to the mid 90s to rebuild the historical aspect. My job was to come in and rebuild the spiritual aspect as far as the esoteric knowledge hidden. When I say my job, I luckily say my job, and I basically can say my job because basically when you don't plan on being a speaker, when you already have something successful as your career and the spirit takes you and puts you in one thing, and not because the other thing failed, in the middle of the other stuff escalating, then you know that this is your job. When literally you're going one way and the next thing you know you're in another twilight zone, in the twilight zone, and in another dimension. So basically that's my story, and I had to build all of this particular information. Now 2001 up until now was a whole different story. 2001, like I said, the past represented research and reweaving back all of these fragments of ancient science, encapsulating it back into a scholarly form as well as a spiritual form. But the last 3 years, from January 2001, well, that's why I would say actually from spring 2000 up to now has been a living aspect of spirituality in a particular realm. And in 2001, I literally made contact with a certain realm, an underworld realm that later on became a living presence. I'm fortunate to have one of those two sisters. One lives out in Los Angeles, California, with her mother. The mother, used to hang out with Malcolm X, real warrior from back in the day. And the legacy was her daughter, who basically got turned on a certain level in the spirit realm as a contact point of the oracle, in case in point. The other one was the sister that's in Atlanta, that's by way of, she comes from Amityville, Long Island. We hooked up around Malcolm's birthday in 1989, and we used to have a romantic thing together, girlfriend and boyfriend, but we were known as this conscious couple, and basically we did the whole Afrocentric conscious historical thing together. And she actually opened for me. She was on my first video, the Dogon. In so many words, I have a history with this sister, although we haven't gone together since 91, or the end of 91. We have this strange relationship that we basically are confidants. As a result, by her being a very intellectual sister and a goddess expert and basically sifting through all this information with me over the years, she was turned on to a certain psychic realm. There's different levels of psychic ability. There's mundane psychic, where they give you every little thing you're doing, And, you know, you go to these people and they tell you, you know, your car going to get stolen or whatever type thing. And then there's these advanced, there's some that goes into a particular realm. There's nobody allowed in that realm. You see what I'm saying? Nobody's allowed in that particular realm. But they can't get, if you give them something mundane, they won't probably be able to answer it for you. But on the spirit level, on another level, they'll be able to answer things on a particular level. So this particular sister that I know of, this particular sister, and the one in California are the ones that's in those particular realms. And I'm going to get into that type of stuff. I'm saying that because to say this. If you study the history of the occult, you'll find out that basically the white boys have been trying to make contact. They've been trying for the last 140 years to somehow make contact or some type of make a convert into a Christian, what they call the Christ realm. I don't want to say Christian, or the Christos realm, or the pristine realm. They've been trying to make some type of contact. They celebrate Aleister Crowley because in 1904 he did make contact with the angel Awas, a form of Horus. And they talk about all of that type of stuff and all. But they've had some success in the occult realm over the years, but they were all looking for this New Age contact with what they call extraterrestrials, what the ancients call the supreme aspect of the underworld, or you call it the realm of Osiris. Fortunately for me, I made that contact in March of 2001. And basically it's been a complete, it's something that's just unimaginable. Like, take for instance, how can I shit 5 times a day on a bad day, eat no sweets since 2001, literally no sweets since 2000, and on a bad day I shit 5 times a day? You see what I'm saying? So that means I'm supposed to be walking around looking like Mr. String Bean. So obviously there's a metaphysical thing going on, and I talked about the whole pregnancy thing, but it's a metaphysical thing going on with the whole Buddha concept. And that's a whole other metaphysical realm of the whole Buddha concept, which was given to me spiritually, but even some brothers doing some research from FAMU, brother doing some research from FAMU, Florida A&M University, also found some Sanskrit research on that whole Buddha concept. It's also known, you see it in the movie The Santa Claus, the one that came out in 1990. Remember the movie The Santa Claus, where all your children have seen the movie, and he puffs up and all, you know, and all these metaphysical things start happening to him. So that type of thing is happening in all types of unbelievable aspects of things in the spirit realm. Take for instance my house. How is it that my grandmother can go to all of her children's homes, because she died in 1990, and she can visit their homes, she can visit all her grandchildren's homes, but can't come up into my house. You see what I'm saying? Can't come up into my house. And I asked, I said, well, damn, you know, what am I, chopped liver? You didn't visit everybody's house, and you didn't visit my home. You can't come up into my career? You're like, I can't get up in there, and you know it. So that meant in actuality there's different plateaus. She understood that although she was a retired school teacher and all, she was not one of the initiated path. Although she's from South Carolina, we all grew up around the whole roots thing, you know, as far as cutting them roots on somebody's ass. You know what I'm talking about. The blue roots are the southern form of voodoo. That's prevalent in my hometown, and she knew all of those types of things. When we talk about initiated, we're talking about being initiated on this very advanced path. So therefore, the entities that congregate in my house, she's on another realm, so she can't go up into my house because my house is set up for certain lofty entities. You see, we're dealing with a lot of that. But I say that to say that in the context of what the Europeans was looking for, they was looking for a breakthrough and new words of power. That is the reason why Barnes & Nobles, Borders, every kind of bookstore you want to name is full to the hilt with magic books. All this magic books, And the reason why they're filled up now, because none of that stuff works. You see the movie The Mummy, they was looking for the book of coming forth by day, and they was looking for words of power. So what it is all that stuff is generic terms. Isis, Osiris. Those are mostly generic terms, which means that those ancient goddesses were never meant, and I talked about this a lot, were never meant for mass consumption and mass people worshiping. So therefore, just about all of the ancient world systems have been depleted, you see what I'm saying, as far as the centers of power. When you got 3 million white practitioners of Yoruba alone in the United States, that's not including Santeria. 3 million white Yoruba and white and Jews, a white Jew sets over so many million of black people in this Yoruba thing. That means these systems were never meant to be world religions. And now we are competing with Christianity with these things. All of that is saturated. So the European understands that and knew that they have to make a breakthrough. Well, fortunate for me, because the breakthrough is also, it has something to do with, even in the black realm of spirituality, it has something to do with no ulterior motives. We're pure of heart. So because I didn't get into this to make no money, and because I didn't get into this to make a name for myself, I got into this with the love of knowledge and information alone. That's a form of the pure of heart, where basically your reward is to try to make the breakthrough. Try to see this shit to the end. Let's see where this goes. It kept talking about that in the Matrix Reloaded, about what is your purpose. What really is your purpose? You know, and I've known a lot of people that wanted to go into speaking for the simple fact that they liked the idea of speaking before people. And that was not good enough. You see, with the spirit realm, some of these things, that's not good enough if you just want to look good before a camera or whatever the deal is. So it's based on your purpose and based on whether your heart was pure. And as a result, and there's another reason why your heart has to be pure. Not necessarily on this humble, like the Christ thing, I don't do nothing. I don't drink no water. I don't do nothing. I go to bed on time and all that kind of stuff. I'm not talking about that type of stuff. Me, because I'm the total opposite and stuff. I have created doing nothing. I made a mastery out of doing nothing. Literally. I said, I'm going to take this shit and see where it goes. So I get up in the morning. I get up about 10 o'clock, and I'll go in, and I'll take 2 sips of some elixir or something like that. Take 2 or 3 sips, and I take the stereo I got, because I live in a house, and I blast it. And then I get into this jam mood, and then I get a buzz, and I stagger to the bed, and I lay down about 1 o'clock and wake up at 5. And that's some real royalty. Now, and it's not as if they say, well, you must make a lot of money. No, it's really insane, because it's gotten so bad now that they done cut off my refrigerator light. It's so bad now. The last lecture I did in June, I was begging, literally on the lecture, begging for food out of motherfucker's refrigerator. You see. They had to set up a little fund and all. They got flyers going all around Atlanta and stuff on a Hemmitt fund, to feed me or whatever the deal is and stuff, But it's really bad, But it's amazing. I mean, it's so it's a life of poverty that I set after of a journey by, like I said, growing up middle class and always having, and then went on a life of poverty, and basically, and then what do? I make it even worse by mastering doing nothing. But it's all spiritual. So as a result, these new names or these new entities started coming. And I talked about this the last time, and I'm going to give out more of these names. I'm going to give out, maybe if with luck, I can give out all 32 of them. Because what has come since in the last 3 years is a complete pantheon, a replacement of a complete old pantheon that has been saturated. That all these groups are dealing with this stuff to a new pantheon. Now this pantheon is so powerful until I hardly ever deal spiritually in a working pantheon where people are literally, interacting with you. I hardly ever deal with anything outside of this new pantheon, and these names just started coming in on March of 2001, and I hardly ever deal outside of this pantheon. But I'm talking about unbelievable things. I mean, I'm talking about healing on a doggone level. You know what I'm saying and all. Like mostly any healing, I don't care how severe it is, they say, "I'll give me 24 hours." Some amazing shit. Give me 24 hours. That type of stuff. An interaction where you deal with people that's got sense of humor. Like, we need some music that he played. Go play some music. And I'm in there playing the music and they jamming, and I can't hear them. And then one day, one of the songs that they wasn't used to cut off abrupt. And I can hear them just dancing around like this, And I said, "Oh, wait a minute." And I put the song back on. And the next time I didn't hear it, I said, "Oh, I got it. I caught y'all asses." So it's that type of stuff of acting on the particular spirit realm or being actually tapped in on that particular level. So part of this thing is also to give you spiritual access in how to deal with these things on this particular level. Now, I say that for this particular reason, to give you some synopsis on what is actually happening as far as how do we line up with the incoming energies. How do we do this? How do we line up? How do we become in tune with the incoming energies? Well, in the Matrix, they kept talking about your purpose. It is my purpose. The Agent Smith came and was talking about it's all about your purpose. When they got to the key master, they said it was the key master said it is my purpose. So now, basically, your purpose a lot of times is not trying to find all types of new forms of careers that can coincide with this consciousness. Your purpose is basically having a responsibility with this consciousness when it calls. Let me give you an example so you'll understand. Let's say 10 years ago you had a very successful career and everything started going right based on the way you were trained to make money, the way you were trained to do things. Stuff fell in line. Then all of a sudden, stuff started plummeting, finances, and you find yourself barely holding on, but you can remember a couple of years back you was rolling. And you say, well, wait a minute, I'm doing basically the same thing that I used to do when I was rolling in all this cash, but things just don't seem to pan out. Anybody having these types of things? Whereas there was something you was doing a couple of years ago, and the process all lined up. Then all of a sudden you can't seem to put your hand on something of a cohesive level to make this thing work in this new millennium. That is because the terrain or the backdrop of the particular plateau in which you used to do your thing to make your money was conducive to what you used to do as far as your methodology. Then all of a sudden the terrain, the energy, the plateau has changed based on we're in a new cycle now. And you are using your old methodology, you see what I'm saying, for energy of a new cycle. And you can't figure it out. You're saying, I'm doing the same thing. And it's logical. It makes rational sense. It makes common sense. It is just basically a sound thing that I'm doing, but it still can't line up right. And you can't understand what is going on. That is because the methodology that you are using is the outmoded methodology that was conducive to energies. You see what I'm saying? It was lined up for that methodology 10 years ago, 5 years ago. You get where I'm coming from here? So you have to rearrange your methodology to fit the energy that is in the plateau or the terrain that you now live in. You get it? The thing that you do now is you have to reverse things. Let me explain what I'm talking about here. Well, people is very business-minded, the people that takes care of business. I take care of business. People say, I take care of business. And it was a rational thing to do to take care of business to stay on top. But every now and then, this is what will happen. Now, try to understand this. It will call a time when you say, no, I got to go do this, because I know if I don't do this, all hell is going to break loose. It's something that you have to do based on a business, a sound, cohesive level that makes common sense. You understand? But here is the spirit world saying, no, you need to go and chill out and do something over here that psychologically and inspirationally and psychically and spiritually is going to be pleasing to you, although it might not be doing something but going and sitting out in the park with one of your friends discussing some shit, which normally you wouldn't be caught dead doing a relaxation type of recreation thing when you're supposed to be taking care of something that's vitally important. You get where I'm coming from here? Well, what you need to do, and when you find out when you take that break to go into that park, or to go to some cemetery, or go to some museum, or to go to something that's almost down there like playing hooky, irresponsible. Whenever you do that, you're going to find out that whenever you get back to what you were looking for, or what was so important, it will be on hold. Now, anybody experiencing this? Whereas you worry about some stuff and you take the plunge, and you go and do something that's out of the ordinary, and you break protocol. But when you come back, although you were worried that you didn't take care of your business, when you came back, you said, damn, it's almost like I never left. I didn't have that to worry about. You're trying to get home to kids, children or something, and when you come in, they're not even surprised you even was gone. They're looking at you like, well, what's the big deal? You know, that is because the spirit realm is now supposed to be taken first and foremost, because the simple fact we're living in that type of environment. And that what you're thinking is so important is now secondary. We're not going to say that you're not going to get around to doing it, but you have to change your capacity. You have to change your methodology. The motive has to change. You have to start lining up things spirit first, you see, and importance second. Now, this is the scary part, because sometimes what you think is spirit is not burning candles and chanting and stuff. It could be something of utter recreation. You know what I'm saying? It might just be like, spirit tell you to go get that fucking ice cream or something. You know what I'm saying? Something that you wouldn't be caught dead doing. But there's a reason in the spirit world of recreation. You know, just say go scratch your ass for a minute. You know what I'm saying? You know, something, you know, just scratch your hair for a minute. Whatever it is to unwind, because what you're actually doing, you are actually releasing energy that's conducive for the realm that you're going to need that energy to survive in the physical world that you need. And by you denying that, you're not building enough energy, you see what I'm saying, to go along with the combat zone of daily life. And sometimes that is doing things, that is going back to elementary school. You see what I'm saying? So the reason why I'm not kicked out of my house, although I do nothing, is because I'm providing enough energy, you see what I'm saying, by doing nothing. You know, you get where I'm coming from here? You're going to have to reverse things. And I know this might sound ludicrous, I know this might sound insane, but we're talking about things that are spiritual and not things that you have been trained from childhood that's supposed to be so important. You see what I'm saying? You're going to have to be reduced back to that child, at least in your mind. You get where I'm coming from here? So as a result, I was able to go further in the spirit realm than the pretend realm of most of the people that you would even look up to would have a certain aspect of prim and proper type of magnetism that you think the spiritual people is supposed to be. They wouldn't dare tell you I was begging out a motherfucking refrigerator out of the people deep freezers a goddamn month ago. You see what I'm saying? That wouldn't dare come up. You see, but then again, what is spirit? It's like that story of the guy trying to go to enlightenment for 100 years and he couldn't find it, went back another 100 years and couldn't find it, and went back another 100 years and couldn't find it. And on the first part of the 400-year journey, he had remembered the only person he would see on that road was a prostitute. And he finally figured it out. He went to the prostitute and said, can you tell me how I can find God and enlightenment? And she said, I am God and I am enlightenment. You see. And he was missing the point. And see, there's a whole, and it's interesting here because I'm going to do a controversial lecture on the sacred prostitute. I attempted to do this thing in 2001. And black people lost their mind. And which is interesting here, here's a whole book on the sacred prostitute, coming from the Jung Society, the studies in Jungian philosophy and Jungian analysis. Here's a whole book, The Sacred Prostitute, the aspect of the feminine. Now I tried to introduce this to rockhead Christian niggas with the Afrocentric Christians, I call them. You change your deities, but your fucking capacity and the motto of Christianity is that's still what you're about. Being pious. And good things happen to bad people all the time, and bad things happen to good people damn near every day. Most of the time, bad things happen to good people. Most people around here got some bad shit happening to them. They are actually good. See what I'm saying? Now, here's a book on the sacred prostitute by Nancy Qualls Corbett. C-O-R-B-E-T. Corbett. Nancy Corbett. Here's a whole book on the sacred prostitute. I told the niggas this shit in 2001 and they all went like a lost their mind up at the Hemmitt Summit. I'm telling them these things because, you know, and so people decided, hey, we want you to lecture on this. I'm like, wait a minute. This is not entertainment. This is ongoing research. I research things and I both on the academic level and the spiritual level, then I report my research. So I'm not into entertaining you by giving you one of my sermons or giving you one of my performances. You see what I'm saying? So this is the new research. Now if you say you're into ongoing forward research, then you have to accept the research, not necessarily saying follow the research, but my point is this. When you go into a college course, you don't get moralistic by a person teaching you a course on physics or a course on 19th century prostitution, let's say. You would look at that as a collection of data for further information of knowledge on the planet. And how would you know knowledge? You don't look at the educational structure as a moralistic thing on why you take courses or not. You understand what I'm saying? And you pay for these damn courses. Well, this is the same thing what we're talking about here. We're not going for your moral aptitude. You see what I'm saying? I'm getting to the point right now I don't judge. You know what I'm saying? I don't judge. I make it a point. I say, well, I'm gonna favor the slutty women. I'm gonna do this. You know, I'm from down south, Christian background, family full of school teachers. You understand what I'm saying? So why not accommodate the hoe? Let's see where this shit takes me. Is it going to take me to a further level of spirituality? I'm like that person that was bypassing God because he saw a prostitute. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, in the back of my mind, we always lack a good home. I'm talking to the fellas up in here. You see what I'm saying? You know, so I'm going innate. I'm not going based on what the society is saying. I want to be fair. I want to get up out of this. I want to get the jewels. And I know that the trickster is always going to come into the form that I've been trained. So I'm trying to reverse this thing. You see, we're going beyond. You see, and we're going beyond what we've been trained. You see what I'm saying? Now let me explain something. And because this is all, you said, this nigga done did it again. This is what we talking about melanin. So I'm in the lecture. I'm getting new information. Some of the information I'm getting is, you remember them little girls? They call them down south hot in the ass. Oh, she hot in the ass. She hot in the ass. You done talked about them. They're giving out pussy out of both draw legs. You done talked about them all in your neighborhood. You grew up with them. Some of you all used to be them same people. You know what I'm saying? See, we can make no bones about it. Guys are supposed to like sex and all this type of thing, and women are not supposed to. You know what I'm saying? So, you're the one that's got to hide behind that. But the ones that was hot in the ass that we used to talk about. But lo and behold, guess what? The women with the highest sexual drive, that was just like sex for the sake of, not necessarily getting money, but just hot in the ass, wanted to screw everybody. You know what I'm saying? I know some people like that right now. They're like, damn, you just want to screw every damn body, don't you? She had one sister, she get a call from a nigga on the phone. Oh, his voice sound right. Man, wait a minute, hold on. Who this nigga had? Who? I'm like, oh, so you want to screw him too? Hey. Hey, I'm like, hey. Come to find out that in the research, the ones with the highest sex drive had the highest production of melatonin or melanin. And here comes this whole sacred prostitute shit coming back. Just depends on how you look at things. Get where I'm coming from here? Highest production of melanin or kundalini energy. That means that the serpentine fire is pulsating at even a higher rate. That's why there's a whole chapter. Well, let's document. Y'all all right? Yep. See, because I know you niggas done thought I done got off. Well, he goes too far all the time. He just goes too far. And me with my good Christian bringing, I don't even know whether I should even be here today. He just goes too far. There's a whole chapter. Because, white folks is, like I say, you mess around and get all moralistic, and shit don't work for you every day. Go up in one of your hotels and the fucking sink come off the wall. Shit just don't work. We got the black thing going. This here is unique. Because this here looks like what I see in the white community. But black business is where shit just ain't right. You end up, Formica is coming off the counter and shit, It's supposed to be 5-star, but be something fucked up. Just can't get that fine tuning on that doggone cosmetic shit. Something in the room ain't gonna be right. But when you fuck around, shit don't work. But these white people are in the 100% on what works. You see what I'm saying? So you need to understand why they deal with certain things. Here's a whole chapter, here's a website on initiate. It's called sexuality.org. Sexuality.org, a society for human sexuality. Sexuality.org. Here's one by a woman, Maggie Tarpit. So you would go to sexuality.org, www.sexuality.org, and you'd go to their library index and see some of the topics. Here's a chapter right here, Maggie, T-A-R-P-E-R, Tappert, Maggie Tappert, and here's a section on the initiation into love, the sacred prostitute. Oh yeah, see? We bullshitting around. Look. Here's another one by Lavina Lindentree and Bestia Martell. The origin of the whore with a heart of gold. Damn, that sounds good. A whore with a heart of gold. Hot diggity damn. I like that shit. A whore with a heart of gold. And it says right here, how the sacred prostitute fell from grace and how she may return. Now don't mess around and think you in some Richard Pryor concert, because I'm going to explain all this shit to you. Okay? Yes. How the sacred prostitute fell from grace and how she may return. Now both of them are accessing this woman's book. Nancy Corbett, Sacred Prostitute, Eternal Aspect of the Feminine. This is coming from the Jungian Society. You see. So this is high-tech shit. You know what I'm saying? You go to college and they got whole volumes of library at Princeton and stuff on all this Jung stuff. But I'm supposed to be some kind of pervert up in here on a big-time Sunday telling you about the sacred prostitute. You see what I'm saying? We're talking research here. So come to find out that the girl that was hot in the ass had the highest production of melatonin. And they said that's the one of the highest production of creativity. Even in the movie The Stealing Harvard we just saw, always in the woman, there's a movie about this guy, the daughter was so dumb she flunked out on the spelling bee on the first word. And what was that word, was it? It was a 4-letter word she flunked out the spelling bee on. Tarp. T-A-R-P. She flunked out on the spelling bee on the first word of 4 fucking words. He said, what was the word you trying to spell? She said, tarp. He said, T-A-R-P, and you flunked out on the spelling bee? But anyway, she worked hard for years to become normal, average, and she somehow got into Harvard. But in the movie, when she got into Harvard, he had made a promise to her if she was to get into college, he would pay for it. Well, he figured, shit, she wasn't going to get into college, flunking out of the spelling bee with T-A-R-P. So she ended up going, getting into Harvard. So the whole movie is they're trying to steal money for this girl to go to Harvard. But the mama was a doggone hoe. And she had different men coming out of the damn room, But she kept saying, well, I'm a little more creative than you. Now listen to this. She's the hoe, and they're using terminologies like, I am a little more creative than you. Get that? Using these words. And we know what they call creative physics now is all under the heading in the research of Melanin. Creative physics. Now if you're getting hot, anybody getting hot? Okay. It's just me then. All right. I went and bought the dollar store up there with you and bought me a rag for 99 cents. So I'm good to go. Yeah. She started calling it, well, I'm more creative than you. Now, she got 4 or 5 men coming out of the room at one time. She kept saying, I am more creative. I've been more creative and much more of a free spirit. See, they're using words like creativity or creative and free spirits in dealing with the whole sexual thing and all this type of stuff. Then you understand, so, in so many words, when these people who knew how to keep certain elements of spirituality down in the Roman government, basically they started incorporating into those scriptures things that's going to shut down melanin. And you see what I'm saying? And so therefore, you got to ostracize the whore that has the highest production of melatonin. Y'all all right? You see what I'm coming from here? This is spirituality in the finest form when we can talk about these things at this particular time. So, like I said, that's one particular aspect. Now, I'm in Detroit 2 weeks ago. One of the sisters named Fanny, she's on the Hemmitt Summit. She was one of the ones that clashed with Valentine and all and stuff. She works with Richard King, and she actually did a lecture down at the last Melanin conference we had in Detroit. So Fanny, we riding around. She got these 2 women. One is in her late 60s and one is in her early 70s. We riding around Detroit and stuff. She taking me by Smokey Robinson's house. Actually, well, you know a lot about smoking. She like smoking my uncle. Now this is the woman that worked for, that does work with Richard King. She's going Smokey Robinson, my uncle. And then she gonna show me some pictures of Smokey Robinson party, and she say, oh, Richard King done invited Richard King, and he up in the party with Smokey Robinson and stuff. So we're in the car riding around. The other sister, the one that's in the late 60s, said, man, you should have went to this lecture Bobby did the other night. Now, he was talking about your ass, and she's talking to the older sister who's in her early 70s, about 74. He said he was talking about you. She said, what you saying about me? I didn't say anything about you. And she said, well, you don't use some of that hot in the ass girl. So I'm sitting up here, and this woman starts to go on about how she used to be a nymphomaniac and how she damn near like to kill her husband, and how she wanted to do it so bad until the energy was so powerful she literally gets sick. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'll be damned. Now, meanwhile, she's a clairvoyant, and she's going to tell me, well, let me tell you how I met the Great Mother on Christmas. And she's dropping this stuff on the Great Mother, and all the stuff she's saying, it looks like the shit that's coming out of these books. And then she's dropping this stuff. Now, this is the great whore now. Now, she tapped in. Okay, see? You all prim and proper and stuff, you see, and being led by the patriarchal order. So here she, she going and telling me all about how she used to be a nymphomaniac and all that kind of thing here and all, and I'm thinking, damn. Oh, this shit. You had about 20 more years back, whatever the deal is, you never know. So anyway. And shit, a couple of more days riding around, it wouldn't have had to been no 20 more years and shit. Goddamn cold night, there's been some tiptoeing through the tulips. And she'd have kept with shit. About a couple of hours, she'd have kept on in that shit she was telling me. I'm like, damn. I don't even need a table dance or nothing, just a couple of more hours, I'll be like, hey, look at here. It's some cheap hotel room or some kind of stuff or whatever. I got to try this out and go to heaven with the great mother. So we up in the car. Not only that, too. She looked like she was about 50. See what I'm saying? Because, see, a lot of alchemical things start going on when you don't block up all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff, anti-aging and stuff, when you release the oxytocins based on orgasm. So don't get me wrong now. And I mean, she was, she wasn't no slashed over, none of that. She was just straight up. So she telling me all this stuff about the great mother. And I'm like, damn. Everything she's saying about the great mother is almost accurate. I'm saying to myself, I don't know her. She's an avid reader. She could have got that shit out of the book. And I'm looking in the back, and I'm seeing this woman. I'm like, well, damn, you had this vision on Christmas. It looks like you're being very detailed to see you can remember all that based on Christmas. And I'm looking in the back seat, and I'm realizing this woman's in trance, and she's actually channeling from the great mother while we're in the damn car. Awesome. And I'm looking, I say, yeah, but you're the one that's castigated and ostracized, by being the great hot in the ass gal. You see. But just trying to show you here again how the spirit actually works. It's not going to come in the ways that you have been taught over the years in religion on how the spirit is. You see, it's not going to come that way. So that means, on the other hand, you're going to walk past several people who have keys, you see what I'm saying, to your salvation based on your training. And it's not going to come that way. Just like this crackhead I do in the neighborhood. My brother ride by, this nigga's always working on Mercedes, BMWs, Lexus, but basically, my brother like, damn, he's working on Mercedes and BMWs and Volvos. Those are very hard cars to work on. Anybody tell you, mechanics had to go get retrained just to work on those cars. This cat is out there working on these things, and clearly he's a nigga down in the dump. So my brother, I got a brother, he befriends bums. He'll go and take a bum, ride him around for a week. Now my brother got a Mercedes. He'll put him up in the Mercedes-Benz, give him his drug of choice that ain't too illegal, like some herb or some beer or something like that, and drive him around for about a week, befriend him and all, and get that Social Security number. You see what I'm saying? You have a list full of stuff, some Social Security number. So when when your shit go bad, you be like, damn, man, then I cut off my gas. So I called my brother and said, yo, you need to get my gas cut back on. He said, okay, your name is Richard Buckner. All right. So, okay, I called the L man in and my phone bill get too high, Okay, your name is John Haynes. What the hell? He said, man, shit, I drive around. I pay them what they want, give them whatever, give them some cash, get that Social Security number. Get the card, gotta have a card so I can tell, get the card, whatever, bam. And that's the way he hooks up stuff, okay. So the other week, the other month, in June, they rolled and cut off my gas, so I didn't care. You know what I'm saying? So what happened was, I had this female friend coming down from Charlotte. I said, hey, man, I need about 3 big pots. I mean, them big pots. He said, for what? I said, well, my gas cut off, and I'm into taking cold showers now. You know, so what happens is when they cut you, it's all a part of a training. So they cut my gas off, so for the first week, you got to learn how to take a cold shower. You just can't jump in a cold shower and expose your back. That's the science on this shit now. Trying to tell you. In case your shit is cut off, but some of you motherfuckers know what I'm talking about. So every summer they cut off my heat, my gas. And I be like, oh, what the hell? It's hot. You know what I'm saying? My AC ain't on it. I got electricity. I'll boil my water to wash my dishes. And then I'll take cold showers. So there's a mystery because you got to put a shoulder in first and let it warm. And you got to put this shoulder in. Then you take water and you dap it on certain things. And after a while, your body adjusts to it. And then you can go ahead and just get on in there and wash up. And that's how you take a cold shower, you know. But never expose your back. Turn on the shit and expose your back. That's where all the nerve endings are. So I'm taking a cold shower for the month because I got this sister coming through. So I'm like, I need some pots, man. What you need some damn pots for? I said, well, I ain't got no damn... I said, well, I can't subjugate her to take no cold shower. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the big pots and put them on the stove. You know, because, you know, I used to have one eye. Remember, I used to have the one eye on my stove. But another sister brought me by a brand new stove last year. You know what I'm saying? Because that one eye, you know, take me damn near 3 hours to cook a fucking meal. Because I got a, you know, one fucking eye, you know, hell. I got to boil, put the rice on, and I got to take that, and each individual piece has got to be cooked. I got one eye to cook it, so it takes me every 2-3 hours to make a damn cuisine meal. So anyway, I got a stove with all the eyes working. So I tell him he need to bring by some big ass pots so that I can boil up water, pour it in the tub, pour the cold water in there, and she can take a nice bath, you know what I'm saying, and get some lemon fresh joy or some antibacterial Ajax. That's some good shit. Anything antibacterial. So he's like, damn, you got some bubbles up in this motherfucker. She don't have antibacterial Ajax dishwashing liquid. Cuts grease at the same damn time. All right. So he said, damn, your gas cut off? He said, why you didn't say something? I'm like, oh, man. Give me a social security number. He like, oh, shit, I lost my paper. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. You got a paper with 10 social security numbers on it. It's in the house, but I got to go out and get some more bums. So he said, no, just give me till August and I can accumulate some more bums out here. You ride them around in the Mercedes, give them the shit, and I'll get some more social security. I'm like, well, you need to find the fucking paper. This paper's supposed to be locked down under somebody's porch in a mayonnaise jar or something. You don't lose that kind of stuff. But anyway, going on. All right. Going back. You want to change? No? Okay. All right. So, going right along. What we're saying now in this new age of spirit coming in upon us, in so many words, we're going to have to turn to the non-conventional and, like Grace Jones say, we're going to be superficial and depress the official. At least in your mind. I'm not telling you to go slack off, to tell you stuff to get fired, but it's a mentality to draw in on spirits, and we'll be dealing with that throughout the lecture. And we're going to pull libations right now, and we're going to give the gods their energy, and then we're going to go into this melanin lecture. But I'm going to give a few hard copies on some things that I addressed. That I addressed the last Ishtar Reloaded lecture. I need to get into it this particular time. Some things about the government, and then we're going to go into this we're going to go into this hard copy part first. But to save time, let's give the libation, because this thing is getting spirit realm as it rises. I'm becoming less and less in control of what I do and what I say or whatever when the angels come, when the entities come. So I'm going to have to try to learn how to control them, because these lectures are now becoming 9 hours each time I speak. You see what I'm saying? And that is because the spirit realm is having a greater force than ever. A greater force than ever. We're going to also deal with the sexual aspect for those who are still sexually active. And those that are not, I suggest that you do get sexually active. But in this particular case, it doesn't necessarily have to be with another partner. So that's the misconception. That is the reason when they started coming out with these tantra books, they told them, hey, you can't put most of the art of masturbation up in those tantra books. Because that meant, because they knew then that the woman would have complete control over her body. And therefore, this would be another doorway of taking her out of the slavery role of always depending on a man. You see what I'm saying? Now, we trying to say here is, on the other hand, like I said before, now if your problem here is if you don't have a young gentleman, now we're saying the masturbation is key, but on the other hand, if you don't have a young gentleman, we hope it's not because of you got high standards. See what I'm saying? Like I told you before, the brother on the bicycle will suffice. Look at the brother on the bicycle. That's the trickster figure. So the brother on the bicycle will suffice, so that might be the key. See what I'm saying? That's the trickster figure. The brother on the bicycle. You know. So, like I said, we don't need to get caught up in this thing and let Victorian mentality of Victorian psychosis dictate our lives. This whole thing of the purse string and your mate based on security is a Victorian phenomenon. Get the movie The House of Myrrh with Gillian Anderson. So you always got to get these movies from the turn of the century to find out where fucking white people's minds was in the 1800s, early 1900s, and when you came out of slavery, when you said, I'm going to try to follow this person, you got to find out why you think the way you do. It's like Collins said, we don't even know if our thoughts are even free. Your thoughts might not even be free. What you call free thoughts, well, I'm free. Could be another form of slavery. So get the House of Myrrh and find out how everything is in the society, and it's happening right here in this damn city, New York in the 1800s, and in the movie Age of Innocence. You got to watch these movies. Age of Innocence, The House of Myrrh, Sense and Sensibility. These are case study movies to find out how did you get the fucked up mind that you got now. And you are more now like that 18th century white woman than she is. Because she getting her freak on. Already. Now, get The House of Myrrh with Gillian Anderson. Here's a case study. I watched these things. I said, man, this thing, you know, it's all about that purse string or what a person got. And that might not necessarily be the key to your salvation. So the brother in with the bicycle on, you know what I'm saying? Fuck it. You got a car. You got a weekly transit card. Buy him one. Fuck it. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, get that nigga some new outfits. You know? You might have on some 1980s shit. Some wet leg warmers and stuff. You know, get him some new outfits. You got to take the plunge. You got to, you know. Now, I will say this because I'm radical enough to say this. And some of you are in here spiritually and you know this. If you're with a person, and I don't give a damn if you were married by this contractual law, if you're sleeping with a person and you know in your mind that you want to get free, I suggest you get free. And I suggest that you don't use children as an excuse. You see what I'm saying? Now, why do I say that? You must understand, there's a book, Dr. John Bain's book, The Science of Love. There's other ones. First of all, the ancients did not stay in the same bedroom. If you was married to a person or you had your significant other, you didn't sleep in the same bed with them all the time. Now, if I'm bullshitting, why is it right now people as couples right now, the most important thing is whether you can have your own space. And you resort to that when you get mad. Then you go in another room and you find out, oh, this shit is chill. I'm up in here and I'm chilling. What's happening here is if you want to save your marriage or whatever, for what lousy reason you want to save it, you need to move into different rooms. The caveman had to stay under the bed skin with his woman because it was a hostile environment. They didn't have enough room. You see what I'm saying? So that's a caveman's aspect. The pharaohs and the ancient Africans, they didn't all together stay together all the time in the same hut, in the same bed. Now, why do we say that? There are polarities, and those polarities will attract at certain cycles. Things wax and wane. That's the way it is on the planet Earth. Cycles are based on things wax and wane, and they have to wax and wane, ebbs and flow to last a certain period of time in a cycle. Otherwise, it burns out. Well, it's the same thing with you when you come together with an attraction with the person that you meet. You see what I'm saying? That's waxing, but it can also wane. So what attracts can also repel. So if you got a certain energy in a certain cycle, it starts to repel, and you're going to sleep with the repelling energy. Although you psychologically and socially are trained to sleep together, this is when people start getting sick. Start coming down with cancers. Start coming down with all types of hormonal imbalances. All types of rashes. All types of infections. And are not properly able to heal because they're made. You could be in a cycle of repelling. You see what I'm saying? And you are sleeping beside that person where the energy is repelling. And as a result, you are not getting a connected energy of healing, of emotional stability. So sometimes it's best for that person to move in another room. You see what I'm saying? That's why sometimes you are more serene and more free when you stand by your damn self. See what I'm saying? You know how it is. You come and you have a good time. This shit is universal. You come and you have a good time. You have a great time. And about that third day, you ready for that motherfucker to get on. It's time for you to go. You see this shit? You're like, look here. The woman I'm in, you're like, look, it's time for you to go. And you know what I'm talking about, the ones that stay by yourself. The first thing you do is get out all your clothes and shit. You walk around naked and stuff. Now, so what we're trying to tell you here is there's laws and things that you need to do to make certain things work. And the reason why certain things are not going financially is because you know that feng shui shit? That stuff works. Okay, there's also feng shui when it comes to humans. So here it is, you taking this table and moving it because it's blocking the flow of energy. You're taking this chair and moving it because it's blocking the flow of energy, and you could be sleeping with a nigga that's blocking the flow of energy. And then the motherfucker farting at the same time. Farting and snoring. You know what I'm saying? Jury getting caught up in his drawers. Slobbering. Foot all on your ass and stuff, you know. Get where I'm coming from here? Alright. This is happening this way for a reason. So therefore, these are death camps. That's why the white man said, one woman, one man, one vote. That's slavery. One woman, one man, one vote. He put together this system, a system of slavery for capitalism. You understand? Now, rich people can stand through that because they're always traveling. See, rich people, they break up the monotony. So whereas they might be staying together or whatever, they're in a different damn city every month. They got big homes and stuff like this. They don't work, they're always traveling. They ain't got to worry about it because he's somewhere hunting in the Amazon. She's somewhere shopping on Fifth Avenue. He hunting in the Amazon. So rich people do this shit. They have better lives because they break up that monotony. You poor people about dead. And the first thing gonna die is that damn man. He's conking out. Because why? Because a woman is a vampire in the aspect of she draws in energy. You see what I'm saying? That's the first thing the woman told me. She's the woman that was nymphomaniac, the 174. She's like, shit, man, I like to kill my goddamn husband. He was almost dead. I had to lighten up. That black widow like to fuck him, put his ass right on up. Now, so, there's reasons why you do these particular things. Here you go, here again, we're learning how to live in a spiritual age. You see where I'm coming from here? And the spiritual age is non-conventional. Non-conventional. So the reason why I'm saying it's pertinent if you don't have someone, especially if you are a woman, to masturbate, is because we now understand that the clitoris is the second pineal gland, or the first pineal gland. The clitoris and the pineal gland damn near look the same. That's why melanin, part of the melanin production is in the genital area. You see what I'm saying? And the prostate gland is the male's form of the pineal gland. It's the male's form of the pineal gland, the prostate gland. All this stuff comes together now. Now we know this based on the genitals and all being the production, because I have some other books that I can deal with it there, but we know that because we know now that vaginal secretions is forms of melanin. We know that now. There's all types of scientific aspects of those things, and I talked about this in other lectures called Kalas, Tamas, Russas, Gunners, Ojas, Shaktis, and Kalas. All of these things you can find in the Sanskrit material, especially the book Kundalini, the Energy of Depths, Kundalini, the Energy of Depths, an old book called Serpent Fire, Arthur Avalon's book. These particular vaginal secretions and stuff is nothing but forms of melanin. So we get into the thing, but we're lightening up now, just trying to show you ways of living in the new age. This is practical stuff, and basically it's unconventional. You see, it's unconventional. Things like that. So masturbation for women, not men, because masturbation for men leads to ejaculation. And ejaculation is not orgasm. Orgasm is something totally different. Ejaculation is not orgasm. Ejaculation is a release of energy. Orgasm is something different. Non-ejaculation in men leads to male orgasm. Whole nother world. I had to learn that myself. You see what I'm saying? So, but based on women, they have to take the masturbation aspect off because they're making a society where women outnumber men in a particular aspect of not having mates. You see what I'm saying? And your man is going to the white woman, or the black man, or the white man, or whatever. Like this bullshit right here. This is a damn disgrace. Not necessarily for him, but they wouldn't have dared done this to a white man. Put him on the New York Daily News. This is the guy who killed the people the other day. The gunman. You see what I'm saying? With his, you know what I'm saying? In some yellow, shiny ass pants and stuff. With a bad case of butt crack. And some hip hugger butt crack pants. The day after he died. This is dehumanizing things because we didn't know this person didn't have a psychological, you see, imbalance. Now when them white kids shot up all them kids in the Columbine High, the first thing they start doing is, why do these people kill? It's always the question on why do white children or why do white people kill. Now they didn't put David Berkowitz, the son of Sam, on the fucking paper, and he killed white women. You see what I'm saying? This here killed another black man. They should be happy. And they put this on the paper. But this is MK Ultra. This is the same as the boy that shot up all the people, a sniper. This is MK Ultra. MK Ultra get the Manchurian Candidate in 1963 with Frank Sinatra, where they make a phone call and give this guy a code word, and he go out and kill somebody. You see what I'm saying? Now, Valentine said they were both lovers. You see what I'm saying? Or some stuff like that. No, see, both of them was faggots or whatever. But he get the MK Ultra and go kill this congressman. See what I'm saying? And wasn't he running for Congress too? You know? Councilman or whatever that shit was. Councilman and all. But my point is, look at the mean-spiritedness of these crackers. You see that? You wouldn't dare do that. You know, the people killed color man. Why did they kill? They go, we want to know the psychological background they came out of. We haven't seen these crackers to this day. And they got this man up in here with some yellow hot kulak pants on or whatever. You see. How the hell did they get this picture so fast? That's what I want to know. This look like some private shit to me. That's some funny shit, though. I kind of feel sorry. You see, you make mockery of a situation when people die. So this is even making mockery of the brother that died, the other brother that died. You see what I'm saying? You're not even giving rise to the seriousness of his death by putting this kind of, you see what I'm saying, lousy stuff on the front page. You know, now it's interesting here now, but this is the stuff that's MK Ultra. But this is also, like I told you, I've been telling you this since 1997. I've been telling you this since 1997. Every summer solstice, this is the 25th, he shot him on what day? The 23rd. It was that Wednesday, wasn't it? That's Sirius Rising. July 23rd. Wednesday, Sirius Rising. That's not by coincidence. On the day of the African New Year, July 23rd, which is Leo, and the Sphinx, and Sirius Rising, get Montauk, Pyramids of Montauk, Peter Moon's book, Preston Nichols and Peter Moon's book, and look on the chapter of Sirius, Preston Nichols, Peter Moon, July 23rd. Or get the Cosmic Trigger, Final Plot of the Illuminati by Robert Anton Wilson. He has a whole chapter on the significance of the 23. Cosmic Trigger, Final Plot of the Illuminati, Book 1, 1978. Robert Anton Wilson. Whole chapter on the sacred aspect of the 23. And then the 23 is the Sirius Rising. And on Sirius Rising, July 23rd every year, they get a shootout. You don't understand that this is based on distraction. Although it's mind control and MK Ultra that they had them do this, it's distraction. Because if they can distract you during these key points of the summer, always distraction. Did they jug Louis up their ass during the summer months? Yeah. Look for some more shit to happen to black people in the next month, especially August. So this is distraction. You see what I'm saying? You're talking about this. They know that they can lock down certain alignments in you. You know, if the TV cut off and the radio goes dead, you might start to thinking. So this is you see, distract you. That's why they gave you Kobe Bryant in the summer months and didn't go ahead and give him the indictment or whatever and charge him until this particular time. Which I'm always pleased when a motherfucking nigga with a white woman gets juked in the ass. I was just so happy. If they can get that snigger Woods, it'll be just a great day for me. But we'll do for this fucking nigger right here. So much of his own parents didn't even go to the funeral, the wedding. Might as well say funeral. Didn't even go to the wedding. You know, he up there, and now what he doing? He tiptoeing on the second white girl. You know what I'm saying? All these beautiful black women. I'm tired. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no excuse. If you want a white girl, we got black girls that look white, so there ain't no excuse. Especially his wife. I know 10 black girls that look like his wife already. So that's no excuse. Well, I don't like the way black people act. Well, we got black people that don't even know they fucking black. So that still ain't no excuse. You can go to goddamn the Valley, Martha Vineyard. You can go up here to California. You can go to what's that part? San Francisco, Oakland, the Bay Area, and find as many. You know what I'm saying? Dingy, Susie, Buffy, whatever motherfuckers you want. So there's no excuse. I'm tired of it. You know, now he gonna buy this motherfucker a $3 million ring. Now I already know what this thing is about because now it's interesting here because Sports Illustrated ran it this year. You know, see this is coming up. It'll be 10-year anniversary next summer of O.J. Simpson. He killed Nicole. Well, I don't want to say that. Nicole was killed. Now you know what? That's mind control like a motherfucker. Because we know that he didn't kill her. We know that was a government conspiracy. We don't want to get into that. That's been well covered. But it's interesting here that, like what's the name say, he walked like he got blood on his feet. But it's interesting here that this white woman gets killed. It'll be a year ago, around June 19th or something like that. I think it was on Juneteenth or something close to that time of 1994. Everything is in a cycle because 10 years ago in the basketball world, Michael Jordan's father gets killed in 1993 and he retires in September of 1993. Okay? See the cycle? So we know that this is a cycle that's going on. It's a cycle that's going on. So O.J. Simpson thing is coming up. The first thing they did is Newsweek magazine printed a picture of O.J. Simpson with a mug shot. It was real dark and gloomy. You know, this is a week after they didn't even know the man did it. Sports Illustrated just printed a picture with this nigga with a mug shot. Anybody saw the picture? Sports Illustrated, they got Kobe Bryant with a damn mug shot. You see, so we know that they're going to do the O.J. thing again. And we can't say that, well, first of all, we can't say based on that you can't go to jail for bogus rape now. They showed that with Mike Tyson ass. You can go to jail for this shit. You can go to jail for this. But I really have no sympathy on no nigga running with some fucking white girls. I'm sorry. Now, we know the real mystery also is, it's interesting, now look at this. To let you know that it's all in a cycle. Look at this shit. O.J. Simpson thing will be next year. Let you know this is all in a cycle. Check this out. Entertainment Tonight decided that they would do their, you know, always got some old expert correspondent they call up from some courtroom. So with the Kobe Bryant case, they called up an expert correspondent, and it just so happened to be Marsha Clark, the lawyer against O.J. Now, wait a minute, I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, what the fuck? I ain't seen Marsha black ass since 95. Her white ass since 95. All of a sudden, she back. And she's the analyst for the court case of Kobe Bryant. Well, one thing this cracker didn't say, she said this shit already finished. She said, because it's high down, she said, well, it looks like he might walk. She said, but he's an admitted adulterer. He admitted it on the doggone national TV. His endorsements are completely wiped out. So this motherfucker just threw $100 million of endorsements down the drain. Down the drain. His endorsements is wiped out. So it don't matter if they let his ass go. He can't get no more endorsements, especially fucking over white women. So they've already achieved it. Then they might add in something and send that nigga ass to jail. They should. Fuck him. Damn him. I hope they make him into a bitch. Tired of it. His own parents told that nigga about the stuff. He didn't want to hear it. Oh, he's so bad, he gonna go up into where? Oregon? Where was it? Oregon? Colorado? And you ain't no Denver. This nigga was, you ain't but 4% in Denver, period. This nigga in some mysterious place in Colorado where ain't no niggas around. He said, fuck that. I didn't want to smell a damn black woman. But, here again, going back to the melanin aspect, they're killing two birds with one stone. It's all based on distraction. You can count on distraction in the summer solstice. Because that's when you're the closest aspect to the star Sirius, and with the star Mars coming up, they got to ride this COVID thing out and put you on lockdown because they need to distract you. What I told you in the summer months, the biggest thing is dehydration, sleep deprivation, and distraction. Very key. Y'all all right? Yeah. So this COVID thing, as well as this shit right here. You know? I mean, this is really a low blow. This is a low blow, not to just him, but to the guy that died. You know, but they can do these things. Let me show you with these people now. NBC News, a week before the 4th of July, NBC News, I'll tell you when it was. It was the fucking day, to give you the date on it, so when somebody call you on it, it was the day that Bush went to Africa. The day he went to Africa, NBC News aired some stuff on Africa. They went to Kenya, and they was talking about the whole AIDS thing. And they had a black woman, and I want you to see what they think about you. They had a black woman in Kenya dying just like this guy's dead. This woman was dying in the bed with AIDS. It wasn't bad enough that they killed the woman, killed her and call it AIDS. But she's in the bed dying with AIDS, a black woman. She's dying, and she got her breast exposed. Now, it's not like it's in the bush, somewhere where you got very few people on the planet walking around with their titties out now. But this is Kenya. Hell, they got tall buildings in Kenya. And she's dying in a hospital, but they ramshack. They got her breast exposed, and they showing this shit, not live footage. They choose to show this thing on ABC News, 7 o'clock prime time in the continental United States, where they know they wouldn't dare go to England and show a white woman dying in the bed with her titties exposed. But you're not human. Same old National Geographic shit. So she's not human, so we can show her on prime time. Now listen, you watch day and night to see some nipples on prime time outside of cable, and they never show you somebody's boobies on TV on prime time. You say they never do it. You watch and you watch and you watch, and they never do it. You ain't got cable and you got the 3-4 channels, you'll never see this shit, right? They never do it. Year after year after year, they never show nothing. But here it is on national news, 6 o'clock some places, they showing a black woman's breast out on national news. And we know that they wouldn't go to Croatia, Czechoslovakia, or any of these subhuman places and show a white woman's breast out. And choose not to edit that. It's not a live picture and they just got fucked up and went in the room and said, oops, excuse me, ma'am. No, they're showing this woman dying. She got the tube up her mouth, her breasts are exposed, and they edit this thing to put it right on the TV because they're saying, let's see how savage these black-ass niggas are in the United States. You know, we've been batting 1,000 in the damn 2,000 with these sick-ass bastards not catching on to nothing. Except us conscious folks. I don't include you among them. You see what I'm saying? But I have a detestation now for dead niggas. I'll be like, oh, it's not important. It's not important. You know what I'm saying? But we, you know, dead niggas ain't gonna say nothing. So somebody will call me and say, yeah, my brother dying. Can you ask the spirits what can I do? And they say, comfort him. Comfort him. Be close to him. Be like, we ain't gonna try to save this motherfucker right here. So no, he ain't about nothing. So, they say, let's put this thing on the TV set and see those black people respond to this thing. You know, but black people are dead. They probably looking and going in their mind, well, you know, that is Africa. They do wear their breasts out. This is in Kenya. You see what I'm saying? The only reason why you ever saw somebody breast out in Africa because the white man decided to show you that. And that's a form of dehumanizing you. So it's the same old National Geographic thing. Show you this cracker's not playing. You see. Meanwhile, they done killed 30 million black people with AIDS. Now, according to our census, it's 40 million every 10 years, and then it jumped back to 30 million, or how many black people are in the United States. It's back to 30 million now. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, we're going to say there's 30 million black people in the United States. They say that they done lost 30 million Africans on the continent. That means that's equivalent to every Negro walking around in the United States. Being that that was in the United States, it'll be an all-white and Hispanic town. Okay? But they say we done lost since 1989. Since 1989, we've lost 30 million black people to AIDS in Africa. And we got another 30 million now HIV positive. And we have 600 South Africans dying a day. You hear this? Do you hear me? 600 South Africans. What's that? 4,200? Do the math. 600 times 7. 4,200 South Africans dying a day. Hey, but there's white people in South Africa. And not a damn cracker catching this shit. The Shantytowns was the most isolated place on the planet in 1990, and now they got fucking more AIDS than anybody on the damn world in the world. Ain't got something? 4,200 Africans. That's an epidemic, and not a damn white South African. But yet they showed the man, they said, okay, let's give him the truth. On 60 Minutes in December, they said, okay now, let's give these no good, fucked up niggas the truth. Let's see how savage. You know, like, why are you saying that? Because they put this shit out here to monitor to see where your mind is. That's what they say. They say, okay, let's shoot these niggas all up, put them in some fucking yellow, what the fuck is that shit? Glover, skin tight, see what I'm saying? Condom pants. And shit with lubricant on it, non-oxidized lubricant condom pants. He looking like a damn caterpillar. You see what I'm saying? You know, and the sisters be like, goddamn, that's a fucked up waste of man. You know what I mean? Nice looking brother, you know what I'm saying? And I think all men look ugly. You know what I'm saying? That's a healthy attitude in this day. That's a healthy attitude. All men look ugly. To me, no, you look ugly, man. I'm sorry. You know. I'm just going by the standard. Some sister was, when I saw this at the newsstand, some sister said, that's a fine-ass brother right there. So I'm going based on the sisters' meters on this shit here. You know what I'm saying? He just a ugly nigga in yellow pants to me. You see what I'm saying? You know, all niggas look ugly to me. You know what I'm saying? You're a little too close. You're all right, but you're a little too close. When I go to the goddamn movies, if it ain't a big crowd, me and my boy Atiba from after my election in Detroit, went to the movies. I had about 2 hours before I flew out. So let's go see this League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which was a good movie. And we went up in there and all that. And what we did, I sat in this chair. We left this chair empty. We said, we'll leave this chair empty for popcorn. Yeah, sure we are. And you sit right there. God damn it, you're a little too close up in here. You're a little too close, and ain't nobody up in this theater and shit. know what I'm saying? You see, you might have a notion to swap spit. I trust no one these days. I remember that shit in college. That's I 75 pounds less. Who are you fooling? 100 pounds less. And I was supposed to say, brother, you're a handsome, you're-looking young man. Oh, yeah? I've been waiting all year for a sister to say that I get it from a hard head. I'm like, you don't have to have no lace around your drawers, so you shouldn't be saying that to me. All right. Going back. What was I on? All right. What was I on? The yellow pants. Now, they said, let me go show these Negroes here. Right before Christmas, they say, let's put the truth out here and show these niggas and see if anybody respond. Right on 60 Minutes. So first of all, this is another thing here. To show you how you're not affected by media. They're going to get these two. They take a bald-headed man and a man with a beard and go, I Saddam Hussein's sons. And you believe that dumb shit. Oh, we done killed Saddam Hussein's sons. That can be anybody. That could have been a motherfucker for 4 months ago. Just give them a picture. But guess what? The damn people in Iraq who are not swayed, the people in Iraq who are not swayed by American media, they go, oh, we don't believe that shit in nothing. Show me. But they give you this thing here and put some pictures up. That's Saddam Hussein's sons. Come on. You believe that shit. Like they still in Iraq killing. Saddam Hussein left him and his entourage left Iraq courtesy of the United States government before the damn war started. And you believe this stuff. And the motherfuckers didn't bring back a damn bullet. Didn't even bring back a damn bullet to say why we got the war going on. But yet they're going to put this foolishness up in here and you believe it. All right? We'll be going to recognize in a few minutes. So they said, let's go and teach these Negroes and show these niggas what this thing is all about in December. So they go and they kill, some white man get killed in Oregon or Utah, whatever. Oregon, Utah, South Dakota, and all the same shit. A bunch of places where Negroes ain't. Whatever. Oregon, Utah, one of them, some white man get killed. They go up in his house and he got bubonic plague, cholera. He got every germ in the last 500 years and plague up in his damn house. And so they go in his house for something else, and he ended up pulling the gun and shooting himself, because that was part of his M.O. That was a part of his assignment. If they catch you, take a gun, put it in your mouth. Because if we got to do it, we're going to put you on the ground and we're going to let you live for a year, and you're going to wish you was dead. So whatever it was that the government said they would do to your ass if you get caught, he said, I don't want to fuck with that, so let me put this bullet up in my brain and swallow up on this damn gun. So he blew his brains out. They go up and they catch all the stuff in his house. Cholera, TB, bubonic plague, even shit like botulism, all types of shit. He got it all. They trace him to South Africa, the white man from Oregon. They trace him to a Dr. Death in South Africa. And they talking to this Dr. Death, which they said that his whole thing was, he's talking about in 1998, 99, 1988, 89, 87, on how they're going to put the AIDS in the shanty towns in South Africa and infect, which is happening now. Ain't get 4,200 dying now? And they show how they're going to do this. They go to this man with his radical views, and they get this paper coming from the United States. It's a paper that looks just like this. And they're showing this memo to this guy, and on the top it had AIDS. And it had AIDS, and it had all this stuff about AIDS, and in the middle of the paper it had one paragraph. Biological warfare, so-and-so, germ warfare, this. Now, first of all, that's the whole memo right there. And then in the middle it starts back with all this AIDS bullshit. So, it's a paper, and it's got all this shit about AIDS, blah, 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 AIDS, blah, blah, blah. And in the middle, this shit says germ warfare, this, chemical that, kill a nigga this, kill a nigga that. Bam, and then on the bottom it starts back with the AIDS shit. So right in the middle, this Dr. Death. They say, yeah, God damn it. So 60 Minutes was, yeah, well, we know you're doing all this stuff here and all, and we just talked to the FBI, they knew about you, and the CIA, and they said you this and you that. And he said, oh, yeah? He said, well, I just talked to the FBI and the CIA 2 days ago, and they act like they didn't know nothing about it. So in this Dr. Death cat, it's a whole thing in with the government. They literally showed the germ warfare and the AIDS and all this shit connected from South Africa and the United States and all this shit that's going on in Africa. They showed the shit right on TV in December. But niggas won't pick it up. And let's go on. Y'all all right? Yeah, let's go on. Let's pull these libations. And let's go on. Let me give them some of this. All right. Let's do this. Because I can be all day long. All right. Okay. Let me get some of these new ones out. You know, first I'll pull you a little bit. This is for an entity called Bobby Hemmitt. Shake. Yep. All right. Pull some of these new entities. I got 20. You didn't bring the blackboard. You didn't bring it, did we? You got it? You got the magic markers? You don't need it right now. We're going to do this. We'll do it in a minute. Okay, we're doing it. Okay, got magic markers? Okay. So we're going to jot down some of these particular things. Now, for those people, if you have money to travel, I want you to go see the Egyptian Book of the Dead in the greatest collection of Egyptian artifacts, or Kamite artifacts outside of Cairo. We want you to go, because you missed it in the Brooklyn Museum. So we want you to go to Chicago, to the Field Museum, for those people that will be in Chicago. You want to go to the Field Museum in Chicago, Illinois. That's going to be, it came there. It's been in Chicago since April the 26th. It's going to be there till August the 10th. Well, fuck that. Y'all done missed out on that, and y'all ain't going nowhere August the 10th. That's next week or sometime. So for the people that's going to be in the Chicago area, August the 10th at the Field Museum. So, y'all ain't going there. You done missed that one. So, shit, we can't even be here on time. Damn well I know you ain't going there and also. Let's go to the next one. That one is already fucked for black folks. The Walters Art Museum in Baltimore, Maryland. September the 21st. The Walters Art Museum in Baltimore, Maryland. That's where we're telling you, write it down, take the pilgrimage. Walters Art Museum, Baltimore, Maryland, September the 21st to January the 4th. So that means they already consider CP time for y'all black asses. So for you niggas that's not an hour late, but want to be 4 months late, you got till January the 4th to see the exhibit in Baltimore, Maryland. What's that, 2 hours, 3 hours away, 4 hours? 3 hours away or whatever? Now, I must warn you, they got 2 exhibits. One is the nigger clause, and one is the real deal. Now, they're already banking for you to be a nigger, and they got a free tour for your ass. And most niggas are going to take the free tour. Yet, they got one for $12 measly dollars where you get the full tour. Always pay. My mama said, you always pay for what you get in this country. This is a land of capitalism. And ultimately, nothing ain't free. If it's free, some shit tearing up tomorrow. There's some clause. You pay for what you get in this goddamn country. You see what I'm saying? Or you paying more for some shit that you thought was cheap? If they sell dollar store, that means that they got half of the shit for free. And you paying $1, they got a 100% markup. Now, in this thing here, take the $12 tour. Don't go to Baltimore, Maryland, because some sisters went from Pittsburgh, went to Chicago, and they missed the Book of the Dead. I'm like, God damn, that's why I sent you there. You didn't see the Book of the Dead? I said, I can't believe it. Now, I said, well, damn, I knew another sister that went in Chicago, and she saw it. She said, we caught the free tour. So they bypass the book of the dead. That's the whole concept, is to see the oldest book in the world, because the judgment scene is there in the book of the dead. They got the judgment scene panel, so you're going to get a certain amount of energy and a quickening when you go into that room. But take the real tour. Don't go on the free tour, because that don't include the book of the dead. You see? But that's from September the 21st, which means you ain't got long. Because you know a day is like an hour and a week is like a day now. You notice this shit? A week is, maybe because I don't work, so I must, wait a minute, hold on, let me back up. Because this motherfucker sleep till 5 o'clock, so it's unfair for me to say that the week is like a day now. But is a week like a day for you people that work? Okay. You know, so a week is like a day, so for those people, September the 21st will be upon you soon. And you want to go, you want to take a pilgrimage, you want to go down, you want to go into that book of the dead room, and you want to do your invocation to Isis, Osiris, and Mayat, and the whole, the judgment gods of the scenes of the gods of the assembly hall. You want to get up in there and you want to get electrified, because this is what this shit is about. That's why they secretively had it. But you got one last chance for the East Coast to do this, and Baltimore is central. That means everybody can get to it. You see, Baltimore, Maryland, at the Walters Art Museum, that's what you want to deal with. Okay? That's the Eternal Egypt, Masterworks of ancient Egypt from the British Museum. The Eternal Egypt collection. They also have a companion book that is complete with everything in it to go along with it. So we want to do that. We want you to make it. For those people who's going to be in Chicago in the next couple of days or the next week, you're welcome to go see it, because it's going to be there till August the 10th. All right, let's go with the libations.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what's so good about going to this particular event in Baltimore? What's so good about going to see the Book of the Dead?
Certain things have a certain amount of energy. Certain things, the Book of the Dead is a book that was written, and most of the spells that was written for this day and time right now. It's a book of eschatology, which means they wrote it for people now. You see what I'm saying? Ironically, my name is Hemmitt, H-E-M-M-I-T-T, but the word in the hieroglyphic dictionary is H-E-M-M-I-T, which means spirits in the last days. A group of, it says, advanced spirits in the last days, what the word Hemmitt means, or crown of Osiris. So, we conscious people, this stuff was written for us. They said it in the Hermetic text, that it will be a group of people in the Western Hemisphere, and Osiris is the god of the Westerners. He's the god of the Westerners. So they're talking about you. All through the Book of the Dead, they're talking about the West. This book here, this is the one coming from the University of Chicago. This is the real one. In this particular book, it's all about the West. The West, Osiris, the god of the Westerners. We are the Westerners. We are the ones, the Mayatian Westerners. So therefore, when you go to the Book of the Dead, it was written for you at a certain time. So when you go and gaze upon it, if you go back and see the movie The Mummy and understand what was going on, where they got to be at a certain place at a certain time. That's what the movie Tomb Raider was about, especially this last one. You know, I heard people, I didn't like it. Man, that shit was dropping like hell. They went all the way back. They dropped the shit. They went back to Mount Kilimanjaro. They said, we're going to the cradle of civilization. They went to fucking Kilimanjaro and went up into a pit, and they went and faced some black acid melanin, pure melanin. And the Pandora's box was up in there. That shit was bad. Lara Croft's Tomb Raider. This shit came out Friday. It came out Friday. At the same time, the day it came out, we get this motherfucker here jumping for joy. Jumping for joy. Jumping for joy. Of Gayronese. We get the new race of Gayronese. Japanese, Chinese, and Gayronese. Happy, happy, happy. He's happy. You know, he's jumping for joy and shit, going down the Hershey Highway. You know, new love, Dookie love, Dookie love, Dookie love, Dookie love, Dookie love. Now, that same time, Lara Croft's Tomb Raider is coming out. Rudolph Tomb Raiders coming out during the same time. And they talking about the cradle of civilization. They dropped it in the movie. Because I knew it. Some old nigga, I didn't like it. That shit was hell. I mean, what would you think this thing gonna happen? You know, I heard about 5 people say they didn't like it. That shit was tight. You understood what was going on? They showed the pure melanin. The cracker fell into the melanin and died. That's the primordial waters of noon. They showed all that. They talk about when Pandora opened the box, she cried, black ashes. That shit was bad. That's all about melanin. They dropped it in the movie. You see, they dropped it in the movie. That movie and the other movie, Extraordinary Gentlemen, when they went into them rooms, they had a book room where every single inch of the wall was covered in books. And Laura Croft, when they went in there, every single inch of the wall was covered in books. Let you know, study to know thyself approved. You see, so there's certain things that's going on, at this particular time. And the Westerners, when you go to see that Book of the Dead, you're going to be energized. Well, it's a ritual, so make up your ritual, memorize it and recite it. When you go in there, stand before Osiris and recite your goddamn ritual. And it'll work. Because this is the time for this stuff to work. Y'all all right? Yep. Okay, let's do this. Zarabanda, Zarabanda, Zarabanda. Ashe. Okay, hold on. Spit it this way. All right, give some to the turntables. Might have a ghost come up on there and start rocking the wheels of steel for you. Don't be disturbed. Zarabanda, Zarabanda, Zarabanda. Madre de Agua, Madre de la Luna, Mama Shola, Santissima Muerte, La Santissima Petra Eamon, San Simon, Francisco Siete Reyes, Los Spiritus and Tranquilos, Mama Shola, El Cristo Negro, El Cristo Rey. Let's see. Otincha Tiacha Shayola. Otincha Tiacha Shayola. Otincha Tiacha Shayola. Shumala. Omagumu. Alcala. Olalinsu. Malila. Tecumbo. Lopeyo. Labado. These are all new. Ishtar. Not Ishtar. Ishtar. Monu. Moku. Mana. Inmatu. Kinmatu. Jova, TT. He did a motherfucker, spirit came called TT. I said, oh shit. Some goddamn ghetto names was legitimate anyway. One of the spirits came through, she said, my name is TT. I said, oh shit. We got fucking TT in the house as an ancient primordial goddess. Damn, the sisters wasn't off with all that TT and Travante and shit. You know that's a motherfucker cut up in school. A nigga, first grade named Travante. Mr. Principal, Travante done lost his goddamn mind. You know that motherfucker hell in school. Travante is swinging on the fucking chandeliers and shit. Travante. Quintilla. Shavasia, Denasia, Contasia. No. Now, those are not what's called, those are these names. Quika, Contisha, and Manisha, and all that. You know, now, no. So when this TT came, I said, damn, TT came in the spirit of all them sisters, so them motherfuckers was doing some chaos stuff anyway. But these are primordial beings. Okay. Let me give you some more. There's 11 more of the new names. Okay, Lavado, Luigi, Atama, Orlando, Papa, Ogadi, Ogado, Iwasta, Amati, Oradege, Alisa, Owamitsu. Okay, all right, let's go on. Osa, Ase, Heru, Heruaha, Pastefi, Abdur, Pasanin, Eros, Dasashati, Dionysus, Shiva, Rudra, Prabhati, Sati, Kali, Kalima, Terra, Imhotep, Amuthis, Satis, Tatanan, Oparit, Heruaha, Pasepi, Subha, Sudnebit, Sudnusi, Subha, Nut, Apit, Kayurt, Ishtar, Astarte, Aphrodite, Inanna, Timothy, Pazuzu. That, you know, Pazuzu is actually Pazuzu. That's the one in The Exorcist. It's a real deity, Pazuzu. Hold on to that because I've got a lot to do with Iraq. Pazuzu. Sutan, Sutek, Melchizedek, Sarkek, Sadek, Al, Bal, Butchers, Dadoon, the Wabutep, Otu, Ogu, Tim, Timothy, Mintu, Suras, Netters, Nephilim, Titans, Leviathan, Tiamat, Setlet, Sashet, Ptah, Ra, Amen Rinthensah, Osar Kitiamiti, Aset, Nedhurt, Sebek, Sobek, Sahu, Sakaris, Tatanan, Mim, Nineveh, Daf, Keva, Chakma, Bana, Tippura, Naksat, Yasa, Hard, Malkus, Adanbalabo, Edawero, Bay, Sagbo. Let me get some of these babies here. Y'all right? Wadi of the Needle World, Garbi Nebo, Agusu, Abagisu, Ateng, Zaka, Araboro, Azagamo, Azagasi, Ogunzi, Wadi Bay, Wadi Double, Wadi Feathers, Wadi Tippery, Wadi Agrini, Wadi Piwara, Wadi Bridget, Sponsor Baron Samadi, Baron McClux, Barry Sarades, Saco, Bay, Agadu, Agui, Loco, Adam Loco. Aki, now give me some loud old shade this time. To cool it down up in here. Loco, Atu, Azuli Frida, Azuli Zuli, Mrs. Azuli, Dova, Ryan Azuli, Creole Laura, Del Petro, TGDC, Petro D Rouge, TGP, Red FTP, Simona B, Rainbow Islay, Bridget Perrit, Keith the Cheese, Breeze, Lucifer, Terrace, Azuli Terrace, Tariq Brain, Laura Kitty, Azuli Tini, Azuli Nika, Azuli Bimba. Okay, a few more. Kando Naspa, Kando Sabine, Capillo, Manga Doggy, Huasa, Kita, TGC, TG Jetin, TG Ping Sick, Miss TGC, Manaraki Muasi, Simbi, Marisha, Miss Charlotte, Dalafilion. Okay. All right. We're going to give them a shout out to how this stuff comes back. Comes back to you. Now, I said, well, who is this nigga right here? This brother here is a god right here. This brother here, Shabazz. I said, well, who is this brother? So the sister in Atlanta was like, his name, she said, oh, he's a very ancient and powerful deity. His name is Anubaresh, an underworld deity. And also, each one of your names are also coming back. Also, coming back at this particular time. So we're going to give Anubaresh, because this is his thing, a shout out. Ashe. So this brother has the power to do all kind of stuff. Is it still on the tape? Well, change the tape then. And then we're going to go into the lecture. We're going to finally start the lecture. Ego. That's what you have to do. So one of my suppression of all forms of ego is I tell the women, you can think of whoever you want in the world while you're making love to me. Whatever nigga turn you on, if it ain't me, think of him. I have no problem with my masculinity. Think of me. One sister was like, man, I got this guy, and every time I think about him, every time I see him, and we used to make love so good, he just turns me on. I'm like, bring that nigga to the bedroom. Bring him to the bedroom. Bring him to the bedroom. That fantasy is good. You see. Also, you sisters can do this when you're sleeping with your husband. Think of that other brother. That breaks up the monotony. You see, I know things get real quiet when I'm tapping into you all holy and thou people. Creative visualization. Melanin works through change. Melanin is chaos is melanin. Melanin is an unorganized forms of spirit and matter where change is supreme. If you don't change, melanin dies. It goes dormant. So think of the other man when you're with your husband. Think of the other woman when you're with your wife. You see what I'm saying? So I say, I have to suppress my ego. I'm like, you can think of that other brother while you're with me. As long as you're giving me some, it don't matter. You can think of, you can call his name. Call his name, baby. Call his name. As long as you're giving me some. I'll even pretend I'm him. I'll be Jethro for the night. This is called role playing. I'm securing my masculinity. I'll be Jethro. See what I'm saying? That's right. Now, y'all don't fuck around and be fantasizing about me and call out your name with y'all husbands and shit. Say, oh, Bobby Hemmitt. You'll be coming down to Atlanta to blow my brains out. You see what I'm saying? You know, call it down because that little shit didn't happen already. Somebody was watching my videotapes and started fantasizing about me. I'm telling you things based on experience. And call my name out with her nigga. You know, not a nigga mad at me. In the marriage council, talking about she belonged to a cult. Some nigga named Bobby. He belonged to a cult. Some nigga named Bobby. I said, that's better than Jesus. Shoot. All right now, let's go on. Let's deal with some things here. First of all, I want to deal with this. We're going into the melanin, but I want to deal with this because this is very important. I want to deal with two things. The first thing I want to deal with right now is ongoing research, and the research that I came here the last time I was in was telling you about. I want to deal with this research again because Laila Africa, when he came to the Melanin Conference, he was writing, he said that the number one thing that he was trying to fight against was the granulated sugar. Well, I give my rendition based on case study and then further research and even further research since I came here. Now check it out. I talked about when I was in Houston, Texas. When I was in Houston, Texas, you know, I usually don't sit down, but I see Valentine sitting down all the time, so I can at least sit down sometime. And he don't never stand, so shit, I can at least, you know, but you know, he used to didn't curse, now he's cursing. I wonder where he got that from. So I'll sit down. I remember back in '97, somebody called me and said, damn man, Valentine cursing. I wonder where you get that shit from. So I'm gonna steal his shit. You know, stole my curse words. I'm gonna steal his sitting down. All right. I was in Houston, Texas, and doing a lecture. It's an excellent lecture. What's the name? Rise of the Egyptian Serpent. And the day two, this girl gonna come in and gonna break protocol and gonna try to get nasty with me up in the lecture. And she didn't know. Because when they did it with Ashwa Crazy in there, they were like, oh, sister, you know, that Afrocentric bullshit. Sister, oh, but sister, oh, my brother, I'm like, what the fuck you say? And it threw her off guard. You know, she didn't figure, you know, I'm a nigga. She asking me questions, I'm giving all this bibliography. And she still want to hog and stuff. She gonna answer me. So she figured, you know, like any other thing, you know, that I was going to go, oh, sister, so-and-so, like, you know, I'm a psychiatrist. I'm like, what the fuck you say? I start going all off on her ass and stuff. I said, I revoke your question and answer privileges. So the people looking and stuff, I said, well, we got to do this to our people. I said, because you wouldn't dare go down to the University of Texas and up in them white people forums and break protocol. She would be the most mannerable nigga up in there. But they come here, you see what I'm saying? And then around our people show their ass. So we got to put niggas in place. I said, she know what the hell she doing. I said, hell, I gave her fucking 15 books and the motherfucker didn't write down one damn book. She ain't interested in this goddamn knowledge and truth. So I went off on her ass good. But anyway, you know, I said, no, I'm going to do the reverse. I'm going to do the shit that you understand. I'm going to get ignorant on your ass. I'm not going to come with no, oh, brother, you know, all that old Afrocentric shit we done got into. Oh, righteous. Oh, sister love, peace and love and all that old bullshit. I said, oh, fuck that. Some goddamn fat back bacon shit right here, motherfucker. Fat back bacon. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to tell no lie what's in my mind. I'm ready to cuss your monkey ass out. That's right. So I put her in her place. You know? Divine chastisement. So they say, brother, are you going to take this off the table? I said, hell no! This motherfucker's going all around the country so she can see, everybody can see her get this ass whipping. So the next time somebody know to come up in this motherfucker, they know that we going to get ignorant up in this shit here, and I'm going to stand on my head. And I'm bringing a fort out to you. Here's a fort out to you. Like a shout out, I'm giving you a fort out. Tired of this old crazy shit. But I already knew what was going on, because see, the government agents, that's their job, to come in and disrupt a black forum. And we take, you know, we got all this, oh, sister, brother, sister, all those peace and love shit. When they disrupt, you got to go to war. This is warfare going on. She gonna come up in the shit, answer me. I said, I done gave this motherfucker 15 books. She ain't getting my answers because she ain't trying to get no answers. She trying to disrupt. You know what I'm saying? Trying to doggone disrupt. But anyway, I'm in doggone Houston, Texas. And the brother works in a sugarcane field where he drives these trucks. They load up his truck. And then he drives it to the mill. And they unload it. And he drives it back. And that's all he does. He makes about $60,000 for a couple of months. See what I'm saying? That kind of shit. You know. But anyway. So he brings me into Houston every year. So I'm in Houston, and he's talking about the sugar canes. Where's that magic marker? Oh, well, don't worry about it. The sugar canes are as big as a cigar. Now, I talked about this the last time. The sugar canes are as big as round as your thumb now. And we know sugar canes were as big as silver dollars. And so they had cloned the sugar cane. We talked about this, and we talked about this last time. I'm giving you the further research we could have found out since the last time I was here. So we found out they cloned the sugar cane, and he said that they will not sell. You can't take medicinal regular sugar cane to the mills. They won't buy it. And the brother was from, last time I was here, the brother was from Jamaica that came up and said that, yeah, we used to have the traditional sugar cane, but when he went back down to Jamaica, they sell it, the hybrid clone sugar cane as big as your thumb, but the other one's as big as a silver dollar around. You see where I'm coming from? Those people. And he said that was medicinal. But this stuff here is hybrid cloned sugar cane. And they won't buy nothing but hybrid cloned sugar cane all over the world. That's the only thing they will allow, the mills will sell. In return, they make high fructose corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup. Now that shit is in everything. Because I was wondering why in the 70s and the 80s you couldn't get nothing but Welch's juice. But now they got a juice aisle that's as big as a damn half a store with nothing but juice. But if you look on it, most of it is high fructose corn syrup. Now, up in Detroit, like I said last time, one of those sisters Fanny worked with Richard King, got on the case, and she made this synopsis. Well, it's hybrid corn syrup, she says, well, based on what we know, as soon as the high fructose corn syrup hits your body, the central nervous system shuts down completely. Ain't that a bitch? It shuts, so they're able to retard the central nervous system. It shuts down completely with high fructose corn syrup. Now, when I said, well, that's interesting, I said because the high fructose corn syrup is in everything. You see? So it don't matter if you don't drink no sodas. You drinking the juice has got high fructose corn syrup. Not unless it says 100% juice. You see what I'm saying? And they got 100% juice that's just as sweet as the shit with high fructose corn syrup. But it's in all sugars. It is big sugar. But it shuts down the central nervous system. Okay, which means it retards the melanin. So, well, let's go on. Because if it retards the melanin, and the melanin is throughout the whole central nervous system, then we understand now that everything is based on the retarding agent is high fructose corn syrup, which is in most salty foods. Now, there's no way that you can get around it, but the best thing you can do is eliminate sweet products with high fructose corn syrup. You know what I'm saying? Now, so we kept getting on the case, and we found out this. This is the age-old case. We know that we can't trace people that wasn't born with so-called diabetes. They used to call it sugar. You had to be born with it in the 60s and the 70s and the 50s and the 40s. But all of a sudden in the 1980s, they started telling the people, you gain weight, you got sugar. Then they start saying, when you get a certain age, you got diabetes. Now they got children 19 18, 17, coming down with diabetes, he wasn't born with it. So this shit is an epidemic of diabetes. Guess what? The epidemic is the diabetes is coming from high fructose corn syrup. If it shuts down the central nervous system, it also shuts down the pancreas. We just broke one of the great mysteries. Diabetes became like the flu. Everybody got fucking diabetes now. You hear this thing?
Right.
Now it's getting younger and younger. Everybody got it. I'm people 19. I got diabetes. I got diabetes. And it's coming from the high. And I said there's got to be something to diet, or they got to be giving somebody something. Yeah, that's a lot cooler. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. There you go. That's it there. Yeah, man. Woo. Like a peppermint patty. A cool breeze streaking up my buttocks. All right. Yeehaw. Why? All right, now. Yep. I'm a damn. I just can't get over this shit right here. No, wait a minute. This is baffling me. This shit right here is baffling me. Man, that's sad. You know that nigga used to buy them butt plugs. That nigga there was a master of the butt plugs. That nigga was a master of the butt plug. Anyway, we found out that the diabetes is directly related to the high fructose corn syrup. This hybrid sugar is so unnatural until it's giving people diabetes on the spot. Now we know about the high blood pressure, but I want to say that here goes again. My hometown of Melanin, South Carolina, all the niggas down there is done cured high blood pressure. All the niggas down there done cured high blood pressure. My mama called and said, yeah, ain't nobody in the town got high blood. We cured that down here. No black people, you know. And so she sent me up a batch of this cure, which was a big bag full of dried moss. Anybody know what dried moss is? You go to the swamp areas and you see this moss hanging off the trees. Well, the black people take that down in Melanin and put it in their shoe. And nobody in the whole town got high blood pressure. They cured that shit. Of course, the doctor ain't gonna tell you that, because the pharmaceutical industry got $1 billion on high blood pressure, and they tell you to get on the water pills, not the old shit. For the people can't afford high blood pressure medicine, we're making the old water pills and stuff like that. So they got all this going down, and them niggas in Melanin done cured high blood pressure. Everybody in the whole town ain't got high blood pressure by taking the dried moss and putting it up in your shoes. It's amazing. You see, that's amazing. Now, y'all all right? Okay, now I wanted to deal with that. I want to deal with this one thing right here because this is very important. I want to get into this right now. This has nothing to do with melanin, but it has a lot to do with the melanin people. Some of you all can testify to this because it started here in New York. I can trace it as far as Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the northern states, and it's coming on down. And that is, I'm going to probably do another documentary tomorrow on the sit-down on this, as well as some other laws, and that is, and let me see if I can get it right. I was up here and some people was telling me today to get their checks garnished by the government because the government has lumped the welfare system into the child support system. Now I got a whole article on the myth of deadbeat dads. So they took this deadbeat dad stuff. They wanted to pass laws on it, so they took a lot of millionaire white folks and they said that they were deadbeat dads. And that is to pass the law so they're not making a poor people's phenomenon. So you get a whole bunch of rich people, make you mad at them for not paying child support, and you pass all these laws. So the deadbeat dad shit is that they got now, you just wink the wrong way, they lock your ass up. So that's the most powerful shit on the planet. I was up in Pittsburgh, and one brother was a police officer getting ready to retire. He said, ain't nothing up in that jail on every floor but child support. All right.
North Carolina too.
Yeah. All locked up. Now, come to find out that they took the welfare system and what used to be aid and assistance, they turned it into a loan so that you got to pay it back. Anybody know about this? Raise your hand. How many motherfucking niggas know about this shit here? All right then. So now you have to take, so they took the welfare system, what, 1964 on up or whatever? I don't know when they really started that. You know, huh? Like 68 or something like that when they really got it going. And they took the welfare system and made it and took it from an aid or an assistant and turned it into a loan. And turned it into a loan. Now this is very careful. You all need to pay close attention to what I'm trying to tell you. Because this don't go beyond welfare, because you ain't going to even get out of this if you're a black woman. You got to understand what's going on here. This is very important. Sometimes we have to break down the machine just to see where the devil is moving. Now try to understand this. They stepped to the brothers in the New York area, New Jersey area, and I know Pennsylvania, because Pittsburgh, the Pennsylvania area, and they told them that they have combined welfare as an entity of child support. Am I right? And then they told them that they would have to pay back welfare and they're going to garnish their checks. Now, as long as they're paying back welfare, their children don't get no child support. So it ain't about child support. Am I right so far? So now, let's say you went to jail for 16 years and you got out and you had a baby before you left. You got to pay welfare. Now, let's say your children been grown for fucking 10 or 15 years. You still got to pay welfare. So they took what was a aid or an assistant and they turned it into a loan. You said, how can they do this? How can they reverse things? That's all they can't do that. They can't do that. That's the dead people. They can't do that. You ever hear them? They can't do that. You go home and you start telling them about shit, about how they killing people. They can't do that. Well, what motherfucking country you been living in for the last fucking 200 years? They can't do that. Now, so they took the welfare and they made it into a loan. All right. And as long as you got to owe that loan, you don't get child support. So it ain't about child support. Your child ain't getting no money until they get their welfare money back and they garnish your check. Am I right on how this thing goes? Right? Raise your hand if you know what the hell I'm talking about. And don't be ashamed. Wear that on up because that means that they fucking you up. You see what I'm saying? You know. So now you get this. They took welfare, put it into the child support system. That means they got the laws to lock your ass up. You see. They make the deadbeat dad shit with white folks. Then the deadbeat dad thing, they make all these laws for child support. They take the welfare system and put it in the child support system. I mean, mind you, Bill Clinton was the man who did this, the man you loved. Bill Clinton. The man you loved said, I'm going to fix the niggers forever. So much until they said, even when Bush got in office, he was surprised. He said, damn, some of the shit you got fucking niggers up, I got to put on hold. Because the way we Republicans do it a lot of times, although we say this, we still sneak this shit in. He said, well, I did the same damn thing. He said, but it's a strenuous shit. So he had to put some of the stuff on hold because it would have been too strenuous in his early presidency. Bush. He said, goddamn, this fucking Clinton was fucking them up. The man you love, Clinton. So they passed the welfare bill in 95. You heard the first page in the bill is this thick. All right, and who's free? So, they have converted this into a loan. Now, they go to your birth certificate, and they find out that child is on the birth certificate, and that child has received welfare. Then they look and find out what doctor that is, excuse me, what father that is, and then that father has to pay the welfare back. As long as he has to pay the welfare back, am I right, that the child don't get no child support. But yes, it's the child support laws that support this bullshit. So I asked the question, well, do white people have to pay this back? Now the shit gets interesting. They say, no, they're under another system. Now wait a minute, hold on, there were more white people on welfare than black people. But the black man has to pay this back, and they got to garnish his check, and if he don't pay it back, they take him to jail. And even if he don't have a job, he got to pay, what, $25 a week? Between $25 or $50 a week even if he don't have a job. But the white man don't have to pay this back. But the black man got to pay it back. But there are more white people on welfare. That means there'll be more white men that's got to pay this back, since there were more white women on welfare than black women, because there's more white people in the country. But the white man don't have to pay it back. But the black man got to pay it back, but the white man ain't got to pay this back. But as long as the black man got to pay it back, his child don't get no child support, but yet they can lock you up with the same child support laws. This is a form of slavery. All right, this is how this shit is going. All right then. But what is the mystery? Why the white man ain't got to pay it back? Because the white man, when they started welfare, the welfare was given as an aid or an assistance. But white people were citizens of the United States government, and so therefore, because it was a citizen that didn't have to pay it back based on the aids and assistance, he don't have to pay it back. Because black people are not citizens, you go into the Foreign Country Act, like, you know, when Grenada or when Philippines borrow money in these African countries and they got to pay it back, right? Well, you're not a part of the debtor's nation. You're not a part of the nation of aid and assistance. And because the black man was not a citizen, he has to pay the money back. Here it is one of the most greatest things that ever happened. They're showing you with this thing, and they're exercising the Constitution, how it is written, and what is going down as far as what is your status. There was never any type of ceremony or induction of you into United States citizenry. Right? They just let your ass off the slave. Say you no longer, we're ending slavery. Nobody can no longer chain you up. We didn't say you was fucking citizens. In order to do that, there has to be a ceremony. There has to be a mandate. There has to be whatever to make you citizens. They never made you citizens. So therefore, if they gave you any kind of aid, it's a loan. They can only give aid to citizens. They give loan to sovereign countries. Number one, this says that you're sovereign. So I'm up in Detroit. They said, no. I'm confused, Bobby. Now wait a minute, Bobby. I'm confused. Because I know I have benefited from laws in this country by being a citizen. No, you have benefited by laws in this country because they give you, if you're not a citizen, they give you what is called privileges. Right. Understand the difference. Get the movie Starship Troopers. The book came out in 1958. And in that movie, with the video, they say there's a difference. They say in this land we have citizens and we have civilians. The citizens, Starship Troopers, 1997. The citizens, have to wipe my mouth, you know, might break out with a rash, you know. Never know what a nigga was doing with this microphone. Let me goddamn sterilize my lips with some of this damn elixir. I felt a little itch. All that goddamn hip diddy hop diddy hippy diddy hip hop hop shit. Like my grandma said, all that boom diddy boom boom boom. Shit. Damn. You know, these lips got to be taken care of, you know, for all the purposes. As long as I got a face, you got a place to sit. These lips has talents. Got skills on the lips. So, for the ladies' purposes and all, I gotta sterilize my shit. And y'all coming down with no rickets, no yeast infections, and all kind of plagues and Ebola and shit like that. I kissing on y'all and y'all shit dissolve in front of my face. You see what I'm saying now? But anyway, where was I? Starship Troopers, they say there are the civilians and the citizens. The citizens, you have an inalienable right to get what the country gives you. That is your right. The civilians always have to have things given to them, which means those things can be taken away. So what that means here is the reason why you haven't figured it out yet. Well, Bobby, why is it we can holler and say, this is my right, and they do right by your right? Because they have given you a privilege. A privilege can be what? Revoked. Or repealed. You get it? Yeah. So, the reason why you haven't figured it out yet is, that's why this affirmative action thing was so key. And it threw black people for a loop, because we knew we was losing that motherfucker. They've been talking this charter shit. Charter and quota. They've been talking that for the last 10 years. Then all of a sudden, the Supreme Court came and went in favor of affirmative action. And then even some of the conservative people didn't know what was going on, but you didn't hear a big hoopla about it and burn down the country. They're like, no, man. Don't you understand with the affirmative action, we are giving them privileges? And the more we give them privileges and make them more dependent on us to the point that we can revoke those privileges in an hour, in 5 minutes. Do you get where I'm coming from here? So, the welfare thing, while the last 30 years, it was a privilege. They revoked it, your privilege, and it became a loan. Y'all getting this? Now what does this mean? They just passed the terrorist bill, the subversive act, and thanks to that no good ass Jesse Jackson, they just passed the hate crime bill. Watch that shit. Now Tom Metzger, Ku Klux Klanman, told him, any bill that you pass for me is for you. So they put the Klansmen up there to pass the bill. Yeah, we're going to do the hate crime, hate crime, hate crime. You know what I'm saying? Now, let's not be funny with this goddamn mess. Most motherfuckers roll up on you with a goddamn nigga. You know, white people make it inconvenience for you. They ain't hanging you like that because they scared of you. The hate crime shit was to come against your ass. Now, follow me on this. You got subversive act, you got the hate crime bill, and you got a terrorist bill. And you ain't no fucking citizens. You know what that means? The citizens have the right of freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. The citizens have the right of assembly. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have the right to assemble because you ain't a damn citizen. So right now, this is a terrorist act, what we're doing right now, based on the subversive act. Get where I'm coming from here? This is how it's going, because we knew that this 9/11 shit was coming back to us. All right, now let's go on. Where is the police officer that shot Amadou Diallo now? Anybody know? The police chief. Where's the police chief that was over the police that shot Amadou Diallo? Where is he now? No. He's in Los Angeles, California. He might have been doing some stuff in Iraq, but that guy, one of Giuliani's, if it's not the direct police chief, it's one of Giuliani's right-hand man. It's the police chief in Los Angeles, California. So I was out staying in Hollywood during Christmas. Sisters come up from doggone over on Crenshaw Boulevard. They were like, yo. They said this police chief just came from New York City, and he said he got an all-out war against the Crips and the Bloods. I said, shit, I thought the Crips and the Bloods ain't done nothing since the mid-90s. He said they haven't. But they got an all-out war. And he said he on the radio all the time talking about they going after the Crips and Bloods. I said, that's very interesting. Okay, we know that the Crips and Bloods was put together at Pepperdine University, government agents. the Crips and the Bloods, was put together at Pepperdine University. So that means when they want to start something, they can MK Ultra their ass, and they can start the fight in any minute. So sure enough, this spring, they start blowing up and fighting again. I said, well, I know where this shit going now. He already got a war out on them, and this is what happened. They get an old black preacher. Told you, the motherfucker say every time. Old black preacher, he said, well, hell. Now, we know this is the government. It ain't got nothing to do with the preacher. The preacher just working for them, and he's doing what they say. That sounds nice. If you want to be big in Hollywood, you got to say O.J. did it. Steve Harvey got his show off for saying O.J. did it. And then after Steve Harvey's show was about to be canceled, Cedric the Entertainer, in order for him to get his show and go, and now he's traveling to Vegas in the circuit and movies. In order to do that, he had to get in doggone barbershop and say O.J. did it. That's if you want to do that, you got to do O.J. did it, or you got to go fuck Quincy Jones. That's another thing we'll get into in a few goddamn minutes. That's right, Quincy Jones. You have to fuck him if you want to get up in the ring. We're going to bust all this shit out today. That's right. Quincy Jones says, oh, you want to rap? You want to get a TV show? You got to fuck me. That's right. Dead B. Mr. LL and Mr. Fresh Prince. That sounds like some old butt plug name. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. All right. Going on down. Oh, where was I? The Crips and the Bloods. Now check this out. They got the black preacher come out and say, they're going all around the world fighting terrorism. We got terrorists right here in the back. Hey, brother, check this out. Y'all need to listen to what I'm saying. Every time we do this, it's always somebody ain't paying a goddamn attention. Then when you get cracked over the head, you don't know what the fuck going on. Now listen to this. They came up, the preacher said, they got terrorists, they're fighting terrorists all over the world, and we got terrorism going on in our own backyard. So they get the black man, the black preacher, to name the gang members terrorists. See where this shit going? Now, the gang member is only an archetype or a symbol of black criminality. And black criminality is only a symbol for the black man. You black man, you're a criminal. It's as simple as that. That's what they have done to you since the Jews in Hollywood started that shit. They've been having you in jail in the 1940s and with movies. They got some movies where a person go to jail in the 1940s and 50s. They wasn't even putting niggas in movies with it. When you go in there, black people's in jail. Now, in the 1950s, they started naming you black criminals. So now, it's cleverly done. That white boy is a master when it comes to doing shit. He the best. I got to give him that. He the best because he got us on such a low level until it's easy for him to toy with us. Because we are non-analytical. We're not talking about the people in here. The conscious people are the doggone best. You are the best that the planet represents. If you got something on your mind at this dispensation of time, God bless you. You see what I'm saying? And you deserve to just chill out and have a break today. Just because you got a mind on. You deserve to do like me. Sleep till 5 o'clock. You deserve to. I didn't say you were going to be able to pull that shit off. It take a whole lot of magic. You see what I'm saying? To live off $500 a month. I make less than $10,000 a damn year. And that take a whole lot of magic. You see what I'm saying? To do that kind of shit. But when you come to my house, it's a treat. You get fed well, it's nice. You see what I'm saying? All that shit, you know what I'm saying? All that's great. You know, I'm equal opportunity lover. Anyway, in so many words, they saying they're calling the gang members terrorists. And here goes this terrorist thing. They already had linked that shit to that boy, the white boy that got caught with the Taliban, terrorists and rap music, as well as the two boys, the snipers. They done call the rap industry and terrorism linked to them. So now, you're the new terrorists. And the only thing it's going to be now, they're saying any type of criminal behavior is terrorist. And in this case, fitting the profile, you're a former terrorist. See what's going on? And they can legally do this shit because you're not citizens. Understand and know this. You see. So this is going on and on. But this is key now. You are not citizens. So in one way, some of the brothers are doing this, getting past this welfare thing in the Ghana Sharing. They're taking to the streets and they're becoming creative. They're telling you you're not a citizen. Let me show you what I'm talking about. One brother went in his damn room, took him some graphic shit and made him up a doggone passport. Laminated that shit, puts his own seal on that shit, and it passed in 5 countries. And he was able to leave in and out of the United States with his own passport. Now how could he do this? Because the passport people in the United States government, based on whatever, immigration or whatever, I don't know the passport people, whatever department that shit is on, I don't know. They already recognize that you are sovereign because you're not citizens. So his brother in 95 made him a passport up in his kitchen. Took that shit to Kinko's and laminated it, and the shit passed in 5 countries. All because of your skin color. And all because they can't categorize your ass and make out what the hell you are because you ain't sure your damn self. This is some amazing shit that's going down. But it says right here in the articles, you're not free, you're contract slaves of the United States government. Contract slaves and not citizens. Now this question of citizenry is coming up, and that's what this whole affirmative action thing was. They gave it to you because the simple doggone fact, they were giving you a privilege, and while they're giving you a privilege, that still makes you vulnerable, and they can revoke that at any time. Y'all all right? All right. What other order of the day? We need to get us up a black tribunal. We need to step to Negroes and try to tell people based on image making that last time we saw President Reagan was 1988. That's when he left the White House. President Reagan don't know his ass from a butterfly right now. Alzheimer's, brain dead. You know what I'm saying? He thinks he's Snoopy. But you don't see him. So his image lives on. You see what I'm saying? As the realm of possibility and greatness. Now, how many damn old movie stars died? And you be like, damn, I thought they died 15 years ago. I thought they died 30 years ago. Katharine Hepburn just died. I'm like, damn, I thought she died in 98. You see what I'm saying? That's key. They get people to step to them and say, hey, look here. Your monkey ass getting old. You used to look good now. You got 4,000 chins and shit. You know what I'm saying? Your breasts still hanging down to your goddamn knees. You need to get up off the damn scene and go into seclusion. The facelift shit ain't working no more. You know, after number 8, it's time to retire. And what they do is they retire these people. You don't see them. So somebody needs to step to fucking Aretha Franklin. Tell this motherfucker, look at him. This shit becoming non-respectful. Disrespectful. To my respect. Now, God damn it, I can see if Aretha Franklin was big when she started out. But goddamn, Della Reese done lost weight. Now, figure this shit funny, but this is a part of image making. This is one of the biggest motifs we had in soul music. She was called what? Soul Sister number 1. Right? Right. All right. If she was a white person, they would have been done stepped to me like, look, Aretha, you need to get your black ass up off the stage. You got about a goddamn week with that shit. Because this is damn, I believe, I said, I'm like, Aretha damn near 400 pounds. They showed Aretha Franklin, and I know the white man see, and this ain't got nothing to do with Aretha Franklin with Jennifer Holliday or somebody who was heavy altogether. We don't trip on weight in the black race. But Aretha, that's a different story if she used to be a fine motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I got a album with Aretha in 76, she laying on the grass. Man, shit. I had to flip fast through the album stack. And I'm looking at Aretha Franklin. They invite her to sing on the Washington, D.C. Mall on 4th of July. She about damn near 400 pounds and got on a white dress and it cut like a bell. She looking like the goddamn Liberty Bell. I'm looking at her, I'm going, wait a minute, hold on. Then she got a piece of orange hair in a bundle and looked like she had on a motherfucking fez. And I'm looking at her and I'm going, and she had the gall of, whoop, what you want? I'm like, wait a minute, fuck that, Aretha. You ain't no celebration. Only celebration you supposed to be in is 4th of July, Macy's Day Parade with some cables hooked in your fucking ass. You bigger than the underdog fucking shit. I'm looking at this shit right here. I'm like, wait a minute, come on now. And I'm looking at this, and we're thinking, this is serious business. Because I knew the white people say, let's invite this big fat ass motherfucker up here. She's a child and don't know she's supposed to retire. Let's invite her ass up here to sing and tell her to wear a big ass white dress and a big orange hairpiece that look like a goddamn fez, looking like the Grand Poobah or fucking damn Flintstone Buffalo Lodge. I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, wait a minute, see, somebody needs to step to these Negroes and tell them, you see, what time it is. And that's the way you save your archetype. That's the way you save your image. Cary Grant, that motherfucker, when he got a couple of gray hairs in his head, he did that little Father Goose movie in 1963. You ain't see that nigga no more until the 1970s. 1987, a week before he died, they put him on the cover of GQ magazine. Never saw him no more. And their greatness lives on. That's an icon. She's sitting up there and shit. And I'm knowing damn well, goddamn Aretha. I'm like, damn, I look at her, I got home as a motherfucker. I say, Aretha, I know, motherfucker, whatever you eating, you done burn 4 stoves doing that shit, goddammit. You, everything that's invented coming through your house, I need to be up at that goddamn table. Because I know you got some good shit going down, throwing down off the plates. Because you catching all of it. Your stove don't even cut off, goddammit. They just keep your back door open. Keep the fans on. Because you say, my shit gonna burn all night. You be chewing in your motherfucking sleep. Shit just don't cut off at all. You's a big grocery eating ass. I'm serious, man. This shit ridiculous. I'm like, I need to pull up a trailer to your house. Cause damn it, I know I'm gonna get some good food. Cause I'm sitting there and I'm getting hungry like a motherfucker, man. Cause I know that motherfucker throwing down. And I'm looking, I'm like, these crackers ain't invite her up here because they want to see her sing that tired ass song. You know what I'm saying? They're inviting her up here so that they can embarrass the archetype. Kill the damn image. That's why they went after Michael Jackson during Black History Month, which lead us to this one last thing. Because we found out what happened to that. We came the last couple of times, we said it was interesting that they went after Michael Jackson during Black History Month. That was the time they had the TV shows, they had all these magazines and shit, and they went after him. Well, come to find out, I went to Detroit, and the brother T.B. King, who's a brother in the musician world, he used to gig and play jazz professionally for years, all during the 70s and 80s. He helped me to something that was going down. He helped me to something that was going down with the Michael Jackson thing. And apparently what had happened was this. Michael Jackson had cut the new album, which was hell. That last album was awesome. And he said, well, I want the same kind of promotional thing that I had with Thriller and Bad and all that. It was like, well, shit, Michael, your last album, History, didn't do nothing. So we're not going to give you the promotional thing. So he had a financial advisor who was working for CBS and him, and he probably didn't know it, convinced him to put up the Beatles rights, which he owns the Beatles rights, to put up the Beatles rights so that he could get the promotional money to promote his album. So he put the Beatles rights up, and CBS and Tommy Mottola and them say, Now kill the album. Don't promote it. Kill it. And when they did that, because it was an inside job, they convinced the financial advisor to somehow go there and let him put up the Beatles rights so that they could get the Beatles rights like a collateral or whatever, and then kill the promotion, and he would owe them the money and they could get the Beatles rights. And this is what this whole shit was about. But he fucked around and by nostalgia sold 5 million copies in the United States. And that's when they had to go run and do the promotional killing, the suicide on Black History Month to get people to hate him because they was fucked up because he sold 5 million in the United States. But in Europe, he's still number one. They still running behind the car, pulling out their hair and doing all this crazy stuff. So he was able to stay their ass off and keep his rights. Now, they was extra mad. I'm going to put this on the end of this tape. We're going to slice this thing in, splice this thing in, as we say in mass media production. We're going to splice it. You see, I try to do a little Negro shit. We're going to slice it up. But we're going to splice this shit. All right, now. Okay. The last album, or the last CD, this is what they mad at Michael Jackson about. Number one, he was recording this shit around 9/11 because it has a 2001 release date, although it was only released into the spring, I think, because here they go again. It's got a 2001 release date, but they released it in the spring of 92. Now check this out. Here it is. They got all this terrorist shit going down. In the last song on Michael Jackson's album, he's telling them, you crackers need to be threatened. So he comes on with Rod Serling saying tonight's story is somewhat unique and calls for a different type of introduction. Then this is what Michael Jackson comes on saying. A monster has arrived in the village. Now all last year I was talking about the monster Labrador, the dragon. Same time that I was talking about Labrador the dragon, this album is being released in the spring of 2002. Now follow me. A monster has arrived at the village. A major ingredient of any recipe for fear and unknown. This person is a thing that is soon to be met. He knows your every thought. He can feel your emotion. Oh yes, I didn't forget something. Oh, I forgot something, didn't I? Forget to introduce you to the monster. You're fearing me, because you know I am a beast watching you in your sleep. And when you are in your bed, I am underneath your bed. You're trapped in the halls. And my face is the walls. I am the floor which you fall. I am the screen. You see, and when you scream, it is because of me. I am the living dead. The dark thoughts in your head. I know what you said. That's why you've got to be threatened by me. The name of the song is called Threatened. You want to be threatened? Be threatened by me. Now this is the other shit now. This is Michael Jackson talking shit. Cash shit. Like a Negro supposed to. Check this out. Check this out right here. You should be watching me. You should feel threatened while you sleep, while you creep. You should be threatened every time the lady speaks to me. Threatened. Half of me you will never be. Motherfucker say you will never be. You should be threatened by me. Check this out. This is the part where I want to get to. Now, this is the part where I want to get to. Now I'm going to skip and go to the part. The unknown monster is about to embark from a far corner in the dark. A nightmare that called a nightmare of that case. Neverland is the place. He's saying, you want to know where this monster coming from? It's coming from Neverland. Michael Jackson saying, I'm the goddamn monster. And at the end, Rod Serling comes back on and says, what you have witnessed would be the end of a particular terrifying nightmare. It isn't. It's the beginning. They said, oh, shit. I know the occult realm. They knew damn well they let this motherfucker get on this shit and talk, jump, and he talking about threatening. Let me tell you something. He got a song called Unbreakable. You can't break me. I'm unbreakable. And he takes some big, Biggie Smalls and put his voice on the damn Unbreakable shit. He got one called Invincible. He got one called Butterfly. That's a manifestation of something. Rock Your World. He got one called The Break of Dawn. The break of dawn is always something in the dawn. Also, he's talking about making love, but also the break of dawn is talking about a new dawning. He was coming back on these crackers' ass. And they went to war with him again. This is a Michael Jackson war. And guess what? Maury Povich called that shit the Michael Jackson Wars. But they lost again because he was able to keep the Beatles' rights. Now, they was fucked up about this because remember, back in 2001, they came out with a double, triple CD packet of the Beatles' music, restored and revised, and they were selling that shit. Michael Jackson is the one that get all the money from that. You see what I'm saying? So this is what was going on with that thing. You know, I used to talk a lot of shit to Michael Jackson, about Michael Jackson, until white people started hating him. When white people started hating him, I'm like, okay then, that's it. You good to go with me with your white ass. You good to go. You all right? All right. Let's... Oh, how much time you got? How much time you got? Got 5 minutes? You want to break, or how you want to do? You want to break, and we're going to come back. We're going to go deep into this melanin thing when we come back. We're going to come back, and we're going to finally start the lecture. I promise. All right. Okay. All right.
Wait, just an air, just a break.
Testing. Okay, good.
Ready?
Yeah.
All right, brothers and sisters, let's give it up for Brother Bobby Hemmitt.
All right. Hold on. Testing. All right. Okay. We are back. They got all kind of things here. I got some stuff. We can either, if we want to, I'll tell you what I'll do. Because I got so much. I won't, this is a group off the internet. These are white people coming back with a rebuttal in the response to Melanin. And it's called the Committee for Scientific Investigations of Claims of the Paranormal. I guess that's the group. Committee of the Scientific Investigation of Claims of Paranormal. So when you go to the website, I'm going to do this again. The committee, let me get this because I'm going to have to slow my ass down. I be jumping around so much and be up into the spirit, so I have to come back down to earth. The Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal. That's going to be the name of the group. The Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal. And that's going to be the website. And they are basically rebuttaling melanin. And it says, magic melanin, speaking scientifically, and it says, speaking scientifically, and illiteracy, speaking to scientific illiteracy among minorities. So I gotta slow down again. Let me get some damn shit liquor or something. See, what happens is I conjure up these spirits. And ever since 2001, this entity comes, and he's more comical and I have to really force myself to be intellectual, because this entity comes in, and that's how I get through these 9 hours. I have another entity doing it for me. So I just be chilling at all times. So never have to get to work. Spreading scientific illiteracy among minorities. Spreading scientific illiteracy among minorities. And in so many words, what they're talking about, they're trying to talk junk about Richard King and different people based on scholars that's talking about the whole melanin thing. So this is their rebuttal of that. And this came out in 6/12/03. 6/12/2003. To get through it fast enough, does any sister or one will come in and read a couple of pages from this so that we can put it on tape? Anybody interested to get through it fast enough? Sister, brother, whatever? Yeah. Here, read this paragraph, read this right quick so we can get that on tape.
In our society, science has replaced religion as the main source of explanation about the natural world. Consequently, people as diverse as Madison Avenue hucksters and New Age gurus know that claiming a scientific basis for a belief will make it easier to sell a product. Similarly, a particular group of African Americans, sometimes called the Melanin Scholars, of the KMWR,
Kimware,
pronounced Kimware, after Hemmitt, the name of Egypt, scientific consortium is providing a scientific rationale for Afrocentricity. Some of the better known members of the group are Leonard Jeffries, professor of African American Studies at the University of New York, Wade Nobles, professor of African American Studies at San Francisco State University, Francis Cress Welsing, a Washington, D.C. psychiatrist, Richard King, a Los Angeles psychiatrist, and Hunter A. Adams, a technician at Argonne National Laboratory, and author of the Portland Baseline Science Essay. The group's message is spread primarily by broadcasts on black radio stations of lectures given at annual Melanin conferences. This method of dissemination makes documenting their assertions difficult, I believe. Melanin scholars do not publish in journals or in easily accessible books.
Which is lies. Okay.
The main source of my information about this group is a number of lectures broadcast on the Detroit Public Schools education station, WDTR 90.9 FM. The key idea of the Melanin Scholars is that melanin, a widely distributed pigment in the natural world, found in all humans, has a number of extraordinary properties that are best manifested in black people. They claim that melanin is a superconductor, that it absorbs all frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum, that it can convert sound energy to light energy reversibly, and that it can function as a mini computer to process information. According to the group, in addition to the skin, hair, and eyes, melanin is wide dispersed in the human body. For example, in 12 sites in the brain, in all the major organs, and in all the muscles. The group claims that melanin is involved in the regulation of all physiological and psychological processes of the human body. They state that because of this, people with high melanin levels have better muscular coordination, which makes them better athletes, in parentheses, are mentally superior, have unusual faculties such as ESP, and are influenced by the magnetic fields of other humans on the end of the earth. Montgomery, 1989. They attribute to melanin numerous other properties. Lectures about melanin are replete with scientific sounding terminology. Substantia nigra, solutions, it looks like. Phonar electromagnetic radiation, melanocyte, extra pyramidal tract pineal gland, hypothalamus, and so on. This creates the impression that there is a scientific base for their claims. Impression, huh?
Yeah, go ahead. That's
The
it.
alleged properties of melanin, mostly unsupported, irrelevant, or distorted, I believe, of the scientific literature are then used to justify Afrocentric assertions. One of the most common is that humans evolved as blacks in Africa, and that whites are mutants, albinos, or melanin recessive. Westling, 1989, King in 1991. Let's see here. The words are cut off.
Yeah, well, just do the best you can, you know.
Okay. It looks like no other, possibly, or no other profoundly distorts genetics. Afrocentrics treat skin color as if it was governed only by one gene, and thus subject to absolute melanin dominance, recessiveness. If this were true, humans could only be black or white. However, skin color, like intelligence or height, is controlled by several genes, which explains why humans exhibit a wide color spectrum. Whites do not exhibit a Whites do not exhibit a true absence of melanin.
But just read down to the last end of the paragraph, and we'll just stop it when you get.
Okay.
Where you at?
Right here.
Okay, yeah, just read down to that end and try to, you know.
Only a lesser amount, so they don't. I believe he's saying that they have a lesser amount of melanin.
Melanin or melanocytes, yeah.
Right. Okay. That is why whites can increase the amount of melanin in their skin by exposure to the sun, although they burn. There is also no evidence that the amount of melanin in the internal organs correlates with the amount of melanin in the skin. For example, the amount of melanin in the substantia nigra is normal in albinos.
Yeah, albinos. They're not albinos. Yeah. You want to go some more? Go ahead.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Westling, 1989-1991, used the notion of whites as melanin recessive to explain white racism on a scientific basis. She professes that white men have to destroy black men in self-defense because black men have the potential to destroy white men genetically. According to Westling, the white child can only be produced by having a white mother and father. She claims that all other combinations can only produce black children, and that black men are considered dangerous because they could force white women to have sex. The ideas are easily acceptable in parts of the African American community where there is broad support for theories that claim the existence of a conspiracy to destroy black males. The high rates of murder, of imprisonment, and of drug use, as well as the high rates of unemployment among black males are cited. Evidence for the conspiracy. The seemingly scientific explanation and academic credentials of some of the speakers are impressive to audiences uneducated in science. This appealing scientific explanation for white racism in turn makes other melanin claims more likely to be accepted. For example, Barnes in 1990 argues that cocaine is part of the racist plot because melanin and cocaine are both alkaloids and have, I want to read this right, and have an affinity for each other. Barnes also claims that black can test positive for cocaine even a year after its most recent use because cocaine co-polymerizes into melanin. Melanin is not an alkaloid, and there is no evidence whatsoever for melanin co-polymerizing with cocaine in vivo. I believe that's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, just go to this last one here. Yeah.
The idea that melanin is an essential component of humanity, and that it
cut off again.
Yeah, that it confers, I believe. The idea that melanin is an essential component of humanity, and that it confers many desirable powers is expanded by others into classical racism. Wade Noble, 1989, states that whites stopped evolving with the development of the central nervous system, but that blacks continue to evolve an essential melon system, EMS. From this, he develops an equation, CNS plus EMS equals HB, human being. That is, whites are not fully human. Others, such as such as Richard King in 1991, expresses the same idea by their repeated use of the term hue, H-U-E, human, instead of human, with the connotation that only people with color are truly human. The idea that people to be discriminated against are not fully human has always been used by racists as justification for their actions. It is sad to see, it is sad to see something being used by the people who have suffered so much from racism themselves. The ideas of melanin scholars are being spread in a much more insidious way. The melanin scholars are the theoreticians behind the science baseline essay. Its author, Hunter Adams, is one of the principal members of the group. It is interesting, however, that Adams does not use melanin as the basis for many of his examples. Maybe the claims for melanin are so radical that the association of the African American baseline essays with melanin would hinder their adoption by school districts. However, many assertions in the baseline science essay that seem incongruous or are asserted without any rationale can only be explained or put into context by referring to the theories espoused or exposed by the melanin scholars. For example, the essay claims that Egyptians in antiquity were black, that Egyptians were far in advance of other civilizations, and that Egypt was the origin of most scientific inventions. The explanation of the melanin scholars for these statements, unstated in the essay, is that melanin confers a mental advantage upon its possessors, because melanin is the reason for their achievements. It is essential that Egyptians be black.
Yeah, we'll stop right there.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to get a brother a black hand. Yeah. This is interesting here because this is an article, like I said again, we want to put this on the tape. Like I said again, it's the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal. The Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal. The article is Magic Melanin, Spreading a Scientific Illegitimacy Among Minorities. Illiteracy. I keep saying illiteracy among minorities. Spreading scientific illiteracy among minorities. So here it is again that these people, it's interesting here because it read like a government dossier. They literally had every scholar down in what their statements was and what year they made the statements. You see what I'm saying? So it read like a government type, somebody tracking somebody and somebody being on the case. Somebody being on the case. The thing about it is this here. Number one, we don't do this to be critiqued by white folks as if to think that white folks is the criterion of what we're seeking approval. So this whole concept is racism and white supremacy to think that they are the criteria and the litmus test of what we think is fucking scientific. You see what I'm saying? And as to say that the only way that we can be legitimate is to prove what we're saying inside of the European paradigm. You see? And we don't make no claims no more to use the European as the paradigm of what is reality, what is legitimate. And if we do, we will never know how we stand as a great people by using them as the paradigm. So we don't use them as the paradigm to even when it comes to the scientific approach to say that the doggone white boy has to be the litmus test on what we deal with when it comes to scientific analysis. You see what I'm saying? So this is white supremacy in its finest, just to think, because he's insinuating that there has to, when he starts off saying there's no journals published, there's plenty of journals published. There was plenty of information that we did on melanin over the years. You see what I'm saying? Now, whether it's national enough that it gets in the hands of every white American, here it is again. It's to say that America was never here, not until I discovered the damn thing. You see the concept here? So this is not legitimate until white people look at it and agree that this thing is somewhat legitimate. You see? And we have to get out of that particular concept. That particular concept and all. You know, it's like that whole thing when one brother was over in England, and he missed the whole Afrocentric thing of the late 80s, early 90s, and the whole consciousness, and he came back, and he saw me reading some book, and he was like, we was at the bus stop, and this guy was like, oh shit, what is that? And I was telling him it was some book on melanin. We started going into all this, and this guy was like, oh my goodness. He said, I was in England, and I didn't know nothing about it. I said, well, there was a whole wave of consciousness that went, in the last 10 years. And he was like, oh man, it's great. He said, so now we can use this to show white folks. And I'm like, no, that ain't what this shit is about. We're not trying to convince white folks. White folks knew about this shit before we knew about it. You see, I said, it's not a conviction. I said, first of all, he's a world-class liar. You cannot convince a liar, and a liar should not be the litmus test on what you're trying to set the standard on. So this ain't about white folks. You see, ultimately. You see, so this is, but here's another part. Number one, it was stupid because the simple fact, we did this outside of the white community. So it wasn't meant for white people. You see, it wasn't meant for white people because we couldn't trust them to tell us. But it's interesting here what he's talking about. If you go, even that book, Russell J. Reader book and Joe Robinson book, Melanin, Your Own Body's Own Natural Wonder Drug, that book. And you look in the back and look at the bibliography. And it had a bibliography unlike any I have seen, even in any kind of books. They had to go through not only a bibliography, but pages of scientific labs and research. And you looked in there, it was just literally damn near 50 pages almost on the research in the scientific investigation into melanin all around the world done by white folks. It was like the most investigated, the most researched thing on the planet. And 90% of all medicines and all things that they're dealing with now that you don't know the name of has something to do with melanin research. You see, with melanin research. Especially now because the Viagra is making the white boys go blind. You heard about this shit here? These motherfuckers are coming down blind with the Viagra. Because obviously it's got something to do about sex coming off of the brain. And something about the nerve of what gives his little wee-wee hard. It's got something to do with, I think it has something to do with, we know that the sperm and all that stuff comes off of the brain. So whatever he has to do to pull on and to enhance, to get his little wee-wee working after it done quit on him, he has to put on a much more potent strain of whatever these chemicals are, and as a result, he's depleting something in the process. So here it is, they're going blind with this damn Viagra shit, is what I'm saying. Very, very, very key. Now, what I want to get into right now is this particular thing, to explain what's going on. I'm going to give you the part, I'm going to give you this part right now, dealing with the medical aspect, and I'm going to give you the spiritual part on the other aspect of this SARS thing. They came out the week after the war ended and said that this mysterious disease that happened to rise up during the war, that they had isolated it. And when they said they had isolated SARS, and I talked about this the last time, and I got a little more research into it. Dr. Ann Brown was saying, there was a lot of danger behind what went down, but I was going to tell her that they're not really looking for this thing as far as research in the health aspect. There's another form of warfare that they're dealing with, and they're going to use it through the health thing to come out with, and let me explain what's going on here. They came on a week after the war ended, after so-called President Bush said it officially ended. I'll get into this later on in the lecture, the reason why they got to kill 2 soldiers a day, and then tell you that they need additional soldiers, and they're keeping 150,000 of them in the region for killing 2 soldiers a day. Damn, hell, you got no niggas dying like that every damn hour in major cities, and you don't have to keep 100,000, 150,000 soldiers in the region. They're telling you that because they can't bring those soldiers home. That's another thing. Because I'm going to go into this in a few later on, why they can't bring them home. But what I'm going to get ready to go into now is a possible antidote that will be that they're trying to get together through the SARS program on why they can't bring the soldiers home, and an antidote for what they call the ultimate form of alien invasion, or what they call, because they know that the alien invasion ain't coming from some green-eyed man in the sky. It's coming from us. Now, they announced that they isolated SARS and got a cure for it, and they said it was interferon. Now, as you know, interferon is supposed to be the stuff that's in the genitals of black children or whatever at a certain age and the whole 9 yards. And, you know, a couple of people talked about it. Delbert Blair did a whole tape on it back in '93 and all, and it was said it was very expensive, so many thousands and stuff a vial. Well, they have done even more work on this thing, and they said, well, the SARS, so they give you this fear of what this SARS is, but then again, on the other hand, I'm going to go into some other additional information on what's going on the SARS thing, but they give you this fear, and then they say, we got a cure for it. And the cure is interferon, which is this potent stuff that comes from children, black children. We could even say that it's a form of melanin, and I say that because of the simple fact, in my melanin research based on when you go to the text, especially the text of a lot of the Indian texts, you'll find a lot. There's a great book out, big, thick book, put out by the University of Chicago in 1999. And they basically, over the last 30 years, they have come in, because not only do they have a Egyptian department, Egyptology, they also have one of Sanskrit and Indian information, East Indian. So they have come out with volumes of stuff, and they came out with a book called The Alchemical Body. Came out in 99 or 98. Big, thick book, The Alchemical Body. And this book is a scientific book that basically deals with all types of vaginal secretions, all types of components of stuff in the body, all coming from Sanskrit texts and also coming from a group of indigenous East Indians called the Sita Indians. And the Sita Indians, East Indians, are basically a derivative of your Dravidians, which kept some advanced knowledge and kept some of this particular text intact that ended up becoming the ward of University of Chicago, because remember, Britain ruled them for damn near what? I don't know how many years. For a dozen of years they ruled India. You see what I'm saying? So they lifted a lot of text. Well, this book, The Alchemical Body, comes out, which is a real bombshell that deals with melanin on the aspect of the Sanskrit text, recorded it with different things: Ojas, Tamas, Gunas, Russes, Kalis, Shaktis, and all of these particular things that's throughout the body, these things that even the chakras are connected to, that will later on come to vital sexual fluids in the semen as well as the vaginal fluids. So we know that the melanin is beyond just the black substance. So the research is with this is what they're trying to do. Now you know they've been shooting these chemtrails up in the skies for the last 13 years, which really bombarded the skies on a phenomenal basis the last 6, 7 years. But for some reason, failed to kill off the certain group of people that they wanted to kill off, because we have become immune to a lot of this stuff. And also they were setting up a type of barrier over the sky so certain rays of the sun would not come in and kill them, because those rays are going to a whole another level. So they had to put up a dome over the entire planet. They showed that in the movie Highlander 2, The Quickening. They showed that dome that they put up. Well, they did the same thing with the Kim, but it was called Kim Dome. And so, although you could see the sky, there was definitely a blanket over the entire sky, especially here in the United States, that they wanted to do to keep out certain aspects of rays of the sun that was going to kill them. So, as a result, the sun now has gone to a certain level, because here again we have an internet piece. Y'all all right? Because it's all related now. We have an internet piece that they took a picture of the sun sometime this spring, and this is the sun. They put this way to show you the sun, because they wanted to black out the rays, because they wanted to show you what was coming off of the sun. So this is what they did to the sun to show you what was coming off of the sun, and these things that was coming off of the sun that they've been coming off since the first of 2003. And one says that it almost looks like a lady sitting here. I say it also looks like a form of Osiris sitting down on the throne. So now there's some stuff that is coming off of the sun, and this is given to me by the Sister Fanny in Detroit. And this stuff that's coming up off of the sun means in actuality these rays and these solar flares and all of this stuff, they are not able to, the chemtrails are not able to protect them from the rays that is coming down here that is actually transforming us. It is directly affected with the melanin. They say that these rays, they say that this particular thing that you're seeing is 3 times bigger than Jupiter, and Jupiter is the king of the planets. Now, if you take this thing and break it back down to what has this got to do out in space with us, that's only a hologram, and that's only an illusion to what is going on the inner earth, or what they call the inner worlds, which is inside of us, which breaks this thing back down to melanin. Because everything out there is only a backdrop of what's going on the inside of us, what they call the inner universe. Now this book, The Alchemical Body, breaks down that inner universe. They always give you some documentation. And it breaks down that universe in East Indian terminology with these. They got whole chapters on secretions. Now all this shit is melanin, because it's inner. All this has to do with the central nervous system. You see, like all other religions, was basically stuff, guidebooks of the body, when you took it off all that old other stuff, such as these patriarchs with camels and shit, you know, and sandals and women baking bread or whatever the fuck, all that shit. And break it down, this is the whole thing that's going on inside of the body. As a result, when this mysterious SARS thing popped up, because I'm going to give you some other part of this in a few minutes, they took it upon themselves and said, now we must unleash the ultimate weapon to protect us from what is coming, whatever it is. They figured they needed the ultimate weapon. So this is where the interferon comes and takes another turn and another shape other than something in the medical community. They understood that, number one, that most children at a certain age is immune from disease. You know that, right? You know, they come with a certain whatever. So that means that obviously they made a link with the interferon and found out that obviously if you have melanin to a certain degree and you've been on the planet for 30, 40, 50 years, can you imagine someone who has a certain amount of melanin just coming on the planet from the quote-unquote dark matter? The sister just gave me an article on the Mixed Corner from the stars to the mind, the speculation of chemistry, of the chemistry of the interstellar black matter. And it says the key word is melanin, fluorine, what's that? Fluorine, what's this word? What's that word? Fluorine, or whatever. Cosmonoids, they got all these different words. And what is it? Fluorines, yeah. And these particular, all in these particular black particles of interstellar black matter, interstellar matter, what's that word? Globals, what's the goblets? In this particular article here, is going into all this stuff based on melanin, which means that if we have this melanin and this type of thing in us that is supposed to be so great, can you imagine what a child that comes on the planet where several things are not depleted yet, certain things are not destroyed based on diet, several things are not destroyed based on just the chemicals and the stuff we eat and the environment, that you have most potent forms. And this is the stuff that they're dealing with this particular interferon, where they're not really talking about the cure-all now. What they're talking about here is, apparently what they have found out was that what they're dealing with within the last so many years they've been dealing with. How many years you said you said they've been dealing with this thing that you know of? About 100 years. They found out that the ultimate weapon to somehow shield them from all types of incoming energies, incoming spiritual energies. Now we know ultimately the shit ain't gonna work. We're just trying to give you what the psychological ramifications of how this white man thinks. And what little bit of success he has had with stuff over the last couple of years, he found out that basically the ultimate shield for spiritual warfare, chemical warfare, whatever kind of warfare, is somehow this protection through interferon. As a result, they've gone in Africa, and they're making sure that all over Africa, what wars have been started, they have been fought by children anywhere from 8, 7, 8, 12, 13 young black boys. And they're showing these guys where they're killing something like 500 or 600 of them a week. And they're stacking them up. They got them stacked up, little babies. They show it all on the news. And basically, that is for interferon research. They're getting the interferon from the black children that's dying in the war and the black children that's dying from AIDS. Because you know they just killing them and calling it AIDS. So therefore, all of this is for the same interferon research for some type of protecting agent against incoming galactic, cosmic, or apocalyptic energies that is coming up out of us. They're saying our result of our solution is this interferon as for some type of protecting agent. So we're talking about here not necessarily something on a medical level, more so than we're talking about something on a chemical, biological warfare, or some type of biological defense level, if we want to put it. So this is what this new interferon is, and then they wrote this thing that they are treating muscular sclerosis. They said that they literally said during the Christmas break around December that we have a cure for muscular sclerosis, and it's interferon. One of the sisters, when I told her about the interferon and the SARS, which they announced on NBC News a week after the war, she went on the internet, sister from Chicago, and she said, well, I didn't see anything on the SARS, so obviously this thing has got something to do with what they're going to try to bring out, try to justify why they're killing these black children. She said, but all of the research she's finding on the internet is just pages and pages and volumes of how successful this thing has been when it came to muscular sclerosis. You see what I'm saying? So you need to check into that type of thing. But then again, on the other hand, muscular sclerosis attacks the entire body, doesn't it, as far as the muscular system or whatever, the nerves and all that. So this can also be code words for the very same thing I'm telling you about it being a defense system. You see? So anyway, this thing is popped back up with the interferon thing. You see? With the interferon thing. And so this thing is popped back up. So remind me to go back into the SARS thing later on, and so we can deal with some other things based on that. Now, moving right along. Because we're going to go into the mysteries on how this thing is going to work greater than any time before. How this melanin thing is going to tie in is going to work. But I want to get my first page or something so we can go into some other research. I want to go into some things right now. What we're going to do is play catch up. I want to go into a couple of things that we have done over the years in my melanin research and bring this thing up to speed and how does this thing tie in, especially this summer of all summer. Let's see if I get my page 1. Page 1, and then we can do it. I hope nothing else flew up out the door. And we can do this. Bear with me 1 minute. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Okay. One thing is, I want to go back into this particular mythology. To understand the origin, we're going to go back to this origin of this melanin thing from a mythological standpoint of view, which is very advanced. When we deal with the mythology, we're dealing with a very advanced aspect. So the mythology I'm getting ready to give you is no different than this thing on the interstellar chemistry of black matter. So it's going to be no different. It's just that they're explaining it one way. I'm getting ready to give you 2 basic mythologies to go by. One, you want to get this book, Myths from Mesopotamia. Myths from Mesopotamia by Stephanie Dahlia Daly. Stephanie Daly, D-A-L-L-E-Y. Oxford University Press. D-A-L-L-E-Y, Oxford University Press. Stephanie Daly, Myths from Mesopotamia, Oxford World Classics. This is the latest reprint of this book. I say this because everyone should read the creation epic of the Enuma Elish. Now let me give you a bit of history. We know that your Egyptian mythology, or the dynastic mythology, comes in with Ra overthrowing Apep. You can get that in several books. One is, you can get it in several books. The one to get would be The Legend of the Gods. It's an E. Wallace Budge book. Legend of the Gods by E. Wallace Budge. Look, $7 book. And they have all these papyruses, and one of them is called The Creation of the World by Ra, or something like that. Creation of the World. But you can get that creation epic in The Legend of the Gods by E. Wallace Budge. We get this epic of the creation of the world by Ra. Ra comes in and overthrows Apep. But we don't get, what about Apep? Well, if Ra overthrew Apep, who the hell is Apep? And if he overthrow her, that means she was before him, so he can't be the end all and be all. He can't be the Alpha and the Omega. Okay? So the mere fact Apep becomes a dragon or a she means that you got to look at this thing carefully. So this is one of the dynastic creation stories that we know as according to Gerald Massey, is one of the later creation stories. So we need to get the Typhonian creation story from the Typhonian mysteries, which is pre-dynastic Egyptian. So a lot of the Typhonian stuff is missing, but most of the stuff that they can find is locked down and is only under the occult that you can get certain creation stories. That's the first thing. Two things happened. I got a sister-in-law that did a goddess lecture, her and a sister named Aviva. They did a goddess lecture down in June of this year. And you know, I went to the lecture and lo and behold, my mouth was open because she got up and my sister-in-law got up and started learning all this Egyptian history. And me and the sister Kimberly, who've been on the case for years with this scholarship, we sitting there like intrigued because she's giving us this whole other creation story that comes out of Egypt about two sisters creating the universe, or two sisters in the universe that's going to create within, that's going to be a part of creation itself. Because obviously there's a universe before there's creation. That's the key. And these two, one sister wants to stay in the creation, in the uncreate, as they call it in India, in the Rig Veda, the uncreate. The other sister wants to expand the terrain of the kingdom of creation. And it's interesting because these two sisters in Egyptian mythology, one that is hidden, I've just heard this for the first time, was named Mary, M-E-R-O-Y. Two Marys in Egyptian creation. I'm saying you never stop learning, do you? So we got this mysterious Mary, mother of God, and we got two Marys in the Egyptian creation. And I walked up at the lady, I said, where the hell did you get that from? She said, I got it right out of Borges' hieroglyphic dictionaries. It was right in there. Showed me the page and everything. Now, that's one aspect. But the Typhonian, which is pre-dynastic Egyptian, would be one of the oldest creation myths in the world. But we can't find the Typhonian creation myth either, because by 1907 they locked down a lot of the Typhonian information, which is pre-dynastic Egyptian, and they put the master stroke where they covered up 200 temples in the Aswan River by making the Aswan Dam. They covered over 200 temples, and these were Typhonian, pre-dynastic Egyptian temples. Now, the Typhonian used to also go by the name of Babylonian. The Giza Plateau was also called the Babylonian Plateau. We have news of this because we also have, when they translate Melanin from Coptic, they talk about the Babylon that they call Egypt. So Babylon has to be a Typhonian form of the Great Mother. Then later on, the Typhonians migrate up into Mesopotamia. Later on Babylonia, later on Persia, later on Iraq in 1925. Now this is very key. The Typhonian Egyptians migrate up into the area of Iraq. And this is what's credited for the first civilization by white folks. But we can trace this back to the Typhonian Egyptians, which is interesting. A British ecologist, Kenneth Grant, out of England, says that the Typhonians used to have rituals that could destroy the earth, first of all. So the government said, well, if they have rituals that can destroy the earth, they must have rituals that can save the earth. So therefore, your whole Iraq war was go into the museum with Saddam Hussein helping them, and all, because he's in on it, his sons ain't dead, They raided the museum damn near 2 weeks before they even started the war and bust up a few statues. Which we know that they said that every museum around the world called and said, if you're going to do a war in Iraq, please secure the museum. And believe me, occult people don't go to war for Arabs and oil. They go to war for that which is in the occult, that which is hidden. So they were trying to get on top of the magic, because not only did they raid the museums, they raided the libraries. And they cleaned it all out. They were trying to look for some type of ritual to save them. Now hold on to that, because we're going to go into that later on, because all this has to do with melanin. So, the Typhonians moved to Babylonia, and the Enuma Elish, in the Stephanie Dali's book, a daily, Myths from Mesopotamia, is the oldest creation epic we have. Why? Because it comes from the mother Tiamat, and it's clearly a feminine creation, which there's a whole universe that belongs to her Tiamat, which has males in it. Which means, in actuality, I'm kind of glad that the women's lib movement did not hold too strong and go too strong in the black community, in the particular aspect that our concept is not to separate from each other, because the simple fact is we are all the same ultimately. And this one thing about the Enuma Elish creation epic, it tells you that there's a group of men that is in the realm that is overthrown by the first patriarchal realm, which is male. So the male dominant realm that overthrows the feminine realm, that feminine realm that it was overthrown had a group of men that was a part of the feminine realm. So therefore, there you have it, black man, white, we catch hell along with the black woman. And it's also looked upon by your sexuality and in a sexist way when it comes to the white man. You're victims of sexism too. Now, going right on, this all has to do with melanin. The very piece that we get in this Tiamat, Enuma Elish, talks about the great mother being overthrown. Her body was split in half. Part was used to make the firmament, the ether, the universe, and the other part was used to make the earth and the ocean. Her husband, Tengu, was overthrown, and his blood was used to make humans. That's the earliest version. Then you have the Titan version in Greece, which is nothing but another version that came from that. In Greece, it came from that. And in that Titan version, the Titan's blood was used to make humans. Got to give you a little bit of mythology as we go into this thing, to try to understand it on the spiritual level, what we're dealing with this particular melanin. There's a book that came out of Oxford University that is now attacking the white people's resurgence after Black Athena, where this book called The East Space of Helicon is attacking the Greek mythology and showing that the origin of that is coming from Sumeria, Mesopotamia, and all of that type of thing. So none of that stuff is original. So this book out of England is came out at the end of 1999, or the first of 2000, The East Space of Helicon is doing more damage. So one author said, well, you know, we did the Black Athena thing, and we know that they had two scholars that came and was coming back from the black people when the black people talk about the Egyptian origin of the Greek civilization or Greek philosophy. Well, we got another thing to contend with those particular scholars that's still trying to keep it mainly Greece, is this book, East Space of Helicon, that comes from Oxford University. You see what I'm saying? So, now, going back, The enumerated list also states that Tengu, her husband, Tiamat's husband's blood is used to make humans. Now, you have to go to India to get even a greater synopsis. And the story is this god or goddess called Virtra. And Virtra is overthrown by Indra. And the chopping up of Virtra ends up becoming Soma. Now Soma is later named a plant, but in the ancient mythology of Soma, you can get the Rig Veda by Wendy Doniga O'Flaherty. Now this is interesting. Now listen to it. We get Stephanie Dolly's book, or Daly's book. You can get the enumeration, several other things. The Babylonian Genesis by Alexander Hadel's book on the Babylonian Genesis. But her book talks about these entities is overthrown and their blood used to make humans out of. Okay? In the Indian version of Virtra, Virtra is overthrown by Indra, and the whole universe goes into a battle over Soma. S-O-M-A. And Soma, which they later call a plant, in the Rig Veda they say not only is Soma king, but one must have Soma to become king. We're talking about mythological components of melanin. You see, mythological components of melanin. There's another book that a brother made the same case. I always come up with these things, and then I also read it in a book. There's a book called Plowing the Clouds. Plowing the Clouds. Plowing the Clouds by Peter Lamborn Wilson. He wrote a book on 27Jul03 too. Plowing the Clouds by Peter Lamborn Wilson. The cloud represents the ether, the firmament, the triple blackness of space in this thing. And when it's plowed up, it gives you this Soma. And his subtitle is some introduction or something, the mysteries of Irish Soma. But he deals with that Virtra. Virtra is overthrown, which is this dragon, is overthrown, and his blood is made to use to make man and Soma. And Soma being the melanin. So here again, we find ourselves locked in something very critical, because this in our veins is cosmic to the utmost. Because that is the source of where the melanin is coming from. And the black woman is the key of creative elements that has to not fall by the wayside. The black woman, as a matter of fact, there's a book that I think that all black women must read right now. It's a book that somehow mythologically indicates why you suffer. Because we suffer different. Men suffer physically, and then secondly, emotionally. But we suffer, the society that we live in, if you really wanted to, is set up to somehow is cultivate males' emotions. If you want to somehow suppress your emotions and stop the pain, you got enough stuff in this society as a male, if you really wanted to actually deal with that. But unfortunately, black males tend to be the worst one at that, and so you go through all kind of hell too. So in so many words, the book is also talking about the black man through the mythology of the black woman. But one of the keys here now, we're still talking about melanin. I just want to put this in before I leave this book out. Because I know now that one of the central things that women come down And I want to get this right because it's, I think I read it just as kids yesterday that women come down here to fall in love and to be loved. It's the number one shit. And it's the number one thing that ultimately eludes the black woman. It's like a cat chasing its tail. It's some shit that when you born from the day you die, you constantly running after, and you catch it for a little while, but like they say in the Matrix, these things never last. Now, this book explains why you suffer. Is that already? My thing, or when I think of beautiful, when it comes to a woman, that shit is expanded like a mother. You know, you get a little older, your shit get much wider. You know what I'm saying? Some days, the only thing I want is a big fat motherfucker. That's it. Fat is where it's at. You know? Some days it's skinny, but my shit is, it's expanded. You know what I'm saying? It's expanded. Sometimes it can be only in the 50s. My shit is expanded, but I done turned to that God level. You see? So it's expanded on the level of just looking at the prototypical young, this kind of boo, that kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? That's all well and fine too. Don't get me wrong now. But my thing is expanded, like sometimes I have to have a Jubilee sister. Sometimes, you know, it's got, so it expands. Sometimes it's got to be one that's a hefty bag on your ass. You see what I'm saying? So it expands each time, and that's chaos. If you stuck into one phenotype or one prototype or whatever and stuff like that, first of all, they all got to be conscious and stuff like that. But then again, on that shit expands, you know what I'm saying? On different levels and stuff like that, you know. So also that expands based on behavior too, you know. So like I said, you know, I done tapped into that's a whole nother lecture, a whole nother thing and all. But I done tapped into some other shit that's off the wall. Let me explain this one thing though. No, I'm just gonna hit on it and I'm gonna jump out of it. If this is a matrix and an illusion, and everything normal is a form of slavery based on this being an illusion, then that what you call a freak got to be the most advanced because it's outside of this. You understand what I'm saying? Now you understand what they're talking about when they're talking about this sacred prostitution. It has nothing to do with you in the social aspect. It's talking about the most expressive. You see what I'm saying? And I was able to witness that over the telephone right before the 4th of July night. And it was unbelievable. I fell off the goddamn bed. Going right along. You suffer. I was hollering at the moon again. Like hollering. And she was way in a whole other state. She had skills though. Now, I was hollering like the moon. Now, the key here is you suffer because of your beauty, and the beauty that they're talking about is an inner light of a melanated person that even in the universe you will look down upon in the particular aspect of there's entities that are on their way out that's jealous of you based on your beauty. And the story of Psyche, you got to get the mythology of Psyche. Psyche was such a woman that was so beautiful until the guys was looking at her from afar, until they abandoned Aphrodite, which is the oldest goddess of love. They abandoned her temple. And as a result, she put Psyche through all this hell. Took her son Eros to go and shoot her in the heart to make her fall in love. And he looked at her, she was so beautiful, he dropped his arrow and it stuck him in the foot, and he fell in love with her. And it got a big fight that went on until the tribunal had to come and sort it out, and Psyche was exalted to a spiritual level. In so many words, I want you to get that book. It's called The Amor. It's called Amor and Psyche. Every black woman needs to get that book right now because this has something to do with your soul and how it is ascended and why you suffer in matters of the heart. Now, every black woman can bear witness to that. Can you bear witness to that? Do some of you black women that's bold enough to say you suffer in matters of the heart, raise your damn hand. Shit, I was in Charlotte, the whole fucking, everybody stood up. We mad as shit. Damn right. Everybody stood up. So I suffer with matters of the heart. I said, that's your albatross around your neck. That is your burden. You suffer of matters of the heart. But you suffer because of a jealousy and because you got a burden of the beauty. Going back, they're talking about something of your inner beauty. It's the light of the world. Jesus is the light of the world. So that light of the world is in the black woman and the black man, but the black woman suffers because of that, because she suffers based on matters of the heart. And so this book gives you the mythology on the first part of the book, and the second part of the book, they give you the commentary where he goes into all this stuff about the archetype of the black divine feminine. So it's called A Moral Psyche by Eric Newman, or Neumann. I messed around and left the book. Let me see if I got the bibliography right here. Hold on, this is another thing. Bear with me, because I really want you to get this book, and I've been trying to beg people to study this thing, and I know it's Eric, N-E-U-M-A-N-N, M-E-U-M-A-N-N, Eric Neumann, Neumann, I think that is. Is that Newman? Newman, okay. And I want you to study that book, Amor and Psyche. Amor and Psyche. And it says, I think it's called Aspect of the Divine Feminine is the subtitle. But that particular book is a very important book that women and men need to study, because I was profoundly affected by the actual mythology. So we're reclaiming certain mythologies that have a lot to do. But just for the mere fact of her beauty, it was also talking about a potent form of melanin. Now I'm going to get into that particular aspect right now. So we know that what we're talking about here as the Rig Veda, you want to get this Rig Veda by Wendy O'Flaherty. And you want to look at this book, and you want to look at how the entire book is on the reference to Soma. This is a book of a reference of melanin, and how the gods and the entire universe fight over this melanin that you produce. And it goes to tell you this is what sacrifice is, and this was the case of human sacrifice to the gods. They were eating off of that melanin. But also, even sacrifice when it comes to animals is a lighter form of melanin, but that's what this thing is about. So the whole universe was thrown in the struggle of this particular melanin. We're getting one aspect, but in so many words. In Alexander Hagel's book, The Babylonian Genesis, when he goes in and translates the Enuma Elish, in so many words, what he says is there was a group of entities that didn't want to work, and they needed us to work for them to harvest something. That harvesting was the melanin. This thing goes into the Greek mythology as when Prometheus climbs up to Mount Olympus to get the fire, steal the fire from Zeus and bestow it upon man. Clearly it's the Kundalini energy. But when he does this, in Robert Graves' book, Greek Myth, he makes it clear that that fire that he stole was a form of a black charcoal. Going back to melanin, here it is again. So here's the basis of the Greek, here's the basis of the Babylonian, and here's the basis of the East Indian that's talking about this substance throughout the Rig Veda. This substance called Soma in the Rig Veda is talking about melanin. And so everything we're talking about here has been an ongoing battle for what is in us, which is the fabric of the great mother, Tiamat, Tyrese land, Mayat. Same thing, land of Mayat, Mat, or Met. This whole thing has been a struggle for this substance in us, this elixir, which we maintained because we're still here and it's still in our veins. Let's go on. Y'all all right? That's want to give you, that's That's the first part. I want to give you some other things. We're going to deal with some stuff. Gerald Massey. Get Gerald Massey's lectures. Only $16. It's 6 volumes. I want you to buy Gerald Massey's lecture for $16. I want you to look in the chapter called The Devil of Darkness, or something like that. It's like the second or third chapter of The Devil of Darkness. And I want you to read page 1 where Gerald Massey, looking in world mythology of what we call the devil, man's devil of darkness, and he says, quote, you take this shit off the spook level, that the devil of darkness means this, that the African man was negroid within as well as negroid without. And it is this inner negroidness that stands as the backdrop in world mythology of Satan, the devil of darkness, the Black Prince, and all forms of world mythology is talking about this inner negroidness. Melanin. That's profound. Right in Gerald Massey's lectures, $16. In Man's Devil of Darkness or something in that particular chapter. Going right along. In this book, Wendy O'Flaherty's book, this is the point on where we're getting. This is a very key, because the simple fact, this is where we're going in March with this stuff. At least the first level of it. Things have to open up. Now stick with me because it's all tied together. In Wendy O'Flaherty's book, now first of all, let me explain this to you. I came out with a whole lot of tantric stuff on sex. And people are looking and saying, God, why did I come up in here and hear all this stuff about sex and all this stuff in here? But, now try to understand this. We are in school now, we're trying to be educated, and we're putting together things based on research. Okay. The stuff that we get on Horus, Heru, which is the precursor to Jesus, what we still get, although Gerald Massey painstakingly in ancient Egypt, Light of the World showed you 4 pages on the similarities between the two. We still don't know a great deal about Horus and Osiris in the aspect of we're dealing with fragments and we just get 1 or 2 mythologies. You understand? If you want to learn more on Horus or Heru, you need to study the work of Dionysus or the works of Shiva in India. Shiva and Krishna. But Shiva in particular, in India, you want to go more into the mysteries of Horus, you want to go into Shiva. Now this particular book here is called Shiva, the Erotic Ascetic. So if I wasn't on track when the spirits came up in me and I became real vulgar and what's not vulgar in the aspect, but real, trying to look at this word that denotes someone that's sexual in the aspect of something of a negative connotation. I became real raunchy, that's the good word. I'm damn. Became real raunchy. Well, I became real raunchy. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here and stuff? Everybody, now remember now, we're talking about obtaining a certain title, because there's no such thing as, oh, this one man is coming with some sandals on. We're talking about a level of attainment that you get ready to get into. Now, Shiva the Erotic Ascetic. Now, I want to talk about this because on this particular page, see if I can find the page. There's a page in here that I want to deal with because it's going to put the government and it's going to put us, it's going to put what the world is gearing up for war, puts it in our third eye. It puts it back to us and has something to do with our third eye. In this particular book, Shiva the Erotic Ascetic, this book comes from London, England. It's hard to get this book. The only people I know that sell it down there on the East Coast is East West Bookstore. Shiva the Erotic Ascetic. When you look at this thing, you like, this nigga here, if this is a messianic person, shit. If you help, they ain't got nothing on him. Because he's making the funk. This cat right here is the pimp of the nation. Now, And this is supposed to be the Christ. Now check it out now. Y'all bear witness. On page, but in here we're not talking about the raunchy thing. I know y'all can't take that no more, but a little bit of that, you know. Not because you all are purified and all that kind of stuff, but it might conjure up latent feelings and y'all might have to run out of here and all, you know. Pick up the nigga on the bicycle somewhere and all. Now, in here, on page 240, on page 247, let's turn to page 247. And this woman worked and translated this stuff. She worked for damn near 30 years to weave together these particular Sanskrit pieces. And on page 247, she says one thing. 247, hold on, bear with me. Clarity, 247. The third eye is a natural symbolism of extraordinary and magical vision. Now, what she's saying here is, she says it through this book, that Shiva burns up his adversaries, the world around him, and everything which makes him this warrior force. Let's say now, we're trying to get this right here. We're trying to hone into, well, goddamn it, we got melanin. Well, how do we make this thing work? She goes in to say, now, Shiva is Jesus. So for the sake of argument, we're going to talk about Jesus. Oh, glory, Lord, Jesus. We're going to talk about Jesus. All right? Jesus. All right, now. That'll get your attention. That's just time for me, don't it? Jesus. Okay, now. Make no mistakes about it. We're going to talk about Jesus. All right, now. JC, the pimp of the nation. Black woman as his crack coat. All right. If we're talking about Jesus, now I don't want to give you no strange East Indian figure. We're talking about Jesus here, and Jesus, which goes good. I got that southern accent, so that shit just clocked right in. I say that one little word, that shit all of a sudden, didn't the atmosphere change? Shit sound like church all of a sudden. Goddamn. All we need is a fucking goddamn tambourine up in this bitch and all arguing. And it's on. Those funky guitars. Alright. Jesus or Shiva, that you're waiting on this magnificent force of the sky. Jesus is greater than anybody in the world because he has this magnificent force. In this book, she documents it because Jesus is Shiva, that the basis of Shiva's power, which makes him Lord of the world, King of kings, Lord of lords, is because he's able to get shit straight through his third eye. Now, fucking motherfuckers up, good and evil. Alright? Now, let's go into this. Shiva. The third eye is a natural symbol for extraordinary magical vision. And as such, it appears throughout world folklore. In India, it is the attribute of the great Indian magician, the yogi. This is primarily the connotation as an attribute of Shiva, Jesus, as Shiva, an ascetic, erotic force which used to burn karma, which is desire. Karma is desire. Pravati, which is Shiva's woman, Pravati, which is Isis, Aset, in this particular case, because it's a combination of Jesus, combination of Osiris, Horus, and Isis is Pravati, because Shiva is a form of also Osiris, because he has the penis, and the bull is one of his emblems as well as Osiris. So Shiva, which when he was called Rudra, he was more Osiris. Shiva attribute is an erotic force which brings up karma, desire. Now Pravati likes Shiva because Shiva can Rumbling sheep. That's what it says, you know. You get the book. That's why ISIS likes Sheba. You know what I'm saying? You know that this is prophecy in the world, mission. You need to be fucked up with that. She got the woman all fucked up, doing all kind of crazy shit. She about to kill herself, but the dick good. You heard that over and over again. Nigga ain't about nothing. But we be good. Alright? Can y'all be a witness to that shit? Yep. Alright, here, well, here it is in black and white. You alright? Okay. So, Pravati complains about the third eye in the course of their dicing arrangement. So they're playing dice in the universe or whatever. I don't know. When Pravati won at dice, Shiva looked at her with fury in his third eye. And the host of Shiva were terrified at the thought. So Shiva, obviously, what makes Shiva or the Jesus character or the Horus character so powerful? Brother, that we fight. When you hear Horus kicking ass of Hercules, it's his third eye. That's what makes Shiva. That is the attribute which makes him feared in the universe. Because all the other entities are like, oh shit, this nigga done got mad. And they scared now. So, it says, going on, now Rudra, now they say, so, and the host of Shiva were terrified. Now Rudra is the energy which Pravati will burn her, now Rudra is the energy in which Pravati and will burn her as he has burned Kama. Pravati smiles at Shiva, because Rudra and Shiva is the same. She smiles at Shiva and said to Shiva, why do you look at me with this eye? I am not deaf. I am not deaf. So in so many words, in this text, page 247, what they're saying here is that his third eye will eventually destroy death. Is this thing been on? Hold on. Did you hear about this? Oh, shit. Oh, man. I don't know how long this thing been down. Hold on 1 minute. Yeah, okay. Testing. Did you hear it? Okay. Okay, hold on. She's saying that she told him, I am not deaf. She said first she wasn't a desire because he burned up Kama, desire. Then she said, I am not deaf, which means that Shiva, ultimately, these are motifs of talking about what this thing is going to do in the future. Ultimately, they're talking about the third eye will destroy death. Now, let's go on. So she says, y'all all right? Okay. I am not, okay. Hold on. Pravati will burn her so-and-so. Pravati smiled and says, why do you look at me with this third eye? I am not deaf, nor Kama, nor the sacrifice of Daska, nor the triple city. The triple city is basically, what, it's messing up? Huh? What's wrong? It's coming loose again? Well, I'm going to wrap it around this button. Okay. Wrap it around this button so it can, so it won't really, nah, I ain't got to worry about it coming loose. You know, yeah. So she said, I am not deaf, nor Daska, nor the triple city. The triple city represents civilization. Here's another one. All this stuff coincides. It's going to burn up death, and it's going to destroy the triple city, which represents civilization as we know it. And it says that the triple, I am not the triple city. Also, and all of whom you have burnt with your third eye. What good will it do to you to look at me with this thing? And now you have become three-eyed in my presence in vain. Hearing this, Shiva decided to go along into the deserted woods. So in so many words, in this one passage, they're talking about things in which Shiva will eventually do, or has done in the past, but in so many words will eventually do on the physical earth. He will destroy death. He will destroy the triple city, which is civilization. And he will destroy desire, which can be all types of things. Because sometimes desire could be also an illusion to get you off the path. You see what I'm saying? Because there's all types of desires. You see what I'm saying? So here's just another reference to that, which we're going to keep in mind, because we're talking about a warfare. We're talking about people who read this stuff and understand that it is coming up with us. Now let me explain what's going on here. I mentioned at the beginning of the lecture that the earth has a kundalini. I mentioned that the government has been using the HARP program to send the vibrations of the earth's kundalini, a magnetic force, back down underground. Now they showed this in the movie Core, when they had to go fix the earth core because the government had slipped in and messed it up by reversing the core, the earth's core. Well, in this particular aspect, in reality, that's what they've been doing. What's that? It popped out again? Okay. Okay, I got to clip it on. Let me clip it on good shit. Okay, hold on. That's what I had. Yeah, okay. There you go. That's what it is. That's it? Yeah, yeah. Cool. So, they've been reversing this earth's kundalini. One reason we know, because a lot of young people have low sex drives. And that means because in a time when their sex drive is supposed to be enhanced. It's supposed to be enhanced. That's the kundalini energy. And they've been reversing that particular kundalini energy because they understand one thing. They understand that the time that we're going into, that kundalini energy at this time and more than ever before is going to be the vital key. Now hold on to me, because we're going to break this shit, and we're going to break this thing down, and we're going to put it right in the front door and right in the time zone that we are actually in. I want to put that right at a particular time. Moving right along. In alchemy in the Kabbalah, the third eye, or what they call in the Kabbalah, they talk about something called the Sitta Aura, a Sitta Hara. And they call it evil. They call it black magic. They call it evil. But in the Kabbalah, in the Hebrew Kabbalah, they go as far as to say that it had something to do with alchemy and the practice of the Egyptians and the study of melanin. There's a book called Occult Sciences of Atlantis. Occult Sciences of Atlantis. It's a book that's brought out by Louis Spence. Occult Sciences of Atlantis. It's out of print, but they reprint it now. Kessinger Publishing Company reprint it. You can buy it up there at Quest Bookstore right across from the UN. Occult Sciences of Atlantis. And in that particular book, he talks about how the Egyptians were so advanced that they can make a black powder of melanin from alchemy outside of the body. So they were able to make some type of melanin aspect outside of the body, a black powder outside of the body. He talks about that in that book, Occult Sciences of Atlantis. Louis Spence was one of the guys, as well as Rudolf Steiner, that was a part of Rosicrucian groups, that was able to cultivate a lot of the stuff that the Moors left behind at the 16 universities. The 16 universities. So he talks about that black magic of the Egyptians. In Kabbalah, it's called Sitta Hara, or Sitta Ara. Now here is interesting here, because in the Zohar, which is the written Kabbalah, the Zohar, in one, they talk about Lilith being this inner entity. But they connect Lilith with something of unclean spirits. This is purely scientific. And it's amazing how we read scriptures and we try in the moralistic phase, and we think the shit is talking about you being unclean, and it's talking about science. Let me give you an example. Lilith is the great mother. She's a great whore, one of the whores of Babylon. The harlot. The word Lilith sometimes is translated as harlots. Lilith is connected with the Sitta Aura of a Sitta Hara in the Zohar, and the Sitta Hara in the Zohar is alchemy. So in so many words, what they're saying, going back to this whore-ass goddess, Lilith, who produced unclean spirits called the Sitta Hara, but the Sitta Hara is translated as alchemical practice of the Egyptians. And what are they talking about here? Alchemy is the study of melanin. Alchemical practices of the Egyptian is definitely the study of melanin. And the Sitta Hara, which is these evil unclean spirits produced by Lilith, the great mother, Adam's first wife, is connected to it. And she is a slut. All right, here it is again, because this is talking purely scientific. That means in an actuality they're talking about the sacred prostitute, the second clitoris, the second pineal gland, the clitoris. See, I know this because I've studied what is the production of this stuff called collars. Now, you want to really get into that, the book? You really want to get into it? To understand those collars and shit? The book that they just say, fuck it, we just gonna ban this shit. You can get plenty of it in the United States. You just sat there and go on the internet and search for it, and people find it. You pay about $90 for it, but you've got to get it. It's called The Black Goddess and the Unseen Real. The Black Goddess and the Unseen Real. It's a must-have by Peter Redgrove. Peter Redgrove. And it's talking about these collars and vaginal secretions in relationship to world mythology. You got to get this shit. It's a dynamite book. The Black Goddess and the Unseen Real by Peter Redgrove. Coming out of England. You can get it on the internet. Might cost you $90. Every now and then in a bookstore it might pop up for $8. But you know, shit. It costs $90 on the internet, but it is worth having. Because they're going to deal with all those collars, ojas, shaktis, tamas, Russells, blunters, which are components of melanin produced by the clitoris, the second pineal gland, just like I told you. This goes back to the sacred prostitute and goes back to Lilith dealing with the Sitta Hara, a form of melanin through sex. I'm tying this shit in. This is some awesome stuff. Y'all all right? Yeah. So she's dealing with the Sitta Hara, the form of melanin through sex. Now, what does this mean? It means between your scrotums, your genitals, and your anus is a chakra. You call it, it's a chakra between your anus and your genitals. That is called torturers, ladies, hell, the underworld. And that's where most people's souls reside. In your anus, between your genitals and your butt, your anus, your dookie shoot or whatever. There's this chakra there, called the 8th chakra. All right. Now, leave it alone. We giving you guns, and giving you shit the government fight on. So this stuff, Peter Redgrove book comes out, Black Goddess and the Unseen Real. So they attack a British occultist called Kenneth Grant. They get in a fight. They attack him. Over in England, they got a whole occult fight. So what he does is he sneaks in America, goes to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and he puts out a book called Polaria. Write that down. Polaria. He puts it out under an assumed name, a bogus name, which is one of his older book companies, R.W. Mueller. R.W. Muller, R period W period Muller, M-U-L-L-E-R. The name of the book is called Polaria. One of the most advanced books on the planet. He having problems in Europe. The cult societies is after his ass, talking shit. He sneaks in, puts the book out under a Polaria and an alias named R.H. Muller. It took him 3 years to realize it's Kenneth Grant. And he puts the book out, R.H. Muller is his name there. So you're going to look for R.H. Muller Polaria. That's the one. They talk about that eighth chakra. Eighth chakra. Talk about Tiamat. It's a book. Take you 5 years to study. It's this thick. Take you 5 damn years to study the shit. This is the result of almost 50-something years in the occult realm, and they've added this cracker because he's dropping all the shit and putting this stuff out. So now, you all right? So the Sitta Aura is talking about, now in your anus, between your anus and your balls or your whatever, your genitals, is, in the, vagina, is a chakra. And that's where the soul is. Now, I always talk about it. Your soul has to permeate and radiate from the heart chakra for you to even get this information. And the reason why the other people can't get it is because their consciousness, where their soul is down in their buttocks, in their anus. So they say, go down to the ravenous dragon, which is the gastrointestinal tract in the Bible, and recover the pearl that resides there. The pearl is the soul. But it's under the gastrointestinal tract. One way, now, when you tap into this part in the gastrointestinal tract, way down in there, when you get water down in them crevices, these substances start to come up. Gunners, Tammers, Rustlers, Collars, Shaktis, Ojas. They can come out 2 ways, but 2 different aspects. The ultimate way is through sex. And those collars and stuff like that is through sex. Men have a form of it through the semen. Like I say, if you want for anti-aging, you put the semen on your face and your cells will reverse because of those are the energies that's inside of there that's coming from that lower chakra in the anus. So those are microscopic organisms that's in the actual semen. You see what I'm saying and all? In the actual semen and stuff like that. And that's what the woman's supposed to put on her face as a milkshake. As a milkshake for anti-aging. It's the most potent form on the planet, especially the black man's semen. Now you get an indication why the white man has been pumping the white woman to go with the black man, so she don't crack up. Because black don't crack, but she cracks up at 29, 28. But they need the milkshake on the face. You see? And that milkshake. So, one sister down there, my face all, I said, you need some milkshake. So I've given her the milkshake. She said, man, you're very healthy inside. I can tell. She said, you're very healthy. I said, yeah, you can tell. You got a milkshake mask on, damn right you can tell. And a shit illuminated, but that's the milkshake. So anyway, those are parts of the same stuff that's coming out of the scrotum. This entity, man, is lost his mind. He ain't got no scruples, none whatsoever. Just totally reversing decency and morality. All of, you know what I'm saying? You're like, what am I up into? But then again, on the other hand, it's reducing your ego. Because if you can get past the trickster, then you understand what's going on. All right now, because in this book that is sent, Anana, the patron goddess of prostitution, which is Isis, she has to go and descend into the underworld. She has to take off all this royal garment. Those are the taboos and all of the snobbery and all of the stuff that you have learned over the years and what is decent. She has to take this stuff off to descend to the underworld. She stays in the underworld for 3 days dead, hung on a hook like a piece of meat. Well, wait a minute. Hold on here now. I want you to listen to this. This is a woman that goes to the underworld. She's killed by her older sister, which is the neglected half of her own self, a rescagul. And she's hung on a hook for 3 days in the underworld. She will rise on the 3rd day. Well, goddamn, ain't that a bitch? The resurrection story, not only is it stolen, and you thinking it was Egyptian, is stolen from original goddess story of Inanna descending to the underworld. Inanna's descent into the underworld. There's a book. You have to get the book. Now, I don't want motherfuckers to get cheap. Niggas act like they buy a book like they buy a damn house. Please, I beg you to get this book. It's a book called The Dictionary of Ancient Deities. The Dictionary of Ancient Deities by Patricia Turner and Charles Russell Coulter, C-O-U-L-T-E-R. Charles Russell Coulter and Patricia Turner. Please, it's $22.95. They sell it in all mythology sections of Barnes and Nobles and Borders or whatever. Please, I'm begging you. Because niggas will fuck up and see $22.95 and lose their goddamn mind. They act like they're buying a fucking house. This book is the greatest compilation of deities ever assembled on planet Earth. They got every deity known to man except Apollo's. And the reason why they don't have Apollo's is because a lot of that information wasn't available when Charles Russell Coulter, before he died. Patricia Turner had to finish the book. He died in 97. We just not getting this in the West. Or getting this in the North America. Charles, it's called the Dictionary of Ancient Deities. Now, I want you to get this book because I want you to expand your mind when it comes to religion and mythology. Because this book, you know how you're reading Isis or something and you go, damn, that was great, but I want to know more on her. And you don't know whatever deities that is common to her or that correspond to her because you haven't done the research. Well, on the bottom of each passage, of whatever chapter they got Isis, they'll say compare with so-and-so, compare with Diana, compare with this, compare Ishtar with Isis, and so you can expand. So if you're reading on Isis and you want to read on her or Aset, you look at the bottom of the page and you got 3-4 other references that you can continue reading on Aset in other cultures. And this book is so good. This book, they use Sheikh Hand to Diop in the book, and nobody uses him. And these is white folks using Diop, and they use Gerald Massey, and no white person uses him. They use this in the book. Please, goddammit, I'm begging you. Get the book. Patricia Turner and Charles Russell Coulter, C-O-U-L-T-E-R. It's called the Dictionary, or it's called Dictionary of Ancient Deities. Please. You all right? Okay. Going right along. Where was I? Hell. Okay. Yeah, so I'm talking about the descent of Inanna. I'll get back into that in a few minutes. But it's interesting here because she died in the underworld and was dead for 3 days and arose on the 3rd day and we get Easter. Well, ain't that something? Now look at this. Ishtar, Inanna is Inanna in Samaria, Ishtar in Babylonia. She goes into the underworld and she dies. She's resurrected on the 3rd day and we get Easter. Well, guess what? Her other name is Astarte, where you get the word Easter from. Goddamn. Come on now. Astarte is Ishtar, Inanna, Astarte, and Aset. Isis. Astarte is where you get the word Easter from. So this goddess dies and she rises on the 3rd day. What's happened to be her name? Well, I'll be damned. It wasn't no man after all. Come on. You need Jesus. You need Jesus. All right, now, let's do this. Okay. In Crowley's book, The Goetia, the chapter, the first part of the book, The Goetia, which is dealing with these spirits we're going to get into later on, he calls these spirits of these Damians, of these demons, Sitakash. Sit, which means soot, which means black, Akash, which means black. You get the word a goddess and a god called Akasha, which is Queen of the Dam. Anybody saw the Queen of the Dam? Akasha. Come on, didn't you turn black? That means melanin. All right, Akasha. It's called Sitakash. You'll see Akasha throughout there. You'll even see it in this Rig Veda. They talk about Akasha. You know, Sitakash. Now, in the Greek mythology, you will see the god Dionysus and other Greek figures walking around with a stick or a staff with a pine cone on it. That pine cone represents the pineal gland, and it's called the thymus. Write that down, and then so you get the word thyroid gland. All this stuff corresponds, but they got a staff called the thymus. I first saw it in the Greek, Robert Graves' Greek myths, and the thymus is a pine cone staff. Pine cone staff. This is a book. We talk about alchemy. Alchemy being the study of melanin. Here's a book that came out in '99. This is a book called The Tower of Alchemy. The Tower of Alchemy, Advanced Guide to the Great Works. Anytime you hear the word great works, that is talking about the unfolding of the resurrection of alchemy, or the resurrection of melanin. Each man will be judged by his works. They won't talk about what you did here. You ain't doing shit down here, but surviving, crawling through cracks and eating crumbs off other folks like a roach. They ain't talking about that. They're talking about your works, whether your inner working or your melanin works. It's called the great works in alchemy. This book, The Tower of Alchemy, alchemy being the study of melanin, page 97. Y'all all right? Going right along. Each end of the rod of power, they call it the rod of power. Moses lifted up the wilderness with serpents. He's parted the Red Sea with his staff. What is the staff? The staff is the staff in the caduceus, which is the Medical Association staff of Tahuti. Moses parts the Red Sea with his staff. Where's the Red Sea? The blood vessels in the back of your body is the damn Red Sea. Moses parts the Red Sea. The Kundalini energy rises up the blood vessels and goes to the Promised Land. The Promised Land is called what? Jerusalem. Jerusalem is what? Heru Salam. House of Heru, Heru in peace, pineal gland. Pineal gland is Jerusalem. Only Jerusalem is. Coming out of the Promised Land, Israel. Coming to the Promised Land. Israel. The pineal gland is Jerusalem. Heru Salam. Heru in peace, house of Heru, Het Heru. The pineal gland or the Kundalini energy parts the Red Sea. Who goes through the Red Sea? The Jews, the jewels in the lower chakra. The anus is the most potent form of particles of melanin, stones. The stone that the builders rejected will become the cornerstone. Stones, particles, alloys, minerals, all of this stuff that makes up melanin is down in the gastrointestinal tract in the 8th chakra. That is the children of Israel in bondage. In bondage. The jewels, particles or stones, the philosopher's stones. The jewels rises up through the staff of Tahuti, or the staff of Moses, the Kundalini energy, rises up the blood vessels in the back of your back, parts the Red Sea, and goes to the pineal gland. That rod of power, the staff of Tahuti, is the thymus. Each rod of power is ornamented with a tree's fruit. The almond, which is another symbol of the pineal gland, the nut, the almond nut, and the pine cone. The almond nut and the pine cone. The rod of power, the caduceus of Hermes, is the spinal column, intertwined by a solar-lunar currents, whose precursors were the Nagas, the Hindu-Tibetan mythology. In Hindu-Tibetan mythology, it says Abogenius or Abogenius means pine cone, refers to the pine cone at the top of the thyrus, which is the staff. The thyrus one carried by the Bacchus of the Dionysus mystery. Well, here it goes again, because Dionysus is one of them old hoe niggas. He's a homemonger messiah. Well, a whole bunch of women around him, but he's carrying the thyrus. Here's a connection again with sex and the pineal. Come on. All right now. Okay. All right, hold on. The pineal gland, which is confected into a stone. The complete stone is referred in Old Testament as, last time I came here, I told you, where was the pearly gates? The pineal gland, pituitary gland. What's the other one up there? Hypothalamus. Pineal, pituitary, hypothalamus is the pearly gates. The gates of Zion. I told you that the last time I was here. That's what you see. It was down in Zion. They was trying to stop the pineal gland in Zion. So the gates of Zion is the pineal gland. So in this book, the pineal gland, which is confected into the stone, the complete stone, is referred in the Old Testament as Zion. Hot diggity damn. Remember, I told you a long time ago. As Zion. Hold on. The mountain of the divine presence in the alchemical text, the third eye, the pineal gland is named Mount A-B, let's get this right, because you know me, my goddamn logic. Mount A-B-I-E-G-U, excuse me, A-B-I-E-G-N-U-S. Write that down. A-B-I-E-G-N-U-S. Now pronounce that, somebody. What's that? A bigness. All right, come on now with your bad self. That's some old Greek terminology. A bigness. Mount of bigness. Pineal gland is named Mount of bigness. So that's when you read this mythology and you come up on that stuff. Mount of bigness, the hill of vision. Also the mount of attainment wherein the hermit stands in the 19th of the Tarot. A bigness means pine cones. Referred to the pine cone on the top of the Thyrus wand, carried in the Bacchus and Dionysus mysteries. Come on now, this is in the Tower of Alchemy by David Goddard. G-O-D-D-A-R-D. G-O-D-D-A-R-D. Hellified book. Came out in 1999. Just being witness to stuff that's in my tapes long time ago. All right. Y'all all right? Okay. Going right along. The Thyrus. Remember that. Look in Greek myths, but I want you to get this book here. The Tower of Alchemy by, is that Goddard or Goddard? G-O-D-D-A-D-R. Goddard. Yeah. You know. It's called The Advanced Guide to the Great Works. I want you to get this book, because we're taking this alchemy thing to another level. I want you to get this book and study this book. All right? Now, I want you to buy Polaria. It's in print, coming out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Brotherhood of Light Publication, get Polaria. Take you 5 years to get through it. That's a good one. That means you take time to absorb it. They say it is to be lived and not studied. It's a hellified book. Good old Mullen's turn, hellified. I like that shit. All right, let's go on. Okay. The Greek mythology. Let me get the book for you. I want you to get the book. Y'all all right? Let me see here. Did I put it? Yeah. In Greek mythology, Zeus, who represents the patriarchal order, Yahweh, and all this he stuff, Zeus swallows a mother of this goddess. He kills this mother and eats her, also eating the matriarchal system. As a result, his head starts to hurt so bad he got to take another god to say split his head open with an axe. When he splits the head open with an axe, the goddess Athena is born at the top of his head, fully grown. That makes Athena the pineal goddess. Now check it out. Comes to find out, Athena originates from Libya. At a time when Libya is all black, she's an African goddess. Now, there's two books out. I want you to get both of them. One is called Athena, a biography. I can't think of the name of it, but you don't need nothing but the title or the name. So it's called Athena, a biography. You got that? I want you to get both books. It is quintessential that you get these books because it's talking about the Mayatian energy. You know, Mayat is the balance in the scales. And you go to the Queen Justice, and Afrocentric people tell you go to the Supreme Court, you go to these things outside sits a figure with scales, a woman with scales. Well, that woman with scales in Greece is Athena, which makes Athena Mayat. So it's called Athena, a biography. That's the first one I want you to get. Which they bear witness of this African goddess, which is the most central goddess to Greece. Now it's interesting, I went to Greek town in Detroit. And I must be crazy, because I went to Greek town in Detroit, and a guy came to serve me, and he was your color. And I asked the brother, who was that? He said, that's a Greek. And this was 2 weeks ago. I said, now, if a Greek looked your color in 2003, can you imagine how the Greeks used to look 3,000, 2,000 years ago? And I remembered two things in 94 when my ex-girlfriend Ginger got off the mounds. She started channeling, and I asked the spirits, why in the hell did y'all let white people in the mystery system? And the spirit said, we ain't never had a white person go through the mystery system. So that means that the Greeks had to be a black civilization. And didn't your boy that did the research on that, Hakeem Bey, told you that basically they had a renaissance in the 1800s, and they built all them white-ass statues over there, and all that shit was fake. What time you got? Okay, you're going to kick me. And he said that, they fabricated all this Greek stuff. And then I'm watching Discovery Channel in 97, and a museum in Ohio bought this big-ass 20-foot statue of Zeus. They got out of the Aegean Sea, and they bought it for $10 million, and they went and did a carbon dating on it, and the carbon dating said 1971 or 1970. Which means they fabricated all that stuff. So the Greeks were black. You see what I'm saying? So we spent all that time trying to debunk the Greek thing when it was black all the time. You see what I'm saying? Now, going on. So Athena is a pineal goddess. She is Mayat. That's why I want you to study, and I want you to get this one. Now, I want you to get this one. This one is a hellified one called Athena, the image and imagery. Athena, image and energy. Right. Image and energy. Athena by Anne Sher. S-H-E-A-R-E-R. S-H-E-A-R-E-R. A-N-N. Anne Sher. What that is. S-H-E-A-R-E-R. Athena, image and energy. Now this is interesting because they done snooped and down in Nashville, Tennessee, they got a whole Parthenon, which is Athena's temple, And they got the biggest statue of Athena in the world in Nashville, Tennessee. Next time you're down that way, go visit that thing. And it's key because Athena, literally, the Greeks tell you that it's an African goddess that comes from Libya. And it is a form of Mayat, a form of the pineal gland. Now I want you to get the book, the Dictionary of Deities, read on her, and then go and read, and then and connect her. She also connected with Aset, Isis. Read on Diana. Read on Artemis. All of the great hunter. All of this stuff he is connecting, but it's connecting this stuff back together. And so this particular, now this one, huh? Okay, good. Okay, thank you. All right then. All right. Now this particular book here, she wears the skull of Medusa around her neck. Medusa is a gorgon that cuts off her head, and she turns men to stone. They cut off her head. Her head is later on given to Athena, and she wears it around her neck, and it is a remnant of her own power. Of her own power, which means she's a primordial goddess, and because Medusa has the snakes in her head, the snakes in the head represents the many-faceted aspect of the Kundalini energy. That's documented by Theosophist Godfrey Hudson. Many-faceted aspect of the pineal gland. Because it is the snake in the head, the serpent in the head, Medusa is connected with the many-faceted actions or attributes of the pineal gland. That's by Godfrey Hudson, one of the theosophical scholars of the turn of the century. Broke that news, in the 1930s also, broke that type of news of Medusa. So she wears Medusa around her neck, which represents her primordial energy, but she is representative of the new ancient energy. So in so many words, Mayat is pineal gland. Why not? She has wings, and the wings represents the staff of the Cadusa, and the Cadusa, the middle part of the wings is Mayat. She got a head on her body, so the head also represents the pineal gland. Moving right along. Y'all all right? Moving right along. So I want you to study. Here goes again. You want to know more about Mayat? Other than old bullshit terminology, righteous, balance, order. All of those bullshit historian is trying to tell you of spiritual principles. And that's the problem. The first wave of our movement was done by historians. They didn't have the esoteric information, and they just looking at the surface aspect. Balance, righteous, order, so-and-so. No, it ain't got nothing to do with that. Ultimately, this stuff is talking about an alchemical lineup of the body, and the last result in Kabbalah is called Tikkun, in Egypt is called Mayat. Mayat is the finished product. And that's what they're talking about Athena. That's why the Greeks worship her. She is the finished product. And she's a goddess of war, too. She like to kick somebody in the ass. You see what I'm saying? And so this woman is mysterious. She likes to kick a person in the ass. You know what I'm saying? About like a black woman when she get mad. You know, all she wait for you is to go to sleep. Which means that's melanin itself. She works doing sleep. Heat up the iron and stick to your back. That's a motherfucker. I had an aunt that did that shit, a cousin. First cousin. Heat up the iron and stuck to her husband back. I mean, he busted in the eye and swore her eye up. She said, "Sorry, baby, I love you anyway." Kissed him, made love to him with a closed-up eye, and when that nigga went to bed, she heated up the iron and stuck that nigga back. That nigga had pure baloney coming up off that motherfucker. Lunch meat. Come on now. Lunch meat coming up off his ass. That motherfucker didn't play. She put that iron to his ass, and lunch meat came off that shit. She said, "You want some mayonnaise and some lettuce and some hater? You bastard." All right, going on. All right now, come on. Let's deal with this thing here. So I want you to get Athena and Cher's book. We have to study these things. This is quintessential that we study these things. All right? All right. I talk all the shit, but I'm not going to leave you with nothing. I'm going to give you some books to read. You see what I'm saying? You see, it ain't the world according to Bobby. You see what I'm saying? 'Cause my world is just fun. Just fun. All right now, let's go on. In order to enhance the melanin, black beans is one of the best things to enhance melanin. Black beans. Enhances some other shit, but for the melanin, you know, good for your heart. Boy, you eat them and boy, you fought. But black beans enhances melanin. Black beans enhances melanin. All right. Now, I just saw this Hulk last night on video. I got to go see that in the movie. That shit was dynamite. And his father was telling him, your skin, everything about you is what they want, what the army want, and this is your ultimate attribute. And he had that green, which is Osiris. You see the Hulk, you're looking at the ultimate embodiment of Osiris in this doggone movie, and they dropped all that shit in the movie. And nuked his ass, and he still ended up living. And he was just, everything they threw at it, he just killed them. It was dropping all the science. You gotta see that movie Hulk, because that is Osiris. Don't let nobody fool you. That is Osiris. You got to go see that movie Hulk. Or get it on video or DVD. But, like I said, the black beans enhances melanin. Very key. Black beans enhances melanin. It is very key at this particular time from now on out to get you some colonics going on and get you an enema bag. You know, it's getting harder to find enema bags. I mean the big red ones that you hang up. That old fleet enema bullshit ain't gonna do it. It's getting harder and harder, man. Hell, I'm looking for an enema bag. Took me down there a month in Atlanta. It's harder to find enema bags. That's not by mistake. You can find them, but you know what I'm saying? You got to go 2 or 3 places. They're not, you just can't just walk in most drugstores and get them now. The key here is with this new Eon energy is cleaning out is more important than anything. Because the 8th chakra is held, covered over in Tartarus, but it's covered over in feces. Now, in the motifs of the god Anubis, Anubis, his name is Anubis Greek, Anpu Egyptian, Anush Typhonian, Anu, Ani, the Bethany, house of Ani, Bethany. Jesus in Bethany. That's in the tomb. That's down in the anus, where Ishtar and Amana ascended and hung for 3 days. Well, what's the name of in Bethany for 3 days? The house of Anu, the house of Anpu. Anpu, Ani, Anus. So the Egyptians understood colonic, or they understood enema, because they took enema, and they understood clean it out is the Anpu, opening of the way. The more you clean out, the more and more you loosen up the 8th chakra, and the more and more the alchemical particles can travel up the Kundalini energy. So there's different kind of Kundalini energy. Kundalini energy is the vital force of life in all of us. Including white folks have a form of Kundalini, because Kundalini is a vital force in life in all of us. But it is the power of life. One of the forces of nature, occult electricity, immediately associated with azote of alchemists. It is the creative principle in nature, Akasha. Here you go, Akasha. Akasha is the Kundalini. Akasha is the Kundalini. Okay. The subtle, super sensuous spinal essence which pervades all space. The call-up universal life principle. The sevenfold superphysical occult power in the universe of man, universe and man, functioning in the latter by the means of spiritual calling action mainly the spinal cord, but also through the nervous system. It is represented in Greek mythology as the caduceus, the rod of Hermes, the seven-layered creative power in nature, and the base of the spine in man, which supernormally, when supernormally aroused, this fury force ascends up to the brain by the serpentine path, hence the name serpentine fire. Okay, you got that. The composed three currents which flow along the cranial in the spinal cord, named Ida, negative, Pingala, positive, and Sushmana, neutral. These terms are sometimes experienced wrongly to the currents themselves. When under expert guidance only, we're just talking about white folks, with the complete motives, with completely altruistic motives, the Kundalini is awakened and divides into three currents. The positive current intertwines with the spinal cord and enters into the pituitary gland. The negative current intertwines with the spinal cord and enters into the pineal gland. That's why they call it the evil eye. And the neutral current ascends the Sushana and enters the ventricle of the brain and passes into the crown of the head. So, this pineal gland, or this rising of this particular pineal or Kundalini energy, is down from the root chakra, rising on up, rising on up to the higher level. The force of life and all is key. But one of the keys to get those substances to rise up is cleaning out enemas, colonics, lots of water. You know what I'm saying? Cleaning out is the key to doing that, especially at this particular time that we talk about right now. Okay, going right along. All right. Okay. What I want to get into right now, because we got, another hour? Okay. What I want to get into right now is one of the keys to the pineal gland. All right. This has to do with the crux of the lecture. The crux of the lecture, what I want to get into right now. Nostradamus did a prophecy called in the year 1999, or Sept, S-E-P-T, Sept months. From the sky will come a great king of terror to bring back life of the great kings of the Mongoloids, he called it. Before and after, Mars reigns good luck, or Mars reigns in peace. That was one of the Nostradamus prophecies. I'm going to go into some things right now that have a lot to do with what's happening in the next month. Y'all all right? Well, let me go into this science right now. Okay. The next month, Regulus, this is dealing with August, the Regulus Day conjunction of 2003. August, the 22nd and 23rd will be extra special because the Sun Regulus alignments will be joined by not one, but two or more planets, Jupiter, Venus. And in other words, we will have a ridiculous Sun, Regulus, Jupiter, Venus, Earth alignment. And on the horizon will be, from the sky, will come a great king of terror called Mars. And on the western horizon, the significance of Mars postulating is also amplified in the fact that it will be in the constellation of Aquarius. In the time river scheme, Aquarius happens to correspond with the region of Iraq, the land of Mars, and the Osirian underworld. Moving right along. Together strongly indicates that the summer of 2003 will be seen the birth of Horus and the death of Osiris. In the context of the Christian Gnostic tradition, the birth of Horus signifies the birth of Jesus as well as his offspring. So, what they're talking about here is this. In August of this year, Mars will come closest to the planet. The closest it's been in 72,000 years. Y'all listening? All right. It's going to be joined with a configuration or a conjunction of several planets and suns. The Sun, Regulus, Jupiter, Venus, and the Earth. And then it's going to be joined with that Mars. Now, what does this have to do with melanin? Mars in Hemmitt is known as the god of war. Mars is the god of war, which is called Horus or Heru, the god of war. Now, Heru, the god of war, is known in Greece as Hero. As Hero. Hero in Greece is called the Great Face. The Great Face. In the Bible, the Great Face of God, Jacob wrestled with the angel, and in the morning he saw the Great Face of God, and it was called what? Pineal. So Mars is the planetary version or the planetary connection with the Great Face. In the Kabbalah, it's called the small face one, and the small face one is the pineal gland. So Mars is coming the closest to the Earth it has been in 72 years. 72,000 years. And Mars is connected to the pineal gland, which is Horus, Hero in Greece, and the Great Face in the Bible, the small face one in the Kabbalah, the pineal gland. So in so many words, Mars is a great opening period of the pineal area. So, this great conjunction has a lot to do with melanin and cleaning out. Well, this is one of the keys right now. That's on August the 22nd, 23rd, even the 24th. Because it's always in a conjunction. We are on the ascent right now for this thing to happen. And the government is creating the whole distraction process, so look for something big to happen in Mars. Hell, they might fuck around and send Kobe Bryant to the electric chair. Or something big to happen in Mars to distract you. Excuse me, in August. In August. Very key. It's a whole lineup. Now, dealing with that, they said it also has a connection. It also has a connection with Iraq. Now, the soldiers in Iraq, they're keeping over there 100,000 soldiers in Iraq. They're keeping these soldiers over there, and they don't want these soldiers to come home. So they shooting up the place, and they're doing all kind of crazy stuff every day. But it's not enough to keep 100,000 soldiers in the region. They didn't have no problem pulling the fuck up out of Vietnam when they realized it was time to get the hell on. And they were still fighting over there when they left. So who the hell they fooling? They can't come home because the soldiers, when they first got into Iraq, they caught something called Khamsin. K-H-A-M-S-E-N. Khamsin. And Khamsin means when and spirits. Wind and spirits. That's what Khamsin means. Wind and spirits. So they caught some disease called Khamsin. These are jinns. Okay, so I go to the book. This book, I just got this one yesterday. A Field Guide to Demons, Fairies, Fallen Angels, and Other Subversive Spirits by Carol K. Mack and Diane Mack. Well, let's look up. And in here they got, what made me buy it was they had a whole section on who's who as far as demons in the desert. Who's who as far as demons in the desert. And the demons in the desert is one called Shurim, Set, Azazel, Iblis, the Jinn. D-I-J-I-N-N, D-I-J-I-N-N, the Jinn, you call it jinns. Shaitan, Kaul, Devalapa, Mimi, demons, St. Anthony's demons, Pallas, Mamu, Aramim, Namagen, Hook, and Satan. These are desert demons. These are spirits, jinns. This shit is real. So in so many words, when they first went into Iraq, they encountered a sandstorm for 2 damn days. Didn't never come back during the whole of the war. Because as far as the spirits was concerned, they already won the war. Now remember Dr. Delbert Blair had also talked about it, as well as the guy Richard Hoagland on his book Monuments of Mars, when he was on the Art Bell show. What was the Art Bell show? And he talked about how the soldiers over there put the flag up upside down, which means distress signal. Distress signal. Now, distress signal, which means that they were getting their ass whipped. That's because this stuff got on them called Khamsin. The first thing is when that black guy turned against the platoon and started going crazy. What had happened was that they tried to bring some soldiers home, but the soldiers, they turned around and started shooting them all up, and they had to take back. Some of those soldiers had to go back. But basically, they kept the majority of the soldiers in the region. 150,000 soldiers can't come home for 2 damn soldiers dying a day. And we got more people dying every hour on the streets here. But you mean to tell me you're going to keep 150,000 soldiers? It's simple. If you take them off the damn streets, then the motherfuckers won't get killed. It's simple. The war is over. Take them off the streets. All right? So in so many words, they have done escalated this war, and they came out the day before 4th of July and said, we're going to have to keep the 150,000 soldiers in the region for 4 years. Now, ain't that a bitch? What they ain't telling you is they got sick with this stuff. It's spirits. And they don't want it to come back in America because they know if it come back in America, America will fall. Now, Farrakhan did say one thing before he retired. Said, Elijah Muhammad said, you will go to war with Iraq and you will win the war, but when you come back home, America will fall. Well, they got some stuff. The jinns is real. They get the movie Wishmaster, because that jinn up in here is in that movie. And he's talking about the jinns walking the earth again. And get the movie The Guardian with Mario Van Peebles. The Guardian, Mario Van Peebles, where they talk about the dead will walk the earth and will outnumber the living. The dead will outnumber the living. So they got in that sandstorm, and as a result, the jinns. Now let me know now, because people paid their money, so let me know if y'all being disturbed or anything like that. I have to say that now because people come up after the shit, and say things like that. So no, let me know if it's cool. Let me know now. But anyway, Because you paid your money, so you know how that goes. The jinns, you get it in the movie Wishmaster, they talk about it. In so many words, these things carry disease, but these diseases are not the type of disease in what you think. These diseases are actually microscopic organisms and entities. And as a result, they contaminated these damn soldiers. I said the last time I was here, the first time I was here in this building, there was going to be a sacrifice. They contaminated these doggone soldiers. And after contaminating these doggone soldiers, they got some shit on them and they sick. And they know if they come back to the United States right now, all people who ain't conscious can have them raise their level to a certain level of the heart shock or become sick. That means your mom and dad and all them other crazy motherfuckers in your family just waving flags and shit, proud to be American. So therefore they're keeping them over there because they're sick. You see what I'm saying? This is some real serious stuff that's going down. What's that, brother? Uh-huh.
Each one of them shot their wife.
One of them shot their wife?
Killed their wife.
Yeah.
And I think the other one did the same thing.
Right. Now, let me tell you what's going on. You're going to go and get, because this is how this thing goes. Now, he just said he saw on Nightline of two soldiers coming home, and both of them shot their wives. Now, we know of the soldier that went crazy in the first week of the war. Black guys shot up a platoon. Those are spirits that's on them. Now, we know that this happened in Haiti in 1994, when they went down to Haiti and them entities got on the soldiers, and the soldier was turning the gun on their head, putting the gun on their head and killing themselves. These entities, now this is how this thing goes. You want to get the movie The Guardian with Mario Van Peebles. They dug up this thing to say the dead will eat the living and outnumber the living. And in there was some stuff, in this pink-looking stuff, in these jars called chaos. As we know, chaos is melanin. And the stuff ended up on the streets of Los Angeles, and when they were snorting it, the people were snorting it and going out and killing everybody in the office and killing their whole family. Those were spirits. Those were spirits. This is the stuff that is on the soldiers. So they can't let them come back. They can be contained in that area where they have become infected, but when they come back, them goddamn jinns gonna get on them, but they got to bring them motherfuckers home sooner or later. And this shit is over with. What's that?
I was watching the news one night, and they talked about that was the soldiers that were killed by the Iraqis, but they said they're not counting the ones that were killed.
They said, okay, it's interesting. They said the soldiers that would have been killed by the Iraqis, not counting the ones that have committed suicide. They say each day the morale is low, so they got to punish soldiers for talking shit to the camera about not being in the war, about being over there. So what's happening here is that these spirits is over there, they got them infected, and they can't bring them home. But this shit is getting ready to fall. Now, when this conjunction happened, all kind of hell gonna break loose. We right in the middle of this thing. I'm telling you, it should happen every damn day. Like I said, I think up a lie, and the next damn day the lie come true. That kind of stuff. Stuff is happening every day. So this is some stuff that's actually happening. And actually happening, which I read this prophecy the last two times I was here. I'll read it again, and it makes more sense now that the war has stopped. This is a part about them going up into Iraq. These entities, these people going up into Iraq, which you know is Babylon. And I talked about this the last time I was here. I'm going to read it again because it's so profound, because it makes more sense now than it did when I read it the last time I spoke in this place. Bear with me and get some water. But I want to read it again because it's unbelievable. Now check it out. Because it encapsulates what I'm talking about. So we know now that a lot of the stuff that they wrote is actually ancient history, but it's actually futuristic eschatology on what's going to happen. 72 kings, which is demons or spirits, princes in which Solomon commanded into a vessel of brass, together with their legions, whom Belial, Beliaris, Asmodai, and Gap were chiefs. And it is to be noted that Solomon did this because of their pride. They bound somebody's phone ringing or something? Yeah, okay. Oh, that's the phone to the house. Okay. So they bound them into vessels of brass, and he did this because of their pride. For he never declared other reasons why he thus bound them. And when he bound them up and sealed them into the vessels, he, by the divine power, did he chase them into a deep hole in Babylon. So there was some kind of gateway, some kind of hole, or some type of vagina of the goddess Ishtar, or Ishtar, in Babylon. And he chased these entities into a hole in Babylon, these demons, these jinns. And they of Babylon, wondering, which is ships, he chased them into Babylon, some ancient priesthood of Solomon, because there was never no, I know you Hebrew-loving niggas up in here and all, you got the damn audacity to think that David, Solomon, Abraham, and all them people was actually historical people, and they were mythological people. You see what I'm saying? Solomon is Osiris and Amun-Ra. Abraham is Brahma, which is Amma, which is Amun-Ra. David is a form of Heru, the slew Goliath with the stone. Slew Goliath with the stone is the pineal gland. All this shit is mythology, and you all niggas up in here with y'all stupid asses is basing some old fucked up genealogy over some old bullshit Hebrew shit, which wasn't nothing but a group of Egyptians that broke away from the main order. Now challenge me on this shit with all that old Bathsheba bullshit. But you better come with something other than some old Torah and some old book that was edited with some old bullshit that ain't nothing but a bunch of odd niggas and their lies. You know what I'm saying? So I know that half y'all thoughts is based on all that ignorant shit, but it ain't so in the real deal. So I don't want to throw no rocks in you, no stones, but none of that shit is real. All of it is ancient mythology. And when you try to make your genealogy to a bunch of Bathsheba and Sarah and Hagar and all these mythological characters and all that kind of shit here, you ain't doing nothing but goddamn coming up, hitting nothing. You see, coming up empty with this bullshit. Yes, we are Hebrews, we Egyptians, we are all that shit, but ultimately, this ain't got nothing to do with some exclusive thing that the other stuff ain't talking about the same stuff. And you should accept all of it as yours. Every mythology is talking about you. So all these old niggas with the back, all that old sand-dwelling, bread-eating ass, camel-wearing ass, thick ass niggas that don't like women, because that's what that shit is, a male chauvinist murder cult of organized homosexuality, ancient homosexuality, is what that shit is, but he. When the only motherfucker feeds your ass and change your drawers when you a baby is a goddamn woman. You see what I'm saying? So y'all need to get up off that kicker. You want to go further, because that shit ain't doing nothing but just making y'all have masturbation. You're feeling good. You see what I'm saying? But you all ain't hitting the real black hole. Where the sister is at the heart of it. See what I'm saying? I ain't going nowhere with no male father. Fuck that. Know what I'm saying? Nowhere in hell. Damn a father. I didn't have one of them in real life and shit. Motherfucker died when I was 8. You see? So, I mean, we need to get up all this shit and understand this is a divine mythology and ain't got nothing to do. Well, I'm the descendant of Abraham, which means Brahma in India, Amun-Ra in Egypt. You see what I'm saying? Different things. You know, and all, and you thinking it's a historical person that went down in the where did Abraham come from? The city of Ur in Chaldea and all this old shit. It ain't nothing but all black people from all this stuff, and you all think the shit is historical. But I say that because both Christianity and Islam is based off that piece of shit too. Y'all don't get it. You see. So I say that, I jump on them to encapsulate all that old religious bullshit y'all into. And you know what, I deal with the spirit world. And you know the spirit world don't even identify with anything down here is remotely known as human as far as your behavior. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? The spirit world don't identify with 98% of you all think is spiritual. They don't even identify with that shit. The concept of what y'all thinking is spiritual and all this stuff in behavior, they don't even recognize, because number one, they're not human. Or fuck, they're not human. And all the shit you call evil, or the devil made me do it, and all this here is evil, is in human terms of what you do is evil. Because you can't do anything outside of humanity, because you're stuck in humanity. So that which you deal with is human, and you're trying to give it to some devil and demons and spirits who are non-human, and making them the scapegoat of things that you're doing as human, and it's your own black ass. And giving a scapegoat to some, oh, the devil made me do it. He ain't even human. The demon, all them demons, they ain't not even human. But all of the shit you do, because you slept with somebody on your wife, you ain't married no goddamn way. You think a white man can give you a piece of paper and you call it married? You are married. The word marriage means a union of two energies, so whoever you screw is your wife. That's what the spirits be like. You got many wives. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter if you cheat on your husband or you cheat on it don't matter in the spirit world. Why you think Krishna goes with a married woman? So that means if you are a woman, and I'm dealing with reality here. If you are a woman and you're stuck in a patriarchal love and the energy done burn up because you stay in there because you think it is right, you got permission from the spirit realm to go get your freak on with another nigga. Serious business. Now, if you're married to a woman and the energy is gone, and you staying in that shit and the shit repelling, you got the energy to go get your freak on with another woman somewhere. For you niggas and you men, you guys, the next nigga hit on you, you got permission. Now, this is some revolutionary shit. You ain't never heard no conscious meeting, religious shit, anybody telling you to cheat on your goddamn spouse. Right there, they say the spirit realm is taking something old and making something new out of it. Spirit world, why? Because ultimately it don't give a shit. Because the white man can't sanction marriage. And cheating, hell, if you was a couple of years ago, if you was back in your time, it wouldn't be cheating at all. It was called a harem. If you go back, and you women, if you got 3 or 4 niggas you giving the booty to, back in your time it was called a harem because the original harem was belonged to the women. Before it became the harem of the men, which was introduced by the women. So either way y'all do, y'all can challenge me on this shit. All I'm just trying to tell you, moralism ain't got nothing to do with it. You're already immoral. You ain't shit no way. Fucked up righteous people. So you might as well go ahead and get your freak on. You know what I'm saying? To break the monotony. Because that energy that's repelling, and some of you all in here right now going, you know, I want to leave this man, or but you get, society told you weren't supposed to. Leave the motherfucker. It's best to be happy in a cardboard shack than to be fucked up in a castle. Know what I'm saying? Don't have to be for somebody else, but you have to. Now, the truth, Mayat, if you want to call some things, that energy now has to be complete. And so therefore you can't be living no lie with some old goddamn nigga up in your bed that you don't supposed to be there and all. Burning up your energy and keeping you on lockdown. Get out. Alright? Okay. You see. Now, this thing changes from somebody being locked down, these entities that was brass and bound in Babylon. Somebody, this priesthood locked these people down. Now, and they in Babylon, wondering to see such a gift, it's talking about now, the army. Because they went in there for all that magical shit. because they didn't do nothing. They didn't find Saddam Hussein, but they sure enough ramshacked the museum and took everything. Shit ended up in Times Square the next fucking week. Ain't that a bitch? On Wall Street the next week. They of Babylon, wondering to see such a thing, they did go rolling into the lake and break open the vessels, expecting to find a great store of treasure therein. But when they broke open it, out flew the secret chiefs immediately, and the legions following them, and they were restored to their former places, except Belial, who entered into a certain image and gave answers unto those who did sacrifice to him and did worship him, his image, as their God, etc. So they went up into Babylon. They met up with a windstorm called Kamsin and broke open these vessels, bombing and shit. And as a result, them niggas can't come home. Some of y'all got folks up in that shit. But now this might be good, because if they come home, maybe because you're conscious, you might get some energy from them. Because demons, Damians, Amians, and Melanin is the same. It's the same. Amen, Amen, hidden substance, hidden God. Amen, Damon, later on demons. Genies, genius, jinn, jinns. Melanin, components of living chaos beings inside of you, chaos in the blood. So, as a result, on May the 15th, the movie The Matrix opened. The same time that May the 15th, The Matrix opened, the Planet X, which is supposed to be this Nibiru, hit the planet. They were thinking it was going to be something physical, but it was spiritual. I'll tell you what it is in a minute. The same night that The Matrix opened, the movie, they had an eclipse. All this happened on the same night. The same day, I'm on the phone, we getting tickets to go to see the movie The Matrix. The sister Kimberly, we get ready to get off the phone, she says, there's some ancient primordial entities. And those ancient primordial entities are trying to come through on this same day. So Planet X hit, it was a spiritual phenomenon. The white man was waiting on something physical, but it was spiritual. And these primordial entities, I said, well, I need their names so we can work with them. She said, well, I can't get the names right now. She said, well, call Kay in California. So I called Kay's mother. She said, Kay will be home tonight. We'll get the names. So after coming back from the Matrix, Kay came in. Kay got the names. And she said, I got the names. And it was 5 entities. One called Ishtar. I-S-H. I-S-H-T-A-H. There's Ishtar, which is the oldest deity, the Babylonian deity of that little area. Then there was Ishtar, which means she's a new manifested, transmutated deity or power. One you can call on, other than Ishtar, which is the older one, which is when I started out the lecture talking about saturated powers that don't work. One called Monu, one called Noku, Ishtar, Monu, Noku, Mana, Inmatu. Ishtar, Monu, Ishtar, I-S-H-T-A-H, Monu, M-O-N-U, Noku, N-O-K-U, Mana, M-A-N-A, what's that? M-A-N-N-A, Mana, Inmatu, E-N-M-A-T-U, Inmatu, Titi, you got that Titi come up with this motherfucker. Titi, T-E-T-E-E-T-E-E, Titi, and Jova, J-O-V-A-H, I think. Jova. Huh? 10 minutes? Okay. Jova. So, these entities came. Ishtar represents another form or strain of the Kundalini energy inside of you. Throughout the years, we've been getting certain energies. Rays would come and take you to a certain amount of consciousness. The final form of that Kundalini energy is inside of you, and that's why the government had to cut out spring, because they know that heat will raise that last form of Kundalini energy that will catapult you into the pineal gland, which is coming in Mars. So how is it going to be? Once the pineal gland opens to a certain level, that will start different experiences that will happen with you in the months to come. So it's not going to be the end date in Mars, but it's going to be several things on a heightened, accelerated level are going to happen when months to come. So right now, let's go into a question and answer right quick, so we can end this thing here. Now, let's go into a question and answer right quick. Yeah, what's that sister in the back? Yeah. Huh? We don't have a million years. They're ancient primordial energies. They are headed by Ishtar. You got to understand that. Look her up in her own thing in the book, the Dictionary of Deities. But it's these things that just came. I haven't even had a chance to translate what the other ones actually mean, but just remember they are primordial deities. Ishtar means the queen bee of those. Give me some more questions. What's that, bro? Mm-hmm.
Tell us what's the real deal with James Davis being killed by his brother.
Who?
James Davis, the councilman.
Who are you talking about? Oh, it's just, well, me personally, it's a lot of this is distraction. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there might be political reasons behind it, but MK Ultra means that what the government is interested in is creating a story to get you off of something. For the mere fact that it happened on July 23rd, which is the Sirius rise, and we know it's some distraction to keep you from tapping in to the full energies of Sirius rising. And so they distract people. I know that that's the government way. Now, the other thing, there might be all kind of political reasons and stuff like that, but that's the real thing. You see what I'm saying? In a nutshell, it's to distract you, and you can look for a lot more to happen in the next couple of weeks. Give me some more questions. You and there, okay.
Is there anything else that's coming? I mean, when these primordial deities come in, what else is coming, or how should we work with?
The primordial entities are already here. You call on them for important tasks. One brother, there was some other ones that came last year, he been calling on them to get a big house. I said, now let's not be fucking stupid. Why the fuck would an ancient primordial deity that's been asleep for 18 billion years rise up to give a fucking nigga like you a big house? Stupid dumb shit. So I'm telling you straight off right now, they will help you in serious matters, but they're not going to help you improve your life based on finances. They will help keep you from being out in the street. And you got to have a heart, you got to have and it's all based on your purity of heart, whether you're into this particular stuff. They say, what is your purpose? Whether you're into this stuff because you want to see a better day or want to see a new change, or whether you're into this stuff for some self-grandizement, you can't fool them. And they won't work based on that, but they will help you based on different tasks and things you need to do. And you just need to invoke them a lot just so that you can get a certain amount of energy and a force field where things can permeate around you and don't have to go wrong. As well as having a force field for the city itself. You invoke them with a blue candle. This brother than you. What's that?
Another thing I heard you talking about making up your own rituals.
Yeah.
Right now is the time to be doing that. And if you could elaborate more. I mean, I know that's self-explanatory. It's basically
yes, and you're going to have to basically what you do is, it's real simple. You buy any book that talks about rituals, basic book on rituals. You read the book, but you don't want to do the rituals in the book because those rituals are defunct. You want to get a basic schematic concept of what rituals are, and you want to create your own ritual within those contexts. So that's what you do. You just buy the book, and you get a basic schematic blueprint of how you deal with rituals, but you make up your own because it's your own words of power. Give me some more questions. What's that, sister? They should, no, they will visit you in the sleep, but they should become an ever-present part of your life every day. You want to try to live in the spirit world. You're seeing that take place with me, how I can come in and talk for 6 and 8 hours, and it only seems like 2 to me. That's because I'm using their energy, or they're using me as a vessel. So you want to get it to the point where as they're always a part of you. Now, some things do visit you at night. Some will come as sexual beings, which is very key, because that's when the sexual guardian angel comes. Remember, that is to raise you up energy-wise. And oh yes, they will have sex, and it will be just as great, or even better than physical sex and stuff. So the women's spirits will come and visit the men, and the men's spirits will come and visit the women. And all right, it is wonderful, believe me. It is on the money. But what happens here, so you don't think that I'm trying to get you to give up your shit around, all this kind of thing here. What happens is the alchemical process. When they lay with you, it's the same as your energies being risen to a certain level. So they lay with you and you rise to a certain level spiritually. Meanwhile, you have dormant things in you that they feed off of and they rise. And it's a joint effort. So that's what happens on that sexual aspect, which you will see a lot of when March hits. I mean, when August hits. But on the other hand, these spirits, you're supposed to talk to them like you're talking to people that you see physically. You're supposed to do that with them, correspond with them in that manner, in that particular manner. Give me some more questions. What's that, sister? Yeah, the movie is ironic you said that, because the movie Exodus, they was talking about Pazuzu. They call him Bazuzu. They always change it up in the movie, but it's Pazuzu. And Pazuzu is an entity that is a desert entity of storms and disease, about like what the damn soldiers got caught up into. Hello. So that's what you have here. Ironically, he is in this particular book a field guide to demons, fairies, and fallen angels and other subversive spirits by Carol K. Mack and Diane Mack. You know, the field guide to demons. And also, Pazuzu is up in there, and it's basically one of the same wind and storm deities that infects men. Basically what happened with the people in Iraq. Give me some more questions. What's that? Yeah.
You had made mention to Greeks being original black people. I wanted to know what the source reference.
The source of reference is the white man is such a big liar. I saw it firsthand week before last when I went to a Greek restaurant, and half the Greeks were mulatto and then dark like this brother here. Charles Finch, the Morehouse Medical School, Dr. Charles Finch, had done a study and found out that 85% of Greek had sickle cell trait. Now we did know that the Greeks and Rome, original Greece and Rome, was settled by the Etruscans. And the Etruscans are called the Tyrrhenians, Etrurians, Tyrrhenians, Typhonians. It was a form of Phoenician Egyptian. So based on the history of that area, before it was European, it had there been a black people. So the Etruscans is your key. Now if you get these, so they tell you that the Etruscans or Etruria settled Greece and Rome. We do know this because that's history. Well, there's a bust of the Etruscan man in the Boston Museum. A nigga look like Isaac Hayes. Make no bones about it. I'm talking about, there ain't no distinction where you can say, well, he might be black. No, this motherfucker is Afrocoid, Negroid, look like Isaac Hayes. Etruscan stature. So, and I have a book on the Etruscans where I have that actual picture. I passed it out here at the Slave Theater, and a lot of people still have possessions of that Etruscan man. Those are your Greeks. So, to give you the settlement of that ancient African, it's a Phoenician type of people. And the Minoans, where the Dionysus people, what they call Minos, all that is black land and stuff like that. So the original Greeks were black. How can white people create a language as advanced as, what's off? How can the white people create a language as advanced as Greek and they couldn't talk? That means that it had to have been a black language. A black language. Any more questions? What's that, brother? Oh, Quincy Jones, man, yeah, oh. You got to fuck him to get up in there and all. Homeboy, everybody know that big time Garo knees and stuff. To get up in there and to claim the fame. That you gonna find out that whole Hollywood game, everything is angel. Even fucking Denzel. To win the Academy Award, people don't understand Denzel had to get shot in the ass. Denzel got shot in his ass on training day. To win the Academy Award, John Wayne and no leading man in Hollywood history ever got shot in the booty. Denzel had to get shot in the fucking ass. Yeah. To win that. They put me out? Well, I'm just saying, I know the tape's gone, but I mean, can I take a moment question? I mean, does that run out or whatever, you know? Yeah, okay. So we're going to take about 3 more questions, then we're going to end it. What's that? Wait, somebody had their hand up back there. Go ahead then, bro. Yeah.
You mentioned the book by Peter Moore earlier.
Yeah. Pyramids of Montauk is the book by him. He got 2 good ones, excellent ones. Pyramids of Montauk talk about the Sirius thing and all of that. And a lot of books on melanin, which was called occultum before they gave it the name melanin in 1958. It's called occultum. He got a book called The Black Sun, which is an excellent book on melanin. That book by Peter Moore. Give me some more questions. Yeah.
I was looking at the All in All album for everyone.
Yeah.
And on one side, on the cover, you got the, I can't think of the name of the temple, with the gods on it. On the back cover, they have a diamond shape.
Yeah.
With the ship taken off.
Yeah.
And I was wondering then, well, I mean, it's self-explanatory.
Well, this is some mystical things. There's nothing new under the sun, only that which has been forgotten. You see, everything, in the other one, I Am album, he has some more stuff on it. What's that, brother? Mm-hmm. Planet X is basically a new form of the Kundalini energy and a new form of the ultimate form of the feminine energy, Nibiru. It ain't no physical planet out there hitting the Earth, because it's supposed to have hit on March the 15th, May 15th, and nothing happened. It was like an eclipse, but it was a bunch of entities, primal entities that came that I talked about, but it's also a new form of the last and final installation of the Kundalini energy rising. So we have that power in us now, complete, to do what we need to do. And all, and that's what's going to be the manifestation over the next couple of months. Huh? The original ancient people. I'm not, all people including white folks? Oh, fuck them, they ain't got shit. Shit, I'd give mine up if they gotta have shit, fuck it. I don't want it, goddammit. Fuck them bastards. No, what happened is 4% of them that are black that have it. 4%, but those are not white people, those are black people. 4% of white folks, which is a very small number, which is just genetic engineering and and also climate adaptability or something to give you that type of white person. But that's just 4%. But no, indigenous black-haired people around the earth would be sifted out throughout the other races, and black folks too. Yeah, okay then. Yeah, okay then. Well, we got to get out of here. I enjoyed you, and had fun. We got to run.